Meet our main man. He possesses an unthinkable power. The power of copy and paste. Exactly like the name suggests, he can duplicate anything. This ability allows him to copy other people's skills. He can even copy his own mana, turning his body into an infinite reservoir. He can even duplicate himself. No matter how many times he gets taken out, he just pops back up like nothing happened. He can clone 1 million golem cores and create an army of pure destruction. Imagine him walking into a museum, copying the strongest sword in history, and sending disaster-class monsters straight to the afterlife with a single swing. Easy peasy. No more stalling. Let's dive right in. Our story begins somewhere deep in the universe, under a dark sky filled with countless twinkling stars. Suddenly, something bursts from the ground, sending rocks flying everywhere. A massive golem king crawls out of the earth, launching a direct attack on everyone. Sano Haruto quickly raises his shield to block that lethal blow. The team gets the order to keep moving forward. Everyone is scattered, fighting in a low-level golem dungeon. But then, the massive golem king catches Sano Haruto off guard. It throws a lightning-fast punch right into his face. Sano Haruto grits his teeth and lets out a scream of pain. His teammate with a shield shouts to Sano Haruto, "Don't let it hit your head. Deflect the attack." Sano Haruto listens and fights back with everything he has. His comrades cheer him on. All right, let's attack. One vanguard leads the charge, punching the massive golem king head-on. The rest of the team spreads out quickly, surrounding the massive golem and raining down punches without mercy. The golem king goes berserk, its eyes turning blood red with rage. It opens its mouth as if to swallow them all, charging forward with heavy thuds. Seeing this, the shield bearer warns, he's enraged. Then he orders everyone into a defensive stance. The mages prepare their finishing move. Everyone shouts in unison as they raise their staffs, which glow with a brilliant golden light. One mage gets ready to fire and signals, "Yo, mana battery." Sano Haruto flinches and looks over. Sano Haruto's teammate sees him just standing there and snaps, "What are you doing? Move it. We're running out of mana here." Sano Haruto snaps out of it, stammering, "Oh right, got it." He closes his eyes. Sano Haruto concentrates all his strength into a single point, then transfers that power directly to his teammate. The teammate feels his power surging and grins. "Sweet. With this much mana, we can take down this golem king in one shot." He sounds incredibly confident. The golem king, still in a frenzy, charges at the two of them like a moth to a flame. The guy in the hat quickly follows up with an attack, releasing a massive blast of power. It hits the golem king dead center. The monster collapses and is completely destroyed. Only then can Sano Haruto finally sit down and catch his breath. Another hunter sees Haruto resting and scoffs. "Hunter Sano Haruto, you didn't exactly contribute much to today's raid, did you? Go, help clear the rubble, and open the path." Haruto is exhausted, but agrees to stand up and clean up the mess. He stammers, okay." The others who were fighting nearby start whispering. "Wait, isn't he supposed to have high damage potential? Why is he only doing support?" Another lazy guy laying down scoffs. It's obvious he doesn't have any real skills, but his actual mana pool is practically bottomless. Haruto stays quiet, walking away without saying a word. A guy with a middle-part hairstyle hears this and his eyes go wide. He can generate infinite mana? Whoa, that's like the ultimate skill, isn't it? The brown-haired guy lying there sneers, "How is that strong? Mages can just suck mana from healers. You only need that much mana for boss fights." Like today, a guy in a hat joins in. That's why he's been a hunter for 5 years, and still hasn't hit level 30. The group starts laughing uncontrollably. No matter how low a hunter's rank is, their abilities are still far beyond those of normal people. Haruto hears every word of their gossip. He's fuming but can't do anything, thinking to himself, "Shut your damn traps. I know you're saying that loud enough for me to hear on purpose." But then Haruto pushes those nasty comments aside. Let them talk. "I'm never giving up." Back at the guild headquarters, Haruto slams his hand on the desk, arguing fiercely with the captain, clearly disagreeing. "Come on, Captain. Why am I being transferred to the production department out of nowhere?" The guild representative rests his chin on his hand and says calmly, "Mr. Sano, are you even self-aware? There's no one left in the guild who's willing to hunt with you anymore," he says bluntly. "At level 29, you can't participate in high-rank raids, and the only skill you've got is generating infinite mana." Sano Haruto is stunned, his face darkening with gloom. He's not going down without a fight. He jumps up and snaps back, "But that means I can provide plenty of mana for any hunt you need. I'm almost at level 30. and once I hit that, before Sano could even finish his sentence, the guild leader cut him off. Most mages and healers can already absorb mana on their own. In a real elite squad, a skill like yours has no place. He shot back with a condescending question. So, Sano, do you really think hitting level 30 is going to change anything? Sano stood there, completely frozen. He tried to defend himself, but he was so shell-shocked he could only stammer. Look, the guild leader said, adjusting his glasses. The guild made this decision after carefully considering your specific strengths. You should focus on your skill's true potential and work hard in the mana potion production department instead. Sano choked out a question. If I say no, are you kicking me out of the guild? The leader's cold words kept echoing in his head. I'm sorry, but I just don't see any more potential for you to grow. We can't keep you in this guild any longer. Sitting on a park bench, Sano stared at the rice ball and soda he'd just bought for himself. He let out a long, heavy sigh of pure frustration. Sano rubbed his tired throat and let out a weary yawn. Just like that, he was unemployed. He'd officially been fired from the guild. He thought to himself, everyone thinks my skill is just about creating mana and passing it off to my teammates. But the truth is, this skill is way more special than that. I just haven't told a soul. Sano had kept that secret locked away since day one. As he picked up his rice ball, a notification window popped up in front of him. Do you want to copy the target? Sano mentally hit Ctrl-C. The notification vanished the moment he pressed it. The single rice ball he started with had instantly been duplicated into two. This was Sano's true power. He thought back on his journey. Ctrl-C and Ctrl-V, a skill that allowed him to copy and replicate anything. It was a skill I'd never even heard of before. When I first awakened as a hunter, my expectations were through the roof. However, I quickly realized this skill was basically hot garbage. It was a unique ability that only I was allowed to possess. Sano set the copied rice ball down, and it vanished into thin air almost immediately. That was the catch. No matter what I copy, the duplicate disappears the moment it leaves my hand. Like a total illusion. So, I can't forge money, and there's no way to sell the gear I copy. Sano stuffed the rice ball into his mouth, chewing moodily. He was still miserable. To make matters worse, there's a level restriction on what kind of equipment I can copy. For example, even a small knife requires me to be level 90 or higher, and it takes up one skill slot. If Sano tried to force a replication, the system would just flash a warning saying his level was too low to copy the item. Sano finally admitted the truth of his power to himself. My infinite mana ability, the reason they called me the Mana Gopher, was actually just this copy skill. I just copy the tiny amount of mana I have over and over. Miraculously, copied mana doesn't disappear and can be transferred to other hunters. I tried using this to copy actual skills, but the requirements are a total pain. I'd have to personally finish off a high-ranking monster or something. Sano crushed his soda can in frustration. If I could just gain a few levels and copy some real gear, I could join any high-level hunt I wanted. Sano pulled out his phone to check the news. A new headline had just been posted. The Kalesia Dragon Longsword has arrived in Japan. Sano cursed under his breath. Damn it, if only I could hit level 30. The Kalesia Dragon Longsword had two unique skills and a massive defense-boosting effect. The reason this blade stood out among every other longsword on Earth was because it was already at the highest possible rank. The moment someone wields it, the user's effective level jumps all the way to 200. Best of all, the reason it's so coveted is that anyone who reaches level 30 can equip it. Sano sighed. Knowing he wasn't even at level 30 yet. He did the math. Even though it's a legendary sword, it's incredibly easy to handle, even for low-level players. If I copy this sword, I'll instantly become a high-rank level 230 hunter. Now, that sword was his top priority. According to Sano's research, the Dragon Longsword would be on display in Japan for only 1 week. Its durability was down to 10. It only had enough juice left for a few more hunts. Huge crowds were swarming the place just to see the legendary blade, snapping photos left and right. Sano knew that since it couldn't be used as a weapon anymore, they decided to put it on display just to milk the public for money. Sano scrolled through his phone, practically buzzing with excitement at the thought of the sword being his. This was his one golden ticket. If I can just touch it once, durability won't even matter. I can copy it and use a brand new version forever. If I can hit level 30 within the week, I can copy it. Once I level up, everything will finally fall into place. The next day, a giant spider was under a heavy barrage of attacks. An unregistered dungeon hunting group was fighting for their lives against several giant king spiders. The battle was brutal. One hunter moved like a blur, slashing deep into the king spider's head. Seeing how bad things were getting, a blonde-haired hunter barked an order at Sano. "Hey, support. I need more mana, now." Sano didn't miss a beat as he replied. "There it is." Sano has duplicated his mana and funneled a massive surge into the blonde mage. The released mana heads straight for the blondie in the heat of battle. Empowered by the extra mana, Blondie's strength skyrockets, and he immediately launches a counterattack against the Spider King. "Hell yeah, I'm gonna toast you creeps to a crisp." A massive blast of fire erupts, engulfing the Spider King and making it screech in agony as it burns. Sano is shaken by the sheer power of it all. He shields his face, thinking to himself, "This level gap is absolutely insane. That guy's firepower is on a whole different level now." Once the skirmish settles, Sano checks his own stats again. He quietly hopes he's finally leveled up. Ikunaga notices Sano checking and asks curiously, "Checking your status again, are you? No matter how many times you check, nothing's gonna change." Ikunaga's sudden slap on the shoulder makes Sano jump. Sano stammers as he replies, "Oh, no, I'm just getting ready before we run into any monsters." Ikunaga starts walking away, tossing a final comment over his shoulder. "Senior Sano, if you're just gonna be an audience member, don't forget to pay the performance fee." Sano is taken aback. "Are you really trying to charge me, even though we're in the same guild?" Ikunaga gives him a smirk. "Just buy me a drink when we're done." Sano sighs. "Fine, I'll treat you once I level up." He silently evaluates his junior. Ikunaga clearly joined this unregistered dungeon just out of curiosity, despite the danger. Since it hasn't been reported to the Hunter Association, I'm actually able to tag along with these high-level hunters. The sound of voices fills the air. Deep in this dark dungeon, someone calls out, "We're moving out as soon as the path is clear." The monster's lair is right up ahead. Let's finish this quickly. The sound of footsteps stops abruptly as a faint warning echoes, and everyone freezes. This is it, the Great Spider King's nest. They're standing right at the entrance. The sleeping beast before them is Alexa, the boss of the den, a level 80 Great Spider King. Seeing the monster sends a ripple of unease through the group. Can we actually take down a thing like that? Sano is terrified. The thing looks deadly as hell. He feels like if he even brushed against one of its legs, he'd drop dead instantly. Seeing Sano's panic, Ikunaga can't help but mock him. "Senior, you're not even fighting, so what are you so scared of?" He adds, "This monster is actually easy to beat, but you still have to be careful. Once you get caught in those webs, you're completely paralyzed. It's a tight grip. Also, watch out for the eggs in the nest. If we trash its territory, that spider is going to get way more aggressive." Ikunaga warns, a berserk Spider King is way scarier than any other monster. The blonde mage notices Ikunaga talking to Sano for too long and snaps, "Hey, Ikunaga, why are you wasting your breath explaining things to a tourist? Are you the tour guide or something?" Ikunaga quickly apologizes. "Oh, sorry about that." Blondie clicks his tongue in annoyance. "Seriously, we don't have time for this, and that audience fee isn't even worth the trouble." Blondie's words strike a nerve with Sano. After spitting out those insults, he quickly marches forward. Suddenly, a single strand of spider silk vibrates. The movement causes Blondie and everyone else to freeze in their tracks. Alexa is slowly waking up. It opens its maw and lets out a bone-chilling roar. Alexa's legs lash out, attacking the group. Everyone turns pale at the sudden turn of events. One hunter loses his cool and snarls, "Damn it, is this that stupid mage's fault? The Spider King is awake." Alexa's leg slams down with massive force. Luckily, a shield blocks the blow, or they'd have been crushed instantly. One guy shoves Alexa's leg back with pure disgust. "Get your filthy leg off me." The hunters start shouting warnings to each other. To those entering the fray, watch the webs and the eggs while you attack. They all charge Alexa at once, pinning the beast down. A full-scale assault from all sides. The monster is quickly suppressed, unable to fight back. Hiding in a corner, Sano can't help but be impressed. This is top-tier stuff. They're taking down that monster like it's nothing. I'm just glad these guys are strong enough. If all goes well, I should hit level 35 after we finish this spider off. Sano smirks to himself, but then the beast suddenly springs back to life. The sudden movement catches everyone off guard. A vanguard at the front yells a warning. It's getting ready to spray its silk. Everyone, get behind the pillars. The battle-hungry blonde mage, refusing to back down, prepares his fire magic. Why are you all so stressed? I've killed dozens of monsters like this before. He seems incredibly confident in his own power. Everyone move. I'm gonna blow this spider away with my skill. He begins to unleash his flames, but Alexa doesn't hesitate to fire its silk. Thick strands of silk wrap around, encasing Blondie's flames into a giant ball. Stunned, the blonde mage can't help but curse. What the hell? A spider actually blocked my fireball? He refuses to accept it and keeps attacking relentlessly. My pride won't allow this. I'm gonna keep hitting it until it's dead. Sano tries to intervene. Wait, stop. Before he can finish, Blondie fires another blast. Take this. Another hunter sees Blondie's reckless move and screams. You idiot, do you want to break the eggs? Sano's fears come true too late. Blondie's fireball hits the eggs, causing the shells to crack. The hunter who just yelled turns back to the group, his voice urgent. This is bad, everyone. Things just got a lot worse. Run for your lives. It's going into a frenzy. But it was too late. Alessa's webs had already fired. Ikanaga screamed out, Senior Sano. Quick, hide behind the pillars. If that thing goes berserk, it'll spray webs everywhere. Hurry, Sano, get moving. Sano still couldn't wrap his head around what was happening. This spider had actually lost its mind, firing webs wildly in every single direction. The blonde guy, trapped in a mess of webs, refused to back down. Is it possible my fireball wasn't enough to burn through this junk? Damn it! He was still pinned down by the webs and couldn't move an inch. As Alessa closed in, his face went pale, and he began to tremble, begging for his life. Stop, please, I beg you, he shrieked in pure terror. Don't come any closer. Get away from me. As Alessa reached him, his blood-curdling screams echoed through the air. Sano's eyes shifted toward the sound, but he was currently pinned down by webs himself, unable to utter a single word. He cursed under his breath. Alessa's footsteps drew closer and closer until it opened its massive maw, ready to swallow Sano whole. Sano panicked, his eyes welling up with tears. Until now, he had only stuck to low-level dungeons just to stay safe. He never imagined he'd end up dying like this, just because he wanted to level up for once. Alessa raised a massive leg and slammed it down right next to Sano. Luckily, it missed, but Sano was white as a sheet, cursing up a storm in his head. Screw this life. And just like that, Sano was dead. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Do you want to paste what you've copied? Along with the command, Control+5. Sano thought to himself that maybe his copy and paste skill wasn't such a useless drawback after all. Slowly, Sano stood back up, whispering to himself that even if the items he copied and cloned vanished, he would never truly disappear. That's why, right before entering the dungeon, he had copied his entire self, every hair and every limb, perfectly intact. He was lost in his own thoughts. It was just like a video game. Once he lost a life, his previous self would be pasted back into existence, making his old corpse vanish. Sano watched his own image slowly fading away. Seeing a sight like that, he honestly didn't know what to say. Damn it, no matter how many times I see this, I can't get used to it. But back then, if I hadn't used that move, I'd have been totally out of options. While he was caught up in his thoughts, Alessa suddenly appeared out of nowhere and pinned Sano to the ground with its leg. Sano screamed in agony, cursing the beast in his mind. You damn monster! The notification board flashed once more. Control+5. Do you want to paste what you've copied? Right now, Alessa was still hunting Sano down. Meanwhile, Sano had managed to hide in a corner, gasping for air. At this rate, he thought, I'm going to have to copy and paste myself for all eternity. He had to find a way out of there. Sweat poured down Sano's face, but then he suddenly noticed something. Ikanaga's voice rang out faintly. Help! Help me! Sano was stunned the guy was actually still alive. Even though he heard the cry for help, Sano turned away awkwardly. I'm sorry, but I don't even know what the hell I'm supposed to do myself. Just then, Alessa caught Ikanaga's scent and began crawling slowly toward him. Ikanaga cried out in desperation, Save me! Sano heard everything and cursed under his breath. Damn it all! Sano was about to walk away, but his conscience hit him like a ton of bricks. He gripped his sword and charged forward. If I abandon him now, I'll lose all my dignity as a senior. Sano rushed in and swung his blade with all his might at Alessa. But with a single flick of its leg, the monster sent Sano flying. Alessa shifted its focus to him, and Sano felt a surge of relief. Perfect! I've successfully distracted it. Suddenly, a notification popped up. You have leveled up. The news caught Sano completely off guard. He was shocked. What the hell? How did I level up? He could hardly believe his eyes. Then it hit him. Could that last attack actually have done some damage? Suddenly, Alessa lunged at Sano again, sending him into a panic. Seriously? Again? Sano's copy and paste loop continued. Now that he had achieved his goal of leveling up, the next step was to copy the Colizia longsword. The notification appeared once again. Do you want to paste what you've copied? The Ctrl+5 command showed up again, but Sano didn't care. He made his choice. Whatever. I don't give a damn anymore. Since I can't get out of here, I don't mind dying 1,000 times if it means I can finish you off. Sano charged forward without a hint of hesitation. Even if I only manage to deal a tiny bit of damage each time, my copy and paste skill is more than enough to get the job done. Sending you to the afterlife is only a matter of time, you damn overgrown spider. 3 days later, according to Sano's calculations, he had been fighting non-stop day and night and had died about 50 times. Every weapon he brought, along with the gear from his teammates, had been completely destroyed. Sano panted heavily, leaning on his knees in exhaustion, but he felt lucky, because through this grueling battle, he had become far more skilled than ever before. After a long struggle, Sano finally succeeded in hacking off one of Alessa's legs. Over the days, the giant spider had gradually weakened from the sheer intensity of the fight. It was a lucky break that the thing couldn't heal itself. Alessa targeted Sano from a distance, firing off webs to try and snare him. The webs shot towards Sano, but fortunately, he managed to dodge. After dying and coming back to life so many times, he had actually gained quite a bit of experience. Tesk, I've already bitten the dust 4 times because of this move. Alessa's leg came crashing straight down toward him. As for Sano, that massive leg slammed deep into the earth. Narrowly dodging once more, he leaped into the air, ready for a final showdown. He lunged at Alessa, dagger in hand, swinging with everything he had. He cursed that monster, telling it to go straight to hell. Damn it. Just as the words left his mouth, Sano's sword shattered against her hide. He stared at the broken blade, feeling completely helpless. This stupid piece of junk. I should have never copied this trash. Sano lost his balance and tumbled backward. The spider was completely enraged by the attack and lunged forward, ready to tear Sano apart. Sano gritted his teeth. Crap! Alessa's eyes glowed a murderous red as she charged. With every ounce of strength he had left, Sano swung one last time. Alessa was torn apart, her remains splattering everywhere. After finishing off Alessa, Sano lay flat on the ground with a satisfied grin. I did it. I finally pulled it off. He didn't miss the chance to talk some trash. Eat dirt, you overgrown pest. Imagine losing to a low-tier hunter. You must feel pretty pathetic right now, huh? A series of notifications flashed before Sano, all saying the same thing. You have leveled up. Sano was granted a special favor, receiving a reward item for defeating the giant spider queen. Sano hoisted Ikanaga onto his shoulders, slowly making his way forward. Aoi, hang in there. I still owe you a drink, remember? This time, I'm treating you to some top-shelf whiskey. But suddenly, something attacked Sano out of nowhere. Sano collapsed, clutching his stomach in pain while searching for whatever dared to strike him. It turned out the giant spider queen's hatchlings had arrived. They were the ones who attacked him. Sano looked on in despair. Are you kidding me? This is unreal. In that moment, Sano's only thought was for Ikanaga. I'll be fine, but if Aoi gets hit, he's a Gredman. As the spiderlings closed in, Sano rushed over to shield Ikanaga. Out of nowhere, someone appeared and sliced through the lead spiderling. Seeing one of their own taken down, the rest of the swarm tried to flee in terror. They tried to make a run for it, but the mysterious woman stood her ground, blocking their path. Holding her spear, Shinoda Nanaze unleashed a skill called Inferno, releasing an overwhelming surge of power. She blasted the disgusting spiders head-on. Sano watched in awe. Inferno was a high-tier fire magic, the ultimate fire attribute skill. The number of mage hunters who could actually pull off a move like that could be counted on one hand. Sano started to put the pieces together. If his memory served him right, there was only one person in all of Japan capable of this. Shinoda Nanase's identity became clear. Known as the Witch of the Spear, she was a magic knight ranked 5th in the national hunter rankings. After wiping out the monsters, Nanase turned to Sano. You're still alive? Just the two of you? Sano helped Ikanaga up and replied, Yeah, just our luck. Nanase silently surveyed the aftermath. The hatchlings were out, meaning the eggs had broken and the spider queen had gone berserk. It seemed all the high-rank hunters had been wiped out, but Nanase kept her eyes on Sano, thinking to herself, how could he have survived against a monster like that? Not only that, but he even had the strength to save someone else. He looks like a low-rank hunter, but something else happened here. That thought continued to bother her. Later, at the Japan Hunter Association headquarters, Sano's voice echoed through the interrogation room. "Thank you so much, Hunter Nanase. Without you, I don't think we would have made it out of there alive." Sano scratched his head awkwardly, also thanking the dungeon management chief for reporting the incident. Nanase replied coldly, "I was just doing my duty as a member of the association." In her head, she just wanted to get the job over with. She pulled out a strand of spider silk and told Sano that the loot dropped by the monster had been officially logged. She quickly packed up her things, subtly hinting for him to leave. She was dying to go home. Sano was taken aback. "Wait, what? The high-rank team was annihilated, and I had to pay money just to join this illegal raid. Is that all you have to say?" He was confused. Nanase shot back. "What else do you want?" She continued. "Dungeon accidents happen every single day. Don't you know that? You signed the waiver and accepted all the risks." Sano listened in silence. Nanase kept talking. "As for the illegal team, the association usually turns a blind eye to low-rank hunters paying their way into raids, especially when it's for leveling up. It's only natural for hunters to want more power. While it can lead to bad outcomes, it's still an effective way to grow the ranks." Nanase asked, "Anything else?" Sano sighed. No, she was completely indifferent, as if this was the most mundane thing in the world. Sano turned to leave, but Nanase suddenly stopped him. "Oh, the reward for the monster drops has been processed. It should be transferred to your account in a few days." Sano politely declined. "I don't need it. Please give that money to my junior teammate instead." With that, Sano walked out, leaving Nanase sitting there alone. Nanase muttered to herself, "Seriously? He's just as cold as I am." She looked down at the item and realized it was worth a small fortune. No matter how lucky someone is, a low-rank hunter surviving a dungeon of that level is nothing short of a miracle. Standing there all by himself, Hunter Sano is definitely hiding something, Nana suspected. Sano stepped into the headquarters hallway, a cocky smirk plastered on his face. Sweet, total success. He then requested to open the warehouse. Sano had successfully copied the giant Spider King's adhesive. He chuckled to himself in satisfaction. That giant Spider King was truly a top-tier treasure mine. Sano had already copied and stockpiled a whole mountain of that sticky stuff. Rewinding to a few hours ago, right after taking down the giant Spider King, Sano received his rewards. It was the giant Spider King's adhesive, which functioned just like the king's own webbing. When used, the item would reveal incredible binding strength. It lasted for a set duration, but the level requirement to use it was level 40. Sano picked up the item and let out a disappointed sigh. Seriously? What a letdown. What the hell is this? It's basically just glorified superglue. I literally died and came back dozens of times just for this one lousy glob. I wonder if I can use this to keep bugs away when I'm camping outside. Well, whatever. Let's just make a copy for now. Sano entered the copy menu. He held the giant Spider King's adhesive, looking at it curiously. How the hell am I even supposed to use this thing anyway? Suddenly, the item in his hand vanished. Sano jerked back in a panic. What the hell? Where did it go? Then, a notification popped up. The giant Spider King's adhesive has been merged into your existing skills. The Control+V skill has been leveled up. Sano was stunned. Whoa, my copy and paste skills can actually evolve? Another window popped up. Control+C now allows the user to copy a target and upgrade the skill currently under control. Sano looked skeptical. Wait, it can evolve the skills I'm already controlling? Did he only just realize that? Another notification appeared. Control+V now allows the user to paste copied items with 3 new skill options currently available. Sano was shocked to see his copy-paste skill level up. But wait, weren't both of these skills supposed to be impossible to upgrade? Or was it because I absorbed that spider's item? If that's the case, if I find items compatible with Control+C, will they upgrade as well? To put it simply, whenever Sano finds an object compatible with his copy and paste features, the skills will automatically upgrade. Sano shouted in joy. For real? This is freaking awesome. The menu showed the new options. Sano clicked on them curiously. New options? Sano was blown away by the new features. Option 1. You can copy a target and then paste it within a desired time frame. Option 2. You can paste a target anywhere within a specified time limit. Option 3. You can become immune to the giant Spider King's webbing. These choices were seriously tempting. Sano still couldn't believe it. What? I thought these would all be useless junk options, but this is actually insane. He was pumped. I've got to try this right now. Let's go with the first one. After making his choice, Sano dropped the copied spider silk. It stayed right there without disappearing. Sano cheered. Even after it leaves my hand, it doesn't vanish. Just being able to do this is a massive step forward. The spider silk remained perfectly in place. Sano's eyes lit up with a devious grin as he began to calculate. Minutes have passed and it's still right there. I'm going to make as many copies as I possibly can. 30 minutes, 100 years, 1,000 years. Back to the present, Sano shouted out in excitement. Jackpot! Sano was over the moon. Starting today, I'm about to be filthy rich. I'm gonna live the life of a top-tier hunter at the peak of society. On top of that, I just need to copy and duplicate the Calizia Dragon Longsword next. 2 hours ago, Tokyo, Rainbow Bridge. A massive blue truck was cruising down the road, surrounded by several identical black escort cars. The bridge was packed with all sorts of vehicles moving back and forth, with the black convoy sticking close to the blue truck. An announcement blared over the radio. Lead vehicle, please maintain current speed and distance. Understood, maintaining current velocity. Inside a Morgan car, level 112 Mo, a member of the International Hunter Association, struck up a conversation with a smile. Hey Ares, how many times have you been to Japan? The person he was asking was Ares Hill, level 131, a member of the International Hunter Association and a mage. She replied indifferently. Twice. He kept pushing. Didn't you say Japan was your mother's hometown? I guess you moved away a long time ago, huh? Ares maintained her cold attitude. What does her hometown have to do with me? I don't feel anything for this place. Mo didn't seem to mind her coldness and kept talking. Japan is the last country to exhibit the dragon longsword. So, did you join the team just to come here for a vacation? Ares finally answered. Yeah, I want to look for a few things in the Japanese dungeons. Mo stretched his arms and leaned back in his seat, looking totally carefree. He closed his eyes and sighed. Man, it'd be nice if you found them. Ares replied icily. Mind your own damn business. Keep talking and you're going to catch these hands. The radio announcement chirped again. The lead vehicle is now passing through the Rainbow Bridge dungeon area. We will be cutting communication for a few minutes due to electromagnetic interference within the dungeon. Roger that. Mo leaned closer to Ares, peering out the window. Ooh, a dungeon right on the ocean? How romantic is that? Ares ignored him, gave a quick glance, and then spoke up. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? If that thing collapses, it'll be a total disaster. Mo replied grumpily. Ares, you are so boring. She spoke slowly and deliberately. Did you say that romantic crap because you're looking to get beat up right now? Mo yelled back. Why do you always want to pound me no matter what I do? Meanwhile, at the Rainbow Bridge Dungeon Access Management Office, a high-rise building stood tall under a clear blue sky, as a gentle breeze occasionally brushed past the two of them. Walking side by side, we have Shota Satoru, a level 21 attack class hunter and a member of the Great Sage Guild. He let out a long yawn and complained. Man, guarding this dungeon entrance is so boring. His companion laughed and said, You little brat, you only got this gig because of your connections. He looked back and added, About 3 weeks ago, things were actually pretty rough around here. Suddenly, something hopped right up to Satoru's feet. He noticed the thing and looked down, confused. What is this little guy? Satoru knelt down and picked it up, exclaiming with excitement, Check it out, it is a slime. This thing is way cuter than the ones we usually see inside the dungeons. He suddenly remembered something and turned to his partner with the slime still in his hand. But is it really okay for them to be wandering around outside the dungeon? His partner's face went pale as he panicked. Of course it is not okay, you idiot. A split second later, something massive moved in right behind him, making him jump. He instinctively turned around to look up, and his face instantly twisted in pure terror. The massive shadow loomed over both of them. Terrified, they scrambled back and quickly grabbed their weapons to defend themselves. It was a giant blue monster. It let out a deafening roar and slammed down a massive, spiked wooden club. The senior hunter quickly raised his shield to block the blow, and blood instantly splattered everywhere. Flash forward to the present. The evening sky hung over the massive skyscrapers. The status screen showed Sano Haruto. Health, 102 out of 110. Mana, 98 out of 97. Job rank, level 4. Skill level, 1. Job skills, none. Unique skills, Control C and Control V. Sano looked at his status screen with satisfaction and said, I knew it. After taking down that spider, my skill points actually went up. Nice. I am just a little bit away from hitting level 50. To explain, once a hunter passes the level 50 milestone, it is much easier to join dungeon raiding parties. Aside from low-level beginner dungeons, mid-tier monsters are usually level 50 or higher. In those mid-tier dungeons, you can rake in way more experience points and rewards. Over time, rare items start appearing too, which is why people who hit level 50 can level up so easily. Sano stood up after checking everything, a grin on his face. All right. First, I should probably copy that king giant spider's venom and sell it at an auction or something, right? Just as he was about to leave, he heard the sound of frantic footsteps approaching and glanced over. Countless people were running past him in a panic. Someone shouted, "Out of the way, move it!" Sano watched the scene, completely confused. As they rushed past, he heard someone yell, "Damn it, why did the dungeon collapse all of a sudden?" Sano watched them go, thinking suspiciously. A dungeon collapse? Did the monsters break out? Two of the runners were talking as they sprinted. One asked, "What do we do now? Head straight for the major guilds?" The other replied urgently, "The transport vehicle carrying the legendary sword to the exhibit got caught in the chaos. This is an official request for cooperation from the International Hunter Association." Sano's eyes widened in shock. Wait a second. The legendary Kalesia longsword got swept up in a monster breakout? You've got to be kidding me. On the rooftop of the Hunters Association, several aircraft landed one after another, kicking up clouds of dust. A group of people rushed up, urging each other, "Move it! Request backup from the International Association. Our top priority is protecting that transport truck." One of them immediately asked, "Protect the transport? Who gave that order?" A clear, sharp voice rang out. "I did. As captain, I will be the one giving the orders." The person who arrived was Shota Nanase. She held her weapon firmly and said sternly, "The top priority of the Hunters Association is defeating monsters and saving civilians." With that, she quickly boarded the aircraft and turned back to give instructions. "This is an emergency. We will discuss the rest later." Her subordinate quickly replied, "Yes, Captain Nanase." Suddenly, Nanase glanced into the distance, noticing something. Over there, someone was shouting, "Take me too." The others were trying to hold him back, yelling, "You cannot go down there." Nanase told a nearby subordinate, "Hey, we are in a hurry. Get on the ship, now." The man stammered, "Well, about that." The person being dragged away was Sano. He shouted desperately, "Hunter Nanase, please let me come with you. I saw you guys setting up the plan." The people around him grumbled as they pulled him back. "We told you no." Nanase looked closely at him, her eyes widening in surprise. "Hunter Sano?" Sano continued to plead, looking desperate. "I am coming too. Even if I cannot fight monsters, I can at least help evacuate the citizens. This is a situation where we need everyone to pitch in, right?" Nanase was taken aback and stared at him in silence for a moment. The aircraft took off and moved out quickly. On board, Nanase narrowed her eyes, sounding skeptical. "Back in the King Giant Spider's lair, you also prioritized saving your juniors. Hunter Sano, you have a surprisingly big heart, even if you do not really look the part." Sano just gave her a sheepish smile and did not reply, thinking to himself, "You have got it all wrong. My actions are 100% driven by self-interest." Someone in the crowd voiced their doubt. "This feels wrong. It hasn't even been 3 weeks since we cleared the Rainbow Bridge dungeon, has it?" Nanas looked at everyone calmly and said, "Nothing should surprise you anymore. In this world, anything can happen. Just because a building was rebuilt after collapsing doesn't mean history won't repeat itself. That's why we were called in to stop this from happening, to make sure the catastrophe from 15 years ago never repeats itself." As soon as she finished speaking, the room fell dead silent. Sano's face turned grim, his fists clenching at his sides as he recalled the great disaster from 15 years ago. His mind flashed back to an event that hit the entire world at once, a dungeon break on a scale comparable to a natural disaster. The scene back then was pure horror, with all sorts of massive monsters attacking and trampling everything in sight. Thick smoke and fire filled the air, and the ground was nothing but rubble. To put it simply, when the monsters inside a dungeon aren't hunted regularly, the dungeon becomes saturated and eventually collapses. When that happens, the monsters escape and start slaughtering innocent people, turning the world into a living hell. Those are the dungeon breaks, vicious beasts, tearing everything apart, leaving nothing but a sea of flames. Sano remembered how much he had struggled and suffered as a child, whispering to himself, I lost my parents in that disaster. He then recalled something else, thinking, I've never told anyone this because even I find it hard to believe, but I saw a supernatural being from another dimension. At that moment, a streak of blue light had surged into Sano's body while he was drowning in pain and despair. Thinking back on that thing, he wondered, was this ability a gift or a curse placed upon me? Sano was lost in thought. That creature called this curse a gift and said only one thing, 20 years. I still don't know if it meant the limit of my skills or the length of my life. He thought further. Even at this very moment, the sand in that cursed glass hourglass keeps falling. An hourglass mark sat perfectly on Sano's neck, hidden deep beneath his thermal collar. Recalling the moment he was marked, he wondered, did that creature appear because of the great catastrophe? Sano reached up and touched his neck, feeling the mark through the fabric. A sudden thought struck him, and he bit his lip, clenching his fist. Does that mean the moment that creature appears again, history will repeat itself with another disaster? There were only 5 short years left. He resolved right then, now that I know how to level up my skills, I will become the strongest hunter. I will find a way to stop that catastrophe and rip this curse out of my life. To do that, he first needed to copy the Kalesia dragon sword. Right then, a loud boom echoed from Rainbow Bridge, followed by thick white smoke. Aggressive monsters began smashing and tossing everything around. Panicked citizens screamed at the top of their lungs, scrambling to find an escape. A black car was tossed aside with a violent crash. Terrified screams filled the air. Ah! The bridge was pure chaos. Satoru looked at the scene and cursed under his breath. This is bad. We don't have enough people. At this rate, there is no way we can protect everyone. While he was distracted, a green-skinned monster suddenly let out a roar and lunged at him from behind. Satoru reacted instantly, swinging his blade and slicing it clean in half. The monster let out a pained shriek. He had just finished one when another beast lunged for a surprise attack. Suddenly, a sword flew through the air and pierced the monster's gut, making it howl. Satoru quickly looked back. His senior had just saved his life. The senior scolded him. Hey, rich kid, keep your eyes on the prize. Having barely escaped death, Satoru was incredibly grateful. Thank you so much. The senior pulled his sword from the monster's corpse and warned him, if you let your guard down like that again, I am not gonna let it slide. Satoru replied obediently, yes sir. He thought to himself, he is pretty rough with that sword and keeps calling me a rich kid, but he recalled the moment. He protected me from those orcs and that goblin just now. That is twice he has saved me. Satoru watched his senior's back, feeling determined. I will definitely pay you back, senior. Meanwhile, the senior was mumbling to himself, unaware of Satoru's thoughts. Damn it, there is blood everywhere. This is grossing me out. Satoru casually asked about the situation. By the way, senior, have you heard anything from the backup forces? He replied. All communications are being jammed by the dungeon's electromagnetic waves. He wiped the sweat from his face and continued. But I am pretty sure they have noticed something's wrong and are already on their way. After a brief pause, he made a call. We should cross the bridge. That way, we might run into the reinforcements sooner. Satoru hesitated. Cross it. Senior? The senior snapped back. It is better than staying here and being monster food. Let's go. Elsewhere, a massive rumbling sound erupted. Something appeared, a giant brown bear, letting out a deafening roar. It was the Bear King, a level 190 bear-type beast. Mo watched the situation and asked anxiously, Ares, can this vehicle actually hold up? Ares stayed calm and replied, Mo, I get why you are worried, but relax. My defensive magic is top tier. She looked at her magic circle. Before him, even a level 400 monster couldn't hope to leave a single scratch. Suddenly, a massive tremor shook the entire bridge, sending rocks tumbling into the deep waters below. Ares looked up, his voice trembling as he said, even the highest level of defensive magic won't work against that thing. Satoru saw it too, shouting in absolute horror. What on earth is that? Cut to the aircraft moving at high speed. A scout looked out, saw the situation, and frantically reported, Captain, look over there. Nanis quickly glanced in that direction, her face instantly filling with worry. A massive monster rose from beneath the water, blocking their flight path. Someone screamed in terror. It's the strongest boss of the Rainbow Bridge dungeon, Kuya. Nanas recognized it immediately and shouted out orders for everyone to get into combat positions. A second later, the giant Kuya let out a deafening roar. It opened its massive maw, and a blinding golden light began to gather. Kuya fired the light beam straight ahead with devastating power, leaving the surrounding area buried in a thick cloud of dust. The monster's eyes glowed a deep crimson, its breath still flickering with the golden light from its last attack. It glared down at the shattered ruins of the bridge. Sano watched this and was completely stunned, his face pale with fear as he muttered to himself. The dungeon boss just wiped out the bridge with a single breath. My longsword isn't safe anymore. The sky turned black as ash and debris scattered through the air. Kuya looked up at the two aircraft above, let out another massive roar, and opened its mouth wide. The golden light condensed into a single point. The next instant, Kuya fired its attack directly at the aircraft. The vessel exploded into pieces, and those on board barely managed to jump out in time. As soon as she hit the ground, Nanas began directing the others. The dungeon boss has appeared. We're changing the mission plan. From now on, the entire association team will focus on taking down Kuya. The others landed safely and shouted in unison, "Yes, ma'am." Nanas looked around and wondered, "Wait, where did Hunter Sano go?" She thought for a moment and then smiled. "Well, I'm sure he'll be fine," Nanas told herself. "I don't think something like this is enough to kill him." Then, blue light began to swirl around her spear. Nanas thrust it forward and yelled, "Hellfire!" The blue flames surged toward Kuya, wrapping around its massive body. Sano watched in awe and exclaimed, "Hellfire! This is the second time I've seen it, but it's just as breathtaking as the first. I'm definitely going to copy that skill." On his side, Sano had also landed safely. There was silk wrapped around his waist. He had just used the giant Spider King silk to save himself. Despite his awe, Sano immediately stood up and headed in a different direction. He smiled and chose to run off because he was determined to finish his mission. My top priority is to copy and replicate the Kalisha Long Dragon Sword. A mysterious group of people in concealed outfits moved at lightning speed toward the same location. One of them sent a transmission. "Captain, Kuya's appearance was unexpected. One wrong move and our lives are on the line." The leader in the purple hood replied to the rest of the group, "A situation like this actually makes it easier for us to move. Hunter Nanas and the association members will be completely focused on suppressing Kuya. After all, the fastest way to stop monsters from escaping is to kill the boss. We'll take this chance to steal the Kalizia Long Dragon Sword." The other person reminded him, "Make sure to stay hidden and don't run into any monsters." Understood. Meanwhile, Sano was still searching. Entering a new area, he looked around and assessed the scene. There are so many monster corpses here. This must be the work of another hunter group. Sano looked at the identical monsters and thought, the biggest problem when fighting these things is that they usually hunt in packs. I've got a bad feeling about this. While he was busy observing, he suddenly heard a voice nearby. "It's fine. Just run." Over there, Satoru was frantically slashing at monsters, shouting determinedly, "I can handle these low-level trash mobs." His senior, who was seriously injured and sitting nearby, tried to suppress the pain and advised him, "Look, kid, I really don't want to have to say this, but when I tell you to run, you should listen and get out of here." Satoru turned back and said, "I'm not running away." Sano noticed the situation and thought to himself, "Are those hunters from the management office inside the dungeon? One of them is hurt." He turned away and reminded himself, "No, you need to stay focused. You don't have time to stick your nose into someone else's business. I'm sure they can handle it themselves." The senior used the last of his strength to yell, "You stupid Nepo baby, don't you realize why these low-level monsters are in a high-rank dungeon? If they gather in a pack, they're just as dangerous as high-level monsters." He struggled to continue. The fact that their numbers are growing means, just as he said that, another monster appeared. He screamed in desperation. "These monsters are all swarming to this area." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked over and gasped. A massive horde of identical monsters was approaching. They were wolf monsters, level 15 wolf-like creatures. Individually, they're just low-level monsters, but they usually attack in packs of 20 to 30. The entire pack of wolf monsters let out a collective howl. Even though he was terrified, he didn't hesitate for a second. Gripping his sword tightly, he declared, "My senior got hurt covering for me, so now it's my turn to protect him." Sano froze when he heard that and looked back. He was suddenly reminded of his past self, muttering while carrying his own junior on his back. "Hey, hang in there. You want to make it out of here alive too, right?" Thinking back on it, Sano cursed under his breath. "Damn it." Satoru took a defensive stance in front of his senior, facing the pack of wolves surrounding them. One of the monsters let out a howl and lunged at him aggressively. Satoru reacted quickly, putting all his strength into a powerful slash, but before he could even catch his breath, another wolf pounced on him from behind. Satoru scrambled to block the attack with his sword, letting out a strained grunt as he braced himself against the weight. He quickly shifted the angle of his blade toward the wolf, delivering a fatal blow in a single strike. Yet another wolf lunged forward, trying to ambush him from his blind spot. It snarled, baring its claws and fangs as it dove in for the kill. Satoru couldn't react in time, his face turning pale as his eyes widened in shock. Suddenly, Sano appeared, blowing the monster back with a single hit. The wolf let out a painful yelp as it was sent flying, whimpering on the ground. Sano turned to the stunned Satoru and asked, "You okay?" Satoru was still in a panic, his face white as a sheet. His voice trembled as he replied, "No, I'm fine, but look over there." Facing them was an entire pack of wolves, their eyes glowing red as they snarled fiercely. Satoru gasped. "There are too many of them." He scrambled to his feet and made a selfless plea. "I really appreciate the help, but you need to get out of here right now. Even high-rank hunters can't handle a swarm this big." Sano remained silent, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "I know, and honestly, this is perfect." Satoru looked at him, completely confused, letting out a bewildered, "Huh?" Sano pulled up his status window and thought to himself, "I was planning to save these items for the auction house, but this pack just had to show up out of nowhere." The wolves howled frantically as the entire pack rushed toward Sano, but even then, he stayed perfectly calm, continuing to navigate his screen. He even had the mind to wonder, if I combine the king giant spider's webbing with my current skills to face a crowd, what kind of effect will it have? I'm dying to find out. The pack swarmed in like a wave of black fur, surrounding Sano. Seeing the gruesome sight, Satoru screamed in horror. A notification popped up. Control Level 5. King Giant Spider Webbing will be combined using Option 2. In an instant, a massive amount of thick spider silk shot out, binding every single wolf. They let out ear-piercing howls of agony. Sano smirked triumphantly. The wolves were being crushed by the King Giant Spider's webbing. They struggled to break free, but it was no use. They could only growl in vain. One by one, the wolves fell, piling on top of each other in a desperate struggle. Every single one of them was being suffocated by the webbing, unable to put up any resistance. After a few moments, the wolf carcasses were completely buried under layers of thick spider silk, forming a mountain of bodies. The level-up notification rang out several times. Sano glanced at his status window and sighed. It looks like combining those two didn't give me as many levels as I wanted. But just as I thought, this move is incredibly useful against swarms. With this, I can basically win without even trying. Meanwhile, Satoru sat there in a state of total shock, unable to believe his eyes. All those wolves with just one move? What kind of skill is that? Does a skill like that even exist in this world? Could it be some kind of high-tier ultimate move? The senior finally spoke up. "First of all, thank you so much for saving us. You're a member of the rescue team sent by the association, right?" Sano was startled by the question, but played along anyway. Yeah, exactly," he thought to himself. "Well, we did come in on the same helicopter, so I'm not technically lying." The man gasped for air as he struggled to speak. "I'm sorry to ask this, but can you take him with you?" Satoru immediately rushed to his senior's side, shouting emotionally, "I'm not going! I'll stay here with you, even if it means I die." The senior sighed and scolded him helplessly. "You idiot, you'll be much safer if you go with him." Sano watched the scene unfold and thought to himself, "Wow, this is like one of those 'if you die, I'm going with you' moments from a movie." Satoru still refused to listen, insisting he wouldn't leave alone. Sano pondered the situation. Whether they stay or go, they're both in danger. "I feel a bit bad, but I guess I'll have to do it. It's not like it's hard for me to just copy and paste." Having made up his mind, he commanded, "Open inventory." Sano pulled out a glass bottle filled with a red liquid and handed it over. "Here." The senior took it dazed, asking in confusion, "What is this?" Sano replied, "A mid-grade health potion. You won't be able to fight, but I guarantee it'll give you enough strength to move to a safer spot." The senior was stunned and asked, "Why would you give me something so valuable?" Sano gave him a bright, dashing smile and said in a deep voice, "Because you need to make it back alive with your junior." Satoru was instantly won over, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Sano. In his head, he was screaming, "He's so cool!" He gave Sano a serious, respectful bow and said every word with total sincerity. "Thank you. Thank you so much." My name is Shoda Satoru, a dungeon guard. I am sorry, but at least remember this name. One day, I will find a way to repay you for saving my life. Sano turned and walked away, leaving them with nothing but the sight of his back. He only took a few steps before turning back, scratching his head awkwardly. Oh, hey, would it be okay if I asked you for a small favor right now? Actually, I am looking for the International Hunter Association transport vehicle. If it is not too much trouble, do you think you could help me out? I am, well, kind of hopeless with directions. Satu stood there, completely stunned, unable to believe what he was hearing. What? Come again? A hunter who is bad with directions? Seriously? Somewhere else, the king bear was roaring in a blind fury. Mo and Ares stood by the blue container, silently watching it struggle. Mo finally spoke up. Are you going to put it back to sleep? For a hunter, your methods are surprisingly non-violent. You are actually pretty thoughtful about these things, aren't you? Ares completely ignored him, offering no response. Suddenly, a spherical object was hurled toward them. Mo sensed it instantly, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. He drew his sword and sliced the object out of the air with lethal precision. Mo let out a cold smirk. Ha, I knew someone was lurking over there, trying to take advantage of the chaos and play the scavenger, huh? I have seen your kind 1,000 times at these exhibitions. Stop hiding and come out, you damn thieves. Ares noticed a faint blue smoke swirling around them, and Mo suddenly realized something was wrong. That was when the group of mysterious masked men stepped out of the shadows. The leader gave a mocking laugh. Sharp eyes, you have got there. Well then, why don't you show us what you have got? As soon as the words left his mouth, he lunged forward. He aimed a direct strike at Mo, who quickly raised his sword to parry. The sharp sound of clashing metal rang out through the air. A grin crept onto Mo's face. Don't underestimate me just because I am playing bodyguard today. With a burst of strength, Mo shoved the masked man back. He shouted, Did you really think a lowlife like you could get the jump on me? He prepared to give chase, yelling, Get back here! Ares' eyes widened in panic as she screamed, Mo, no, stop! A split second later, Mo's entire body went rigid. Something was taking hold of him. He collapsed to his knees, coughing up a mouthful of bright red blood. Ares rushed to his side, her voice trembling as she cried out his name. Mo! Mo! Mo gasped in agony, his mind racing to make sense of it. What? What is happening? Why can't I? Ares quickly explained. They are using some kind of item to block mana absorption. It is highly toxic. If you keep fighting, it will kill you. The leader in the purple hood spoke coolly. That mage has some sharp instincts. We never intended to take you lightly. This is just how we do things. Hearing him say that so casually made Ares' blood boil. She gritted her teeth, her voice low and dangerous. This is how you do things? Using a poison banned by the International Hunter Association and using it on humans without a second thought? Fine. If that is the game you want to play. She raised her hand, gathering what little magic she could. Her voice was cold and certain. I'll make sure you regret being born before I am through with you. One of the masked men sneered at her. A mage who cannot use mana? What are you going to do? Bore us to death. Shut your mouth and eat dirt. As he prepared to strike, the others called out, We will take care of the guy with the sword. But a second later, the one who just spoke was completely obliterated. Blood sprayed everywhere as his body was torn apart in an instant. It happened so fast, the others could only stare at their dead comrade in shock. What just happened? Wait, stop. The king bear loomed over them, baring its massive fangs and letting out a low, terrifying growl. The entire group froze in their tracks. With its eyes glowing a feral red, the king bear let out a deafening roar. The massacre had begun. Not a single person could escape those razor-sharp claws. The air grew heavy with the stench of blood and the sounds of desperate screams. The king bear hoisted its prey high into the air before effortlessly tossing it aside. It then began to ruthlessly crush anything left breathing under its massive paws. The scene was a gruesome, bloody mess. The leader in the purple hood turned to run, cursing under his breath. Damn it, that stupid bear, he hissed, scrambling away. They did not kill it, they only drugged it? Curse them! I have to get out of here. The king bear had finished off the masked group, leaving their broken bodies scattered across the ground. Not one of them was left intact. It slowly turned its attention toward Ares and Mo. Ares gave a helpless, bitter smile. I guess we are next, huh? Mo gasped for breath, struggling to speak. Cannot you put it back to sleep? Ares replied calmly. You should know the answer to that. We cannot use our mana right now. His face was pale from the pain, but he still managed a weak jab. I knew your little non-violent act would eventually bite us in the ass. Ares, I think today is the day. Ares did not argue. A single tear rolled down her cheek as she offered a faint smile. You are right about that, but there is one thing you got wrong. 10 seconds later, Ares suddenly bolted upright and sprinted toward the beast. As she moved, she desperately tried to manifest a magic circle. Mo forced himself up, shouting in pure desperation, Ares, what the hell are you doing? Ignoring Mo's frantic cries, she charged straight at the king bear. Suddenly, she doubled over, coughing up a spray of blood. Her hands never stopped moving as she tried to force the spell. I knew it. I cannot absorb any mana, so my skills will not trigger. Ares looked up just as the king bear lunged at her, claws bared. The massive talons were only inches away from her face. Facing certain death, Ares closed her eyes, her mind already at peace. She whispered softly, I am sorry. Suddenly, a status window for Sano appeared out of nowhere. Do you want to? The duplicate of the copied item suddenly appeared, casting a shadow over Ares's shocked face. She never expected this to happen. With her eyes wide, a massive amount of the giant Spider King's sticky webbing burst forth. It quickly coiled around the Bear King's body. The Bear King's massive frame was tightly bound by the giant Spider King's webbing. It let out a roar of pure agony. It didn't stop there. The amount of webbing increased, flooding toward the Bear King. He was completely pinned down. He could only lie there and take it as the webbing wrapped him up tight. The massive beast finally collapsed. Still lying on the ground, Satoru cheered in total awe. Whoa, you took down the Bear King with just one hit? You're insane, man. Even Sano couldn't believe his eyes, answering absent-mindedly. He thought to himself, so I'm actually capable of doing this? I had no idea. Satoru looked at Sano with eyes full of admiration and said excitedly, Senior Haruto, you are the absolute best. Sano was a bit speechless. When exactly did I become your senior? Satoru, we're the same age. Like a die-hard fan, he spoke with total sincerity. You saved me and Senior Sakabe. From that moment on, you became my senior in my heart. Trust me. Sano sighed helplessly, thinking, man, nothing I say is going to get through to him. He turned to check on the other two. Hey, are you guys okay? You're members of the International Hunter Association, right? Ares just stood there in shock, unable to speak. Mo suddenly slammed his sword into the ground and hissed through gritted teeth. Are you after this sword too? Sano was taken aback and quickly waved his hands. No, not at all. I came here to help you guys protect the legendary blade. Mo didn't buy it. He replied coldly and with extreme caution. We just survived an attempted robbery. You think I'm going to trust you? Hearing that, Sano frowned and looked around. Blood was splattered everywhere, and bodies were scattered across the area. He thought to himself, so those guys on the ground tried to steal the sword, but they were unlucky enough to get caught by the Bear King. He took them all out. I should probably thank that bear. He looked back and fell silent. Damn, this is getting complicated. Sano observed their behavior. Mo looks like he's ready to swing that sword at any second. Suddenly, Satoru spoke up, sounding quite frustrated. Hold on, why are you returning kindness with hostility? He worked hard to support you, and now you're treating him like a thief? He pulled out his ID and introduced Sano as a member of the association. A Japanese hunter, while Senior Sakabe and I are the hunters in charge of managing this dungeon. Sano saw Satoru fired up. Standing up for him, he smiled to himself. Nice, keep talking me up, buddy. He grinned mischievously. Just need to push a little more. With a thought, he opened his inventory and took out 2 mid-grade healing potions. Handing them to Mo and Ares, he said, drink these. Your injuries look pretty serious. Sano's actions stunned the two of them. Sano gave a friendly smile and urged them. Go ahead, drink up. Don't be shy. He told himself this was all for the sake of copying the Kalisha dragon sword. This investment is worth it. Mo and Ares took the potions but were still hesitant. Ares glanced down at the monster beside her. Lying on the ground, the Bear King was bound tight and muffled, but it was still alive, growling and moaning. Suddenly, the wind began to howl. A loud whirring sound filled the air as several aircraft appeared directly overhead. They looked up, and Sakabe spoke. It seems the rescue team from the guild is finally here. Satoru wasn't so sure. Sometimes, hunters have their own agendas. You know how it is. He used the guys from the Great Sage Guild as an example. The scene shifted to another area. Nana and the others were still locked in a fierce battle with Kessia. A series of modern combat vehicles had been deployed. Nana dashed across Keisha's massive body and ordered everyone to stop attacking. Keisha has entered Phase 3. It's going to release a massive area of effect fire wave. She quickly landed and issued orders to everyone. I think the support guild is here. Our goal now is to stall for time until all the civilians are evacuated. Everyone shouted in agreement. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Is this how you guys handle a dungeon break? Nana immediately turned toward the voice. The man was smiling arrogantly as he questioned Hunter Nana. The newcomer was Shirasaki Masato, a level 503 dark mage and the leader of the Future Guild. He hovered in midair and waved with a smirk. Long time no see. Surprised, Nana asked, "What are you doing here?" Masato held his magic staff and sneered. "Why? You tell me." Nana noticed his movements and realized what was happening. She cried out, "You're not actually going to do that, are you?" Before she could finish, he cast a spell, and a magic circle appeared, aimed at Cassia. A bright red light filled the sky. Nana tried to stop Masato, shouting coldly, "Stop right now. If this magic doesn't take it down, things will get very dangerous." Masato didn't care. He sneered and spoke arrogantly. "If I worried about every little thing, I wouldn't be where I am today. Last time at Rainbow Bridge, only you and the association were involved. Let me tell you, that dungeon stabilization mission really pissed me off, but this breakout is the perfect chance," Masato yelled at the top of his lungs. "This time, I'm taking it down myself and looting every single item." Dark lightning. As soon as the words left his mouth, streaks of pitch-black lightning rained down relentlessly. Keisha took the full force of the attack and let out a deafening roar. Nanas realized there was no stopping it now, so she shouted, "Everyone, get out of here! Run!" Bolts of dark lightning shot out wildly, striking at the hunters below. They scrambled to dodge, crying out in panic. Stunned by the overwhelming power of the attack, Keisha collapsed heavily onto the bridge. The bridge crumbled, splitting into two separate pieces amidst the devastation. A hand gripped the jagged edge of the broken railing tightly. It was Sano. He pushed off and leaped back onto the bridge's surface. The sticky residue from the giant Spider King fell off his clothes as he exhaled sharply. Damn, that was a close call. I almost kicked the bucket. Sano caught his breath and looked back. Hanging precariously beneath the bridge were the other four, suspended by the giant spider's silk. The silk had caught them, protecting them from the shockwaves. Sano sighed in relief. Phew, the transport truck and everyone else are safe. Suddenly, a low growl echoed nearby. He whipped around to see the massive Keisha collapsed right next to him. It groaned weakly every few seconds. Sano gasped, "Keisha!" He immediately clamped his hand over his mouth, staring in terror at the boss monster lying before him. How did it end up here? He thought frantically. Is it dead? No, it is just unconscious. Just then, someone approached and spoke up. What is this? There is still a survivor over here? It was Masato. He floated mid-air, looking down with a superior, arrogant gaze. He scanned Sano with a judgmental look. Looks like just another low-level hunter. You did a decent job. Sano watched him silently. He noticed the emblem on the man's jacket belonged to the Future Guild, the third highest-ranked guild in the country. Sano spoke up. You look like you are from the support guild, but shouldn't your priority be rescuing people? Or maybe stabilizing those escaped monsters? Masato ignored the question, looking around indifferently as he replied. Oh, rescuing civilians and pacifying beasts? He put his hands on his hips and continued coldly. Look over there. The civilians have already been evacuated. But I heard a sound that didn't come from Keisha. It sounded like some annoying whining or crying. Masato walked over to the restrained Bear King and asked, Is it this little guy? The Bear King was growling. He observed it for a moment. He touched the white wrapping and mused. What is this? Giant Spider King silk? I didn't think this stuff could be used like this. The white threads began to fray, and Sano's eyes widened in shock. With a loud boom, the entire mass of spider silk was instantly blown to bits. The Bear King was also blown into 100 pieces, with fresh blood splattering everywhere and staining the area red. Sano stood there, frozen in shock at the sight. Not only did he shred a level 200 monster in the blink of an eye, but he also moved a 25-ton truck like it was nothing. The monster was wrapped tight in giant Spider King silk, yet he cleared it all out with just a snap of his fingers. Is he the one who captured Keisha? A notification window popped up, and Sano immediately focused on it. A series of pings echoed. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have received a reward for defeating the Bear King. Masato noticed it too. He turned to Sano and asked, a level up notification? Was that furry thing just now your catch? He continued nonchalantly. My bad. Did I just steal your kill? Sano remained silent, not saying a word. Masato let out a mocking laugh. That pile of spider silk and you. What kind of hunter are you? Your level is pathetic. Sorry for accidentally triggering my finishing move and snatching your reward. He carelessly tossed the Bear King's claw onto the ground in front of Sano. Acting all high and mighty, he said, I don't need a Bear King's claw, so you can have it. Stealing isn't really my style. Sano couldn't take it anymore. He stood there, frowning and glaring at the man, his voice practically trembling with rage. Hey, you! At that moment, Nana suddenly appeared. As soon as she landed, she called out, Hunter Sano! Sano turned to look at her. Hunter Nana's. She breathed a small sigh of relief, thinking to herself, I knew it. Masato looked between them and piped up. Oh? You two know each other? So you are a member of the association too? Heh, I am liking you less and less by the second. Nanas asked Sano in confusion. Did something happen? But he just clicked his tongue and frowned. No, it is nothing. A moment later, Nanas told him, the rescue team is managing the civilian evacuation. You should head over there right now. If that dragon wakes up, it will launch a wide-range attack. Sano asked curiously. In that case, wouldn't it be better to just kill it now? Nanas looked down and shook her head. Unfortunately, that is impossible, she replied. To put it simply, boss monsters are classified by their ability points. When their health and life energy drop below 30%, they trigger a special move. This move comes in two forms, Berserk or Area of Effect Attack. Both make the boss monster much more aggressive and powerful. Low and mid-level bosses usually go Berserk. In those cases, you just have to be extra careful with the raging monster. There is no need to handle it in separate stages. They both looked at the boss monster in front of them. However, a boss of Kessia's rank has an incredibly massive amount of health and life energy. Since it's a high-rank monster, it'll have both frenzy and wide-range area of effect attacks. That's why stabilizing it has to be done in several stages. Phase 3 kicks in when the boss realizes its life is in danger. Rumor has it they unleash incredibly violent strikes during this time. It'll wipe out everything in its path. Kessia is currently in Phase 3, absorbing mana from the surrounding area. It's building a protective barrier around itself. During this period, no matter how much you attack, it's completely useless. Kessia just lies there, motionless. Its eyes are half closed, but a second later, they snap open, glowing a deep, fiery red. Nanas immediately drops into a fighting stance and says irritably, Shh, it woke up sooner than expected. Standing next to her, Masato lets out a confident laugh and says, Perfect timing. Before that shockwave hits, I'm going to turn it into a reward item. Kessia lunges forward, letting out a roar that shakes the very foundations of the earth. Golden rings of shockwaves pulse around it. Nanas looks back at Sano and says, Hunter Sano, I trust you'll find a way to survive this. Masato hears this and scoffs, looking back with pure disdain. Ha, how's a guy like him supposed to live? Don't go blaming us if he kicks the bucket. A low-rank hunter losing his life in a dungeon is just like an ordinary person dying in a car accident. He and Nanas move forward like a flash of lightning, leaving Sano behind to eat their dust. Sano picks up the king bear claw and mutters to himself. The leader of the future guild, Shirosaki Masato. Sano immediately sprints in a different direction, his heart filled with grim determination. I didn't plan for things to go this way, but I'm taking Keishia down before you do. He grinds his teeth and curses under his breath. That thieving bastard Shirosaki Masato. Just you wait and see how I pay you back for what you did. Sano runs back to where Satoru and the others are gathered. Satoru greets him with an excited grin. Oh wow, Senior Haruto, you're back to help us again? Ares sits in silence, staring at the king giant spider thread that saved her life. Sano looks at Mo and Ares and speaks up. I have a favor to ask you two. We're in a pretty bad spot right now. Kessia has already entered Phase 3. It's going to launch an area of effect attack any second. He continues, when that happens, everyone here will be in grave danger. Finding the transport vehicle and getting that longsword will be nearly impossible. Everyone realizes what he's getting at, and their faces go pale with tension. Sano's face turns dead serious as he drops the final word. So, Before that happens, I'm going to take Kessia's life. To do that, I need the Kalesia Dragon Longsword. He adds a guarantee, I promise I'll return it the moment Kessia is dead. The two of them fall silent. Mo is the first to speak, snapping at him in frustration. How the hell are you supposed to defeat a boss? Even if you helped us out before, that doesn't change anything. Why should we listen to such a stupid story from a guy like you? Do you even have any idea how much that sword is worth? Ares adjusts her glasses and says calmly, This is impossible. Sano clicks his tongue softly, thinking to himself, I knew it, but if I leave it like this, the transport vehicle is toast. Ares continues, To unlock the vehicle, we need a massive amount of mana, and right now, we can't use any mana because we've been poisoned. Mo didn't expect Ares to even consider it, and looks at her in disbelief. Before he can recover from the shock, Sano replies, If that's all, then it's no problem at all. Mo lets out a confused, huh? Sano flashes a bright, enthusiastic smile as he introduces himself. You see, my dungeon alias is actually Mana Gopher. My skill lets me regenerate infinite mana. He immediately activates his skill. Ares' eyes widen in shock. She can't believe the mana is suddenly flowing so abundantly through her body. Golden magic circles envelop the transport vehicle. A moment later, someone shouts, The seal is broken! Seeing this, Sano rushes toward it, calling back over his shoulder. Thanks a lot. I keep my word. I'll return the sword to you two. Standing next to Ares, Mo asks suspiciously, Ares, why did you do that? If you go soft on him and something happens, then what? She replies softly, Don't worry. Earlier, he only tied up the king bear. He didn't kill it. Mo rubs the back of his neck and sighs in defeat. That's all it took to move you? You're so naive. Ares hears him, but stays silent, offering no response. Sano reaches the transport vehicle and grabs onto the side. He pulls the door open, thinking excitedly, Yes! Finally, the Kalesia Dragon Longsword is within my reach. Suddenly, Roger appears out of nowhere right behind Sano. He laughs and says, The original plan failed, but it's a good thing I followed him. Hehehe. Sano looks back in terror. What the? Roger thrusts a blade straight at him. The blade pierces right through Sano's stomach. Blood sprays everywhere as he screams in agony. Ah! Satoru sees this and screams in horror. Senior Haruto. Seikid is standing nearby, equally terrified. Mo grinds his teeth and curses. That total piece of trash. Both of them are stunned by this turn of events. Severely wounded, Sano collapses heavily into the cargo hold. Roger stands there calmly, admiring his handiwork. He steps forward and opens the box in the corner. The longsword inside radiates a brilliant red light. Roger mutters, I never thought I'd be able to get this sword so easily. A notification screen pops up. Upon the user's death, King Giant Spider Thread will be deactivated immediately. A loud sound echoes through the air, and a second later, Roger is left standing there, completely bewildered. The massive spider silk just snapped. Without the giant Spider King silk to hold it up, the transport truck begins to plummet. It is in a total freefall. With a massive splash, the heavy truck sinks deep into the water. As it goes under, a notification window suddenly pops up. Control V. Pasting copied data. Sano suddenly appears behind Roger. He smirks and says, Same here. I never thought I would get my hands on a sword like this. Sano thrusts the blade forward, piercing straight through the man's chest. Roger lets out a cry of agony as blood splatters across Sano's face. Sano says coldly, I am the type to hold a grudge. I always pay my debts. If someone attacks me, I hit back twice as hard. Sano pulls the sword out with a sharp jerk. Roger collapses, falling face first into the water. Sano lifts the Kalesia Great Dragon Sword and speaks slowly. By the way, I've been saving up a long time for this great sword, you know? Sano gazes at the legendary blade in his hand with pure excitement, a wide grin spreading across his face as he thinks to himself. Finally, the Kalesia Great Dragon Sword I have always dreamed of is in my hands. A notification appears. Do you want to copy the Kalesia Great Dragon Sword? Sano cheers. Hell yeah. He immediately hits the Control C button, but unexpectedly, the notification turns red, displaying, User level is too low to copy this item. Sano's eyes widen in shock. What? He grinds his teeth. Are you freaking kidding me right now? He panics, staring at the legendary sword while his mind races. He shouts out in confusion, Wait, you can equip great swords at level 30, right? Isn't that how it works? I am already level 50, so why? Don't mess with me. Right then, a voice rings out. That was a close one, kid. Sano looks back in terror. But before he can even react, Roger delivers a powerful slash across his back. Sano cries out as he is ambushed. Roger says in a chilling tone, "I almost brought total disgrace to the Blood Tower Guild." Sano falls hard, his blood staining the water around him. The wound Sano inflicted on Roger is already being enveloped by a strange blue light. Roger snorts, "If I didn't have a healing skill, I would be a cold corpse by now." He walks over and picks up the legendary sword, speaking slowly. "Let me repeat your own words back to you." Roger raises the sword, preparing to drive it down. He says, "I am also the type to settle a score 1,000 times over." Roger puts all his strength into a thrust, pinning Sano's body down with the blade. He shouts, "To make absolutely sure you never see the sun rise tomorrow, I will use your dream sword to finish you off." Sano cannot fight back. He just coughs up a mouthful of blood. He lies there, helpless, with the sword impaled through him. Sano's vision begins to fade, but he refuses to accept it. "Damn it, I have come so far." Suddenly, his notification window flashes with new text. The Kalesia Great Dragon Sword has merged with the wielder. It continues to display messages, copying and absorbing the abilities of the Kalesia Great Dragon Sword. Sano's eyes snap open in shock. Absorb? What? What is happening? The status window spams notifications, copying and absorbing the rank of the Kalesia Great Dragon Sword, copying and absorbing passive skill. Defense plus 35% from the Kalesia Great Dragon Sword. It continues. Copying and absorbing first ultimate move. Bloodsuck. Copying and absorbing second ultimate move. Berserk. A final notification pops up. Successfully absorbed all abilities of the Kalesia Great Dragon Sword. Next, the status window turns red with a warning. User's health is below 25%. The Kalesia Great Dragon Sword is immediately activating protection mode to safeguard the wielder. A split second later, the second ultimate move, Berserk, is forced into activation. Control V. The second ultimate move, Berserk, has been pasted. Immediately after, a thunderous scream echoes through the air. Ah! The scene shifts elsewhere. A beast is firing off attacks in a frenzy. Masato frowns and says, "It is using a wide-range attack. Things are looking bad." Nana stands at the front. She also realizes the situation is dire and grinds her teeth with a frustrated grunt. Just as the beast is about to launch its fireball skill, something suddenly rockets up from beneath the water. The beast looks like someone hit the pause button. It freezes mid-attack, unable to move. A second later, the massive body of the boss monster is shredded like paper, sliced clean in half. Rocks and debris explode everywhere, and dust clouds fill the air. Both Masato and Nana's are completely stunned by the sight. The notification window appears once more. Boss monster defeated. Purge complete. Time continues to move forward. Sometime later at the Japan Hunter Association, several high-ranking officials are gathered around a table for a meeting. The news plays over the speakers. At 4 p.m. today, a dungeon break at the Rainbow Bridge dungeon caused numerous casualties and massive property damage. The Hunter Association and various guilds took immediate action, and within 2 hours, the situation was brought under control. However, public criticism is mounting against the management office for their extremely lax security at the dungeon. A man reaches out and presses the stop button on the remote. He chuckles and says, "Come on, everyone, why the long faces? Now, let us review and discuss exactly how Kusio was taken down." The man speaking is Fua Toku, a priest-class hunter and the chairman of the Japan Hunter Association. A man with a rough, intimidating face speaks up. "I heard the association already purged the Rainbow Dungeon 3 months ago. This is Takuchi Gu, a level 701 swordsman, the #1 ranked Mouse Guild. The guild leader and chairman of the Mouse Guild faction, Shinoda Makoto, is a level 610 healer." The chairman of the top-ranked Great Sage Guild heard that and remarked, "A purge is no guarantee that this won't happen again." Several people slammed the table in a rage, shouting questions at him. "Hey, Great Sage Guild, you guys better keep your mouths shut. If things were managed properly, how the hell could a mess like this even happen? Once we settle this, we will definitely submit a report regarding the transfer of management for the Rainbow Bridge." Nana didn't seem to care much. She rested her chin on her hand, worried, wondering if Hunter Sano managed to get away. Another person slammed their hand on the table and shouted, "What I want to know is this." Gu stood up abruptly, his face serious as he raised a question. "Don't boss monsters usually appear every 5 months? He glared at Nana and said, "If you were right there at the scene, Hunter Nana, And you couldn't even take down Kuya. Then what happened? Hearing her name mentioned, Nana let out a soft sigh. Then, she placed her hand on the table, and a second later, the entire surface began to shake. The people around her gasped. Hey, what's going on? With Nana's hand as the center, the entire table began to crack and crumble. Shards flew everywhere, and those nearby quickly ducked to avoid them. Masato created a protective shield for himself. He sat there calmly drinking water, while the debris flew past. The others demanded angrily, Captain Nana, what do you think you're doing? Gu was livid, the veins on his forehead bulging. Radiating murderous intent, he hissed through gritted teeth. This woman! He looked like he was about to attack when someone called out, Chairman Takeuchi. He glanced over. Tokudo smiled at him, but his eyes were incredibly sharp. It seems my member has acted rudely. I apologize on her behalf. Gu understood the hint and backed down, clicking his tongue in annoyance. What an arrogant brat. If she keeps showing off like that, she'll lose her life sooner or later. Nana knew he was targeting her. She gave a cold huff, stood up, and replied calmly, They say seeing is believing. I figured showing you would be faster than trying to convince you, so please don't misunderstand. The skill I just used was my latest reward. It's called Shockwave. Nana added slowly. Chairman Shirasaki, you also contributed to taking down Kuya this time. Can you testify for me? Masato, who was sitting quietly, was suddenly startled when his name was called. He gave a forced smile. Well, to be honest, I didn't really have time to check what the reward was, but I don't think she's lying. Haha. Inside, he cursed. Damn it. Why do I have to help her? Tokudo spoke up with a smile. I see. In other words, thanks to Chairman Shirasaki's contribution, the damage this time was kept to a minimum. He led the crowd in applauding him. Thank you for your dedicated service. Masato was speechless and could only give a hollow laugh. What on earth is this? He glanced at the woman beside him. Wait. Masato saw Nana let out a subtle, secret smile. He suddenly felt irritated, gritting his teeth as he thought, She's still being hostile because I jumped in and interrupted her. Hunter Nana, I'll definitely get my revenge for this humiliation. And as for that bastard who dared to steal Kuya, I'm going to find you. Nana stood up and said with a serious face, As for the cause of the breakout, I'll take full responsibility and investigate it myself. Furthermore, we want to question the guilds that were late in sending reinforcements. The people who were shouting earlier suddenly went silent. They turned away, avoiding her gaze. Nana continued, Since I'm clearly bothering everyone, I'll take my leave now. As she turned to walk away, the meeting room door suddenly swung open. Mo and Aries appeared at the entrance. Mo spoke up. Good. It looks like the meeting is still in progress. I'm from the International Hunter Association, and I have some important news. Mo explained. Due to the recent breakout, the one-of-a-kind Kalisha longsword has been stolen. He placed a folder on the table and added, This incident occurred while the sword was being transported to an exhibition in Japan. Please assist us in recovering the sword as soon as possible. This is an official request for cooperation from the International Association. Gu cut in. Hold on. When the transport vehicle was attacked, I heard that you guys unsealed it yourselves? Aries pushed up his glasses and replied calmly, That's correct. We did so with the cooperation of Hunter Shinoda Satoru from the Great Sage Guild and Sano Haruto from the Japan Hunter Association. Both Tokudo and Nana were frozen in shock. Even Masato was stunned, and he suddenly noticed something. The chairman of the Great Sage Guild faction rested his chin on his hand, looking helpless. Shinoda, huh? Well, he is indeed a member of the Great Sage Guild. The chairman of the Japan Hunter Association picked up his tablet to do a search. He said, Among the members of the Japan Hunter Association, I don't see any records of a hunter named Sano Haruto. Nana grit her teeth, her expression unreadable. Masato noticed this and thought with a smug grin, The chance for revenge has finally arrived. He spoke up, pretending to hesitate. Are you talking about the guy who tied up the Bear King with giant spider silk earlier? Aries realized he was being asked and quickly said, Ah, yes, that's the one. Masato continued slowly. I saw him running into some trouble on the way. He seems to be hiding a massive secret. We need to thoroughly investigate this guy's background. Whatever happened, I've somehow been convinced that he's actually a member of the Hunter Association. He clearly wasn't trying to help Nanas out at all. So, what's the real story here? Hunter Nanas, you two seem to know each other, don't you? Elsewhere, the blue dragon longsword Kalesia that everyone's been hunting for is sitting right on a table. A man speaks up. So, this is the Kalesia longsword you managed to grab? He reaches out and grips the hilt. He admires the blade, soaking in its beauty. This is Hoshisaki Takumi. Level 301, Combat Class, Guild Leader of the Blood Tower. Hoshisaki studies the sword and speaks. The sword that's rumored to boost the owner by 200 levels? I bet this thing recognizes its master through fingerprints. He smiles with satisfaction. Spending 100 million to stir up that dungeon was definitely worth it. This is incredible. Roger stares at him, stunned. Wait, so the guild leader really was the one behind everything? Hoshisaki speaks again. By the way, it's a shame you lost your comrades. Roger snaps back to reality. He immediately hits the floor, begging for forgiveness. I'm so sorry. During the final phase, I ran into someone. Strange. But please, don't worry. He's probably dead. No, he's definitely dead. Hoshisaki watches Roger's every move. He stays silent for a moment, then finally speaks. I see. Good work. You can keep the shares of those who died. Hoshisaki tosses a heavy bag of cash onto the floor. Here's your reward. Now that it's done, you're free to do whatever you want. Roger grabs the bag, overjoyed. Thank you, guild leader. With this, I can say I've fulfilled my mission. But a second later, Hoshisaki says coldly, actually, this mission was a failure. Roger looks up in shock. Huh? What are you talking about? Hoshisaki lets out a sinister smirk. This sword is only part of it. What kind of idiot would sell this sword for 1 million? You were planning to flip this for a profit too, weren't you? Roger jumps up, begging for mercy. Wait, please. In our guild, failing a mission means instant death. He finally realizes the truth. He grabs the money and tries to bolt. You bastard. You wanted to kill us from the very beginning. Hoshisaki smiles calmly. The fewer people who know about this, the better. He swings his hand. Is that cash enough for a souvenir in hell? Boom. The glass shatters as Roger is slammed against it. Blood splatters everywhere. Ah, gack. Hoshisaki swings the sword, a single blast cutting through everything in sight. Even the furniture is sliced in half. A status window appears. The durability of the Kalesia longsword drops by 2, leaving only 8. Hoshisaki brushes his hair back. He laughs while looking at the sword. Yikes, if this thing breaks before I can fix it, I'm in trouble. A ringing sound echoes through the dark dungeon, haunting Haruto's mind along with the image of a ticking hourglass. You better remember this, Haruto. This is a gift from me. Haruto snaps his eyes open, gasping for air. He screams as the nightmare ends. Gah! Haruto grits his teeth, the dream still haunting him like a mental scar. He's been out since yesterday, and his neck is killing him. He rubs the soreness and curses under his breath. Damn it! Is that hourglass starting to run again? Just then, Shinoda lunges at him from the next bed. He gives Haruto a bear hug. This hug is honestly scarier than the nightmare. He starts bawling. Senior Haruto, you're finally awake. I was scared to death when you wouldn't wake up. Haruto shouts back. Stop being so dramatic. I'm not exactly on my deathbed, am I? Shinoda fires back, gesturing wildly to describe yesterday's battle. His face is full of excitement. No, listen. After you took down that monster, a massive pillar of light erupted from the sea. It went boom and there were shockwaves everywhere. A guy in the next bed hears them and sits up to join in. Were you guys at the Rainbow Bridge dungeon? Shinoda answers instantly. Yeah, me, Haruto, and one other person. Oh, let me tell you exactly what happened. Haruto doesn't care about Shinoda's hype. He just scoffs. It's not that big of a deal, right? Behind him, Shinoda starts telling the neighbor every single detail. He's really getting into it. The neighbor is hooked, reacting with excitement to every word Shinoda says. Oh, then what happened? Shinoda's yapping so much that Haruto has to rub his temples. They are definitely not on the same wavelength. The guy in the next bed, who happens to be Shinoda's senior, turns to the annoyed Haruto. He might seem like a lot, but he's the one who saved you, Hunter Haruto. Haruto is confused. Huh? What do you mean by that? The brown-haired senior explains the situation. He said he'd save you no matter what. He even stood up to the scout team from the Great Power Guild. It caused quite a scene. After that, we found you unconscious on the beach. The senior's voice continues calmly in the hospital room. Did he just say the Great Might Guild and the association pressured them just because the dungeon management asked? Haruto's jaw dropped in disbelief. He started sweating, thinking to himself, wait, the leader of the Great Might Guild is Shota Makoto, right? Shota Makoto and Shota Satoru. There's no way, could they be? Meanwhile, Satoru was still rambling on excitedly, a huge grin plastered on his face. The D rank is finally over, he shouted. Haruto, on the other hand, was getting hit with one bombshell after another. He never would have guessed that Shota Satoru was actually the son of the legendary Shota Makoto. Knowing the truth now, he was completely flabbergasted, just standing there like a statue. He muttered to himself, "No freaking way. Life isn't a movie. How is this even possible?" Over at the Hunter Association's chairman's office, the big shots of the board were in the middle of a meeting. Fuwa, Tokuda, and Nanase were all there. Nanase kicked off the meeting with a cold question. "So, it's true then? Hunter Haruto is dead? I see. I was there when the incident happened myself." Mo noticed Nanase's chillingly calm reaction and asked, "You don't seem very surprised, do you? Why wasn't she even a little bit rattled?" Nanase was incredibly logical. She answered Mo's question with a composed and indifferent attitude. "Hunters are people who live on the edge of death every single day," she said. Mo heard that and honestly didn't know what else to say. Well then, someone finally started wrapping up the key points. "All right. I've officially confirmed the request for cooperation. The fact is, we, the members of the Japan Hunter Association, have become involved in this situation." Mr. Fuwa raised his hand to finalize the matter. "We will do everything in our power to assist with the search." Ares, the lead swordsman, kept a serious face as she slowly voiced her opinion. "If that's the case, please send a few high-rank hunters to help us out." They had a lead on the sword's location. Mr. Fuwa looked satisfied. "I had high hopes for you two from the moment I saw you, but I didn't expect you to locate it so quickly. Is it some kind of tracking magic?" Ares calmly explained it to him. "It's engraved with a special pattern used to determine the user's rank. The Grand Dragon Sword Kalisha isn't a fixed user item. A fixed item is something that can only be used by certain people or those who meet very specific conditions. I can sense and track that specific pattern. I can tell it was used about 1 hour ago." Nanase thought to herself, her eyes locked onto her opponent. There was never any info about them being able to track that engraving before. So that's why they let Hunter Haruto use the sword. Ares continued, "Before it was stolen, the durability was around 10, but since someone used it, it's definitely lower now. If this keeps up..." Mo, sitting nearby, shouted to stop her. "Ares, wait." Nanase didn't seem to care about him. She pressed on, "It's going to vanish from this world, right?" Nanase emphasized that her only lead was finding her mother, Ares, who went missing in the Great Disaster 15 years ago. Hearing Nanase bring this up, both Mo and Ares were stunned. "How do you know about that?" Shota Nanase held up their files, her voice turning cold and sharp. "Do you think I became a captain just by luck? Classified files told us that the stolen sword is actually a keepsake from your mother." Ares suddenly bolted upright, leaving Mo confused. She bowed her head, looking serious and desperate. "Hunter Nanase, I'm begging you once more. Please help me get my mother's keepsake back." After the meeting ended, Nanase walked out. Walking down the hallway, a thought kept gnawing at her. Ares and Mo, those two are definitely hiding something. A spark of hope flickered in Nanase's eyes. "I don't buy their story about Hunter Haruto either. I don't think he's the type to kick the bucket that easily." Suddenly, someone called out to her. "Captain Shota!" It was Shota Makoto, the father of the energetic Satoru from earlier. He checked in on her. "Why the long face? Working overtime again?" Nanase kept her distance and replied coldly, "No, it's nothing special. Do you need something?" Suddenly, Makoto said her name with a hint of something deeper in his voice. "Nanase," Makoto suggested, "it's about time you came back to the Great Might Guild." Nanase sighed. The number of dungeons is still on the rise. Shota Nanase's eyes turned ice cold, filled with a mix of hatred and resentment. She snapped. "The number of dungeons is growing, yet the major guilds that are supposed to manage them are busy starting their own companies. They only care about their own hobbies, and they're obsessed with squeezing every cent out of those dungeons." She shot a glare at Makoto and continued, "As for this recent dungeon break, if it turns out the Great Might Guild's negligence caused it, the whole guild will have to take the fall." Nanase stood her ground firmly. "That's why I'm not coming back. I've made my feelings very clear." Nanase turned to leave but threw one last comment over her shoulder. "Besides, there's still plenty of work to do at the association." "Dad." "Humph." Makoto seemed surprised by his daughter's overly serious attitude and suddenly burst into a chuckle. "Ha ha ha. I actually had something else to discuss, but it looks like I said more than I should have." He gave his daughter one last piece of advice before walking away. "You should stop by the Central Hunter Hospital. At this Hunter Hospital, Makoto wants her daughter to Right then, the system updates his stats. Haruto is now level 79, with his attack at 200 plus an additional 233-point bonus. His HP is at a massive 203,300,000, and his MP is 153. His base defense has also jumped by 52.5%. His skill level increased by 1, and his job level went up by 5. Haruto grins as he reads through the lines, then taps the screen. A notification from the Kalesia longsword system pops up, telling him that while he can't copy the physical blade, he can absorb its powers. His smile turns into a devious grin, and his eyes light up like he just hit the jackpot. I was just wondering what to do. Even if I could copy the sword, I'd have no way to carry it around in a real fight. This is way better. And man, that berserk skill really saved my skin. Suddenly, the system shows another notification. The Kalesia longsword's second ultimate move. It doubles the user's level and all active skills. The effect lasts for 1 minute with a 1-day cooldown. It only triggers when the user's HP drops below 25%. The skill literally forces itself to activate right before I die, so it hurts like absolute hell. But hey, that's how I managed to take down that Kuya monster. Kuya was a level 400 beast with insane power. Most people would have run for their lives, but Haruto actually beat it. With Kuya down, it's time for the loot. Haruto immediately receives a reward that lets him absorb shockwaves. He uses his Control-C shortcut to copy it. The Kuya's shockwave is absorbed and transformed into a brand new skill. He's now gained frequency resonance and natural wave. Even his Giant King Spider Silk skill has hit level 2. Now he can stack frequency resonance and natural wave while using his Giant King Spider Silk. Haruto is getting hit with one amazing buff after another. Standing in the elevator, he can't help but giggle to himself. That creepy laugh has the other people in the elevator looking at him like he's a total weirdo. He's just way too obsessed with his new powers. I can't believe my copy-paste skill is already strong enough to combine different abilities like this. This is insane. This is absolutely top tier. I tested out that frequency resonance earlier, and the power is no joke. As his grin gets even more twisted, the people in the elevator are genuinely starting to freak out, but Haruto is just lost in his own success. I've already reached high-level hunter status at level 276. The doors open, and everyone practically sprints out of the elevator. Haruto just stands there, still full of himself. Now he just needs to find that guy who stabbed him as long as he can get his hands on that sword. While he's pumping himself up, he suddenly hears someone screaming nearby. Why do you always have to make me worry like this? It's Captain Shota, and she sounds furious. I told you to get out of there the second things got dangerous. Haruto is stunned to see her at the hospital. He stammers out, Hunter Nanas! Seeing Nanas looking that pissed off makes Haruto shrink back against the wall. He thinks, whoa, I didn't know she had a scary side. Who is she yelling at, and why is she even here? Standing across from Nanas is her younger brother, Satoru, and he's giving it back just as hard. This is your fault, sis. It's your fault for not clearing the dungeon properly in the first place. Nanas is speechless, only managed to gasp, You! Haruto is hit with another wave of shock. Wait, what? Now that I think about it, they both have the last name Shota. His senior's words about the association being under threat ring in his ears. He just stares at the two siblings. They're having a full-blown meltdown right in front of him. I thought it was just a coincidence, but they're actually brother and sister? Suddenly, Nanas turns to Satoru. So, is Hunter Haruto okay? Where is he? Satoru answers with a total attitude. Even though they're roommates, he just acts like he doesn't care. Who knows? Haruto freezes, his heart skipping a beat. Is she looking for me? Does she know I'm a total fraud? Does she know I was planning to swipe that sword? Sensing a disaster, Haruto tries to slip away. He can't let her spot him. First things first, he's got to get that longsword back. But as he tries to make his grand escape, he runs straight into someone. Thud. Haruto groans in pain, clutching his head. Looks like you're still alive and well, aren't you? It's more, and he's glaring daggers at Haruto. He's about to blow a fuse over his stolen sword. Talk about out of the frying pan and into the fire. Haruto stands there frozen, his eyes wide with fear. Oh, I'm dead meat. Mor grabs Haruto by the collar and starts tearing into him. You little bastard. Mor lifts him clean off the floor. He slams him hard against the wall, his voice booming so the whole floor can hear. You really played me for a fool, didn't you? Pretending to be some big shot from the association, Haruto winces in pain. Ow, wait, this is all just a big misunderstanding. Mor growls, his voice dripping with rage. Misunderstanding? You acted like you were practically dead from that stab wound. But here you are, looking perfectly fine. You two were working together this whole time, weren't you? Haruto clicks his tongue. It's no use. This guy isn't going to listen to a word I say. This is not good. Moore is so blinded by rage that he actually draws his sword. Just as things are about to get ugly, Eris steps in to block him. Moore, what the hell are you doing swinging a sword in a hospital? Don't sweat it, I'm not using any skills. Then he roared like he was ready to swallow Haruto whole. I'm just going to make this scammer taste his own medicine, otherwise I won't be able to sleep at night. Haruto gritted his teeth, looking for a way to counter. Damn it, I really didn't want to use my skill here, but I've got no choice. He pulls his signature move, Control plus C, activating frequency resonance. His powerful hand swings high, packed with internal energy. It's hard to believe Haruto is doing this with just his bare hands. Another strike snaps Moe's blade right in half, leaving him wide-eyed and speechless. The Shinoda siblings had been watching the whole thing from the start. Satoru shouted, "Senior Haruto." Nanase stood there, completely stunned. Was that move Kugai's shockwave? How does a hunter like Haruto have a move like that? Looking at Haruto's tense face, Captain Shinoda thought to himself. Plus, his aura is totally different than before. The battle lasted barely 3 minutes before it was completely over. Elsewhere, the air is filled with music. It's a massive concert with a huge crowd cheering along. 3 beautiful girls are performing on stage, and the fans are going wild. Standing front and center is Arita Sara. She stands out with her short hair and purple highlights. The show ends, and Arita is now resting in her dressing room. Her full name is Arita Sara, a member of the girl group IF. After the performance, the 4 members say their goodbyes and head out. Great job today. Arita gets into her red car to drive home, while the other 3 members take another car, whispering among themselves. Is Sarah from a rich family or something? I mean, just look at that ride, it tells you everything. She must have it so easy, right? I'd love to drive a cool sports car like that home. Arita's red car continues to speed down the road. Suddenly, a black car pulls up right next to her. Arita panics and jerks the steering wheel, causing her car to spin out on the road. Furious, Arita rolls down her window and screams, "Where the hell are you looking while you're driving?" A man steps out of the black car with a heavy, intimidating stride. It's Shinoda Makoto. He steps out and gives the singer a smirk. Arita's expression turns dark and serious. Makoto thuds a large box onto the hood of her car. He leans toward the window and asks, "Did the show go well?" Makoto flashes a devious smile. "Why don't we head into the dungeon? If you want things to go back to the way they were, you'd better just play along." Arita doesn't answer immediately. She watches him with a wary, anxious look. Soon, the 4 of them have gathered in a desolate area. Was there a shockwave here recently? This is where the great longsword Kalizia was last used. Nanase does a quick scan and concludes, there's nothing left here. Ares feels a bit disappointed. It looks like we're too late. Nanase asks restlessly, so we have to wait until that person uses the sword again? The whole group falls silent. Suddenly, Haruto shouts, "The Blood Tower. I just remembered. The bastard who killed me mentioned that name. He said he was from the Blood Tower Guild." Nanase looks skeptical. "I've never heard of a guild with that name. It must be a dark guild operating in the shadows." Haruto can't help but sigh. I can't believe there's a guild that even Nanase hasn't heard of. Mo, standing nearby, is just as impatient. If we have to wait that long, I'm not sure how much longer the sword will hold up. Nanase lets out a sigh and tells them, "No, this clue is enough. I know someone who knows everything about this kind of stuff." The scene shifts to another place, filled with the familiar chaos of explosions and gunfire. Standing in the middle of that battlefield is a young girl. Arita was about 17 years old then. According to her story, she gained this skill during the Great Disaster 15 years ago. A mystical creature granted it to her. At first, she thought she had just awakened as a regular hunter, but it turned out to be something else. She possessed a single, mysterious skill. The girl immediately activated the system. Control plus Z, returning the target to its previous state. For hunters, Control plus Z is like a keyboard shortcut to restore an object to its original condition. It's a skill that works on both people and objects. She started buying up broken luxury goods and scrap metal. She would restore them and sell them as if they were brand new. By this time, Nanase had grown into a young woman, and even though it wasn't a standard restoration or healing skill, she could still make money by treating injuries. However, the money she could earn with this skill was limited. She saw more and more sick people, including her own parents. Only one thought burned in Nanase's heart. I need money, lots of it. Both of my parents were caught in the Great Disaster and fell into a coma. They were stuck in a hospital with terrible conditions. At 14 or 15 years old, Arita had to face an incredibly difficult situation. I tried to heal them back to their original state, but I need mana to use my skill. Without mana, my abilities are limited. At most, I can only heal minor wounds. Mana is a form of energy that only hunters can control. So, she decided to become a real hunter, braving the dungeons with her seniors. Just to get a little bit of mana, I risked my life going into dungeons with other hunters as a porter. When she wasn't a porter, Nanase took on other roles, and when needed, she acted as a healer. Back then, Arita's power was nothing like it is now. It's still not sharp enough for ordinary people who haven't awakened as hunters yet. Entering a dungeon is like walking into a tiger's den barehanded. It's always crawling with danger. Her voice began to trail off. But what hurt me the most was the contempt from the others on the team. She remembered how her teammates would constantly reject her with cold, heartless words. Give you mana as a thank you? What's this? Are you seriously begging for my mana? There were times when they were on the brink of death. At that moment, Arita thought to herself, I'm so sick of this skill, I just want to let everything go. Busy stealing mana, she didn't realize someone was standing nearby. It wasn't until she heard the words, how interesting, that she finally looked up. Out of the shadows, a man stepped forward with a slight smirk. Rumor has it you go around begging for mana, right? Is your side hustle being a thief? Arita remembered that moment vividly. That was when I met Kurosaki Takumi. Takumi sat in Arita's room, casually making comments. This room is pathetic. Where did all that money you made go? Despite her anger, Takumi wouldn't stop talking. I never imagined the famous Sarah from IF would be living like this. I bet nobody thinks you order takeout for every single meal and just eat whatever you want. His smile was full of hidden meaning. You must be living a pretty easy life, huh? Takumi kept rambling on. Don't all female idols desperately try to lose weight and stay in shape? But you, no matter how much you eat, your body just goes back to normal. Suddenly, he brought up the time in the dungeon. You could say that was our first meeting. Even while people were dying right in front of you, all you could think about was stealing their valuable loot. Takumi flashed an arrogant, slightly thuggish, and dangerous smile. Oh, you and I are two of a kind. Hearing this, Arita's eyes grew tense as she glared directly at the man sitting in front of her. Then, he continued with his proposal. Let me be clear, if we want to continue this contract, I don't care whether your business involves the idol industry or not. At that, Sarah angrily slammed her fork onto the table and wiped her mouth. Sarah asked Takumi, then why do I have to go into a dungeon now if you're collecting enough mana and giving it to me like usual? Takumi pulled out a sword and made a request. I want you to restore this to its original state, but this requires a massive amount of mana, as you know. Plus, it can't be done right here. He promised this would be the last time she'd have to go into a dungeon. Sarah shouted in frustration, Are you saying? Takumi nodded, knowing what she meant. That's right, just like I promised before, Sarah asked suspiciously. Did you find an infinite mana regeneration item, and is it in that dungeon? Takumi waved his hand, no. Sarah wondered, why not? What is it? Takumi's expression turned serious. However, if you go, there's a chance it might show up. I know our contract states you'll avoid dungeons as much as possible. But then he tried to persuade her again. Just once. Enter the dungeon with me. This will be the final time, and the reward will be worth it, won't it? At the Future Guild, a meeting seemed to be taking place inside. Are you eavesdropping for info? Are you talking about Guildmaster Shirasaki? No, it's just a simple conversation between Haruto and Nanase. That person from the Future Guild who's always making a fuss about stolen items? Nanase replied bluntly. Yeah, Haruto asked again. But according to the news, the top guilds in the country should be the Mouse Guild and the Great Power Guild, right? Shinoda Nanase answered with a grim face. At the very least, they have the most official news about those dungeon purges, and it's likely the entire association knows about this. His desire to conquer dungeons is stronger than anyone else's. The two of them arrived in front of Guildmaster Masato Shirasaki's office. Someone was asking loudly in disbelief. An ogre heart? Masato gave a cold laugh. That's right. It's also known as an infinite mana regeneration item. Nanase added, It's an extremely rare item. It appears in the Snowy Ogre Mountain dungeon. Are you talking about the hidden boss reward in the Great Ogre dungeon? They were still deep in conversation. Exactly. And to find that item, we've even mobilized a scout team to gather intel. And that's when we ran into them, the Blood Tower Guild that Haruto mentioned. Haruto listened intently to their discussion. I haven't heard anything about their existence until now, but it seems this Blood Tower Guild is planning to send people to purge the Snowy Ogre Mountain. It's about time they recruited more manpower. The screen displayed a hunter recruitment notice. Views, 346. Recruiting for Snowy Ogre Mountain. Number of recruits needed, 30. Level 90 or higher. Gear of choice. Distribution, 1-to-1. Contact the recruitment guild. Blood Tower Guild. That's all the information we have at the moment. Masato looked at the screen, his face clearly showing his annoyance. But these guys are even worse than you can imagine. They're a dangerous criminal group. They steal and assassinate regardless of whether the target is influential or a dungeon purge team. And because they're a dark guild, they don't give a damn about people calling them disgusting tools. Haruto thought to himself in confusion. An item that has infinite mana regeneration? I don't really need it, but man, that's one hell of an eye-opening item. It's clear someone wants to hog it all for themselves. And if someone actually gets their hands on that thing, yeah, I'm starting to get a bad feeling about this. Haruto couldn't help but wonder what the Dragon Sword Academy had to do with all this. Did they steal the sword just to take down a giant golem? But its durability is almost 0, so could that item really be more valuable than a legendary sword? Haruto quickly shook the thought away. No way! That's impossible! Nanas chimed in, asking if the Blood Tower Guild was actually after the heart of the giant golem. Is that why they're putting together a team to raid the Snowy Golem Mountain dungeon? Suddenly, a voice broke into their conversation. I don't think so. It wasn't an outsider, it was Ares, who had been dead silent until now. Ever since that hidden dungeon was discovered 15 years ago, no one has ever laid eyes on that item. Haruto was totally blindsided. Ares, what are you doing here? Ares continued. I can't give you the specifics, but I was obsessed with this dungeon for a while, so I did some digging on my own. Right then, the screen flashed with news about the ongoing raid on the Snowy Mountain. 2 attack teams and 1 gathering team. She stated firmly that, after all, the Snowy Golem Mountain is notorious for being nearly impossible to conquer. It is basically the poster child for dungeons that hunters want to avoid at all costs. Some hunters go looking for hidden dungeons every now and then, but with a few exceptions, everyone gave up on this place a long time ago. Masato looked skeptical. His face lit up with pure curiosity. What could possibly be in that dungeon that makes veteran assassins want to team up? Even if it is not a hidden dungeon, there is definitely something inside. Haruto asked the group when they were planning to head out. Masato looked unsure, saying he did not know if recruitment was finished yet, so they might have already left. Haruto was certain of it. I knew it. They have been planning this since way before the sword heist. Nanas barked out an order. Then we are going right now. She stood dead serious in front of Masato, her gaze sharp as the guild leader of the Shirosaki Nanas. An attack team can move out immediately. You have got a team ready, do not you? Masato was taken aback by her terrifyingly intense aura. Huh? No, I really do not. But I am sure the future guild always has a strike team ready for orders. A team that can rival the association's elite, right? He waved his hands dismissively. Hunter Nanas, you know how it is. Intel on hidden dungeons is hit or miss. Why would anyone even want to step foot in a place like that? Masato's voice dropped to a low, steady rumble as he pictured the dungeon's interior. In that brutal environment, it is damn near impossible to wipe out an entire army of golems, especially when those mechanical-looking beasts are running wild. That is the Snowy Golem Mountain for you. Level 40 rock golems. Once their defense and logic drop, they swarm you in massive numbers and regenerate endlessly unless you smash their cores. Masato growled in frustration, looking completely annoyed. Damn it, looks like I have to tag along after all. Standing before him was a squad of pro hunters with very familiar faces. Haruto, Nanas, Mo, Ares, the senior, and a few other veteran hunters. As soon as they stepped into the dungeon, they were swarmed by monsters. The monsters' bodies shattered into pieces, but as soon as one went down, another took its place. They were massive, and their attacks were incredibly violent. The hunters could not keep them under control for a second, raising their arms just to block the blows. Ow! Masato's face was dark with anger. He urged them on, saying if they keep regenerating like this, we will never catch them. Just smash the cores and get it over with. Someone shouted back. The cores? Masato stood tall, focusing every bit of his power. The golems were sent reeling by the sheer force of his pressure, with some even stumbling and crashing to the ground. Masato lightly raised his magic wand. With a simple flick of his wrist, the surrounding space was instantly shaken. Masato smirked confidently as he began laying out the plans step by step. First, we need to destroy the cores of every single golem charging at us. From now on, stay behind me and hunt down as many as you can. Having clear instructions, the hunters cheered with excitement. You got it, Guildmaster. This feels like hitting the jackpot, does not it? Masato maintained his powerful stance, casually waving his wand. Haruto stood to the side, letting out a dry chuckle. You said you did not want to come, but you seem pretty hyped up to me. Anyway, I am impressed. Taking them out in a single shot is some serious skill. Before they started fighting, Ares had given them a very thorough warning. Once you are inside the snowy golem dungeon, you need to take down as many golems as possible. Haruto replied, usually in a dungeon, you just kill whatever is in your way. Is there a specific reason for doing it differently this time? Ares nodded firmly. Absolutely. That is the requirement to spawn the mid-level boss in the snowy golem mountain. Based on my research, this is what we call a sensory dungeon. Hearing this new term, Haruto asked blankly, a sensory dungeon? What is that? Masato groaned, saying that is exactly why this dungeon is so damn wicked. Dungeons that hide secret areas are usually like that. Normally, a standard dungeon is divided into zones: the boss room, the final boss area, the mid-boss zone, and the areas for small mobs. So, if you know the layout, you could head straight for the final boss area. But there is one major catch. In this sensor dungeon, the condition for the next zone to appear follows a strict formula: A plus B plus C equals D. Once the small mobs are reset, the mid-level boss will spawn. If you fail to uncover the hidden dungeon, the final boss will appear. But if you miss even one single requirement, the remaining areas will stay locked forever. Ares said with a grim expression, I suspect this is all because of the great disaster from 15 years ago. The dungeon's entire sequence has been flipped upside down, which is why the hidden dungeon has never been seen until now. Haruto was still trying to wrap his head around the path ahead, so he started firing off questions. So, to get the mid-level boss to show up, I just have to kill as many small fries as possible, Ares explained calmly. Since we don't know how to manually reset the dungeon, we have to be extremely careful with every move we make. Based on my research, that is our best shot. Ares adjusted her glasses, her eyes sharp and focused. We also have to move fast, if the reward from that monster is the key we need to unlock the next area. In her mind, she pictured a golden key. The very thing those people were actually hunting for. That means we have to snatch the hidden dungeon key before they do. While slicing through monsters, Haruto thought to himself, I don't care what their ultimate goal is. I just need to find the Kalesia Great Dragon Sword and return it. The system suddenly flared to life. Control +5. Deploying King Giant Spider Silk. His blade flashed through the air with stunning precision and grace. With every strike, he wove a massive web, trapping the beasts where they stood. Next move, Control +5. Activating the Shockwave special move in tandem with the King Giant Spider Silk. This was the finishing blow, and the beast collapsed instantly onto the frozen ground. The other hunters watching were left completely speechless. Hey, isn't that the King Giant Spider Silk from that low-level dungeon? It looks like it, but since when did that useless trash have this kind of terrifying power? Ares was also deep in the fray, fighting fire with fire, or rather, using snow to freeze the frost beasts solid. Seeing the situation was under control, she quickly signaled her teammate. Mo caught her drift and gave a smirk. You got it. He swung his sword, taking down two beasts in a single sweep. He threw a heavy punch, but the monster roared back in a blind rage, forcing the hunters to pull back. Damn it, this thing is way too strong. Everyone, retreat. But the beast was too fast. It lunged forward, slamming its massive fists into the earth. Just as things were looking desperate, Nanas arrived to back them up. She raised her slender hand gently, yet the pressure she emitted was absolutely overwhelming. Nanas placed a light touch on the monster's body, instantly triggering her system, utilizing Keisha's shockwave. With just that tiny touch, the massive beast was sent flying back. Nanas turned to her team and asked, Is everyone okay? They gasped out, Yes, Captain. Thank you, Captain. Suddenly, she snapped her head around. Nanas glared toward a boy who was trying to sneak around in the back. Wait a second, you? It turned out Nanas's precious little brother had been following them the whole time, Shinoda Satoru. How on earth did you get here? What are you doing here? Satoru just scoffed at his sister's worried tone. Excuse me? Am I not allowed to be here? I'm here as an official member of my mentor's team. Nanas blinked in disbelief. You? A team member? Satoru replied confidently. You bet I am. Before this, Satoru had only heard about the mission from Haruto and hadn't actually been invited. When he first heard the news, he literally rolled around on the ground throwing a tantrum. You're going into the dungeon? Take me too. I'm going. I'm definitely going. Haruto just stared at him, thinking, is this kid out of his mind? Satoru kept wailing. What if something happens to you? You might get lost in there forever. A hunter who's blind to directions. I mean, someone who can't find their way around is a disaster waiting to happen. Haruto kept a stone-cold face, clearly not wanting to deal with him, but the kid's begging was so pathetic, he finally spoke up. Hey, kid. I'm not going alone. Then Haruto dropped the final word. You're coming with me to the Golem Snow Mountain. Satoru's face lit up with pure joy. Really? Haruto gave a small smile and warned him. Yeah, but you're joining my support crew, not the strike team. Satoru didn't hesitate for a second. Of course, that's perfect. And just like that, Satoru joined the squad without having to beg his bossy older sister. Satoru, you're an expert at finding paths, so I've got a very important job for you. Nana sighed in frustration. What was Hunter Haruto thinking? He's just a low-rank hunter himself. When Satoru heard that, he screamed at the top of his lungs. Don't you dare look down on Haruto. Satoru doubled down with an attitude. I saw it with my own two eyes. Neither you nor guild leader Shirasaki were the ones who cut that monster in half. It was my mentor, Haruto. Nanas was stunned by Satoru's outburst. It was true. Haruto was a completely different person than he was back in the spider caves, especially with the skills he was using now. She watched Haruto fighting heroically in the distance and thought to herself, there's no doubt about it, that's Kesha's shockwave. That means what Satoru said is true, but how is that even possible? The question echoed in her mind. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to another location where Takumi and Arita were deep in conversation. You're asking how? We're going over there to perform a full dungeon sweep. He also brought along his own private army. With everyone's combined effort and two teams using completely different combat styles, we'll slip right into the Chaos Vanguard. Use stealth to vanish, hijack the chance to land critical hits, and strip the enemy of every last drop of mana and loot. Masato and Nanas are using their massive energy fields to overwhelm the beasts, but even with stealth, high-level hunters like Sonoda, Nanas, or the future guildmaster would usually sniff them out in a heart. Those high-level jerks aren't afraid of anyone, so they never bother honing their scouting skills. On the flip side, we're always stuck fighting enemies way out of our league, so we've maxed out our stealth and weapon concealment. It's almost impossible to catch us. Takumi grins, clearly satisfied with his clever little plan. Maximum results with minimum effort. That's the motto of our Blood Tower Guild. Takumi turns back to ask Sarah if the mana conversion is going smoothly. He raises his voice, saying that mana generator is a high-end luxury item. You have to slaughter at least 100 small fry just to fill a single bar. Sarah replies coldly, I know that. Last time, restoring the Incheon Bridge dungeon cost us 10 bars already, didn't it? What I'm curious about is how much mana it'll take to restore that sword. Takumi answers, this sword? It's going to take twice as much as last time. Sarah begins to realize the catch. So, to fully restore the sword, we have to take down the boss of the hidden dungeon? Takumi remains vague, answering, you could say that. He continues his story. Legend says the hidden dungeon is protected by a nearly unbreakable barrier, and the only blade that can shatter it is this Kalesia longsword. Sarah asks suspiciously, and just where did you get this information? Takumi's attitude shifts instantly, dodging her question. You're awfully chatty today, aren't you? Just focus on the restoration and picking up whatever loot drops. Sarah explains, it's been a long time since I've stepped into a dungeon, so I'm a bit on edge. Plus, this strategy feels a little too underhanded and cowardly for my taste. Hearing those words, Takumi shoots her a cold, sharp glare. Sarah catches it and forces a nervous laugh, telling him not to mind her words. As long as our contract holds, I couldn't care less what you do. But deep down, her mind is racing, collecting items, infinite mana restoration. If this is what it takes to get my parents back to normal, I'll do whatever it takes. Meanwhile, Haruto is still busy grinding mobs. Oh, for heaven's sake, we must have turned at least 200 of them into mincemeat by now. When is this going to end? I'm sweating bullets in the middle of a snowy mountain. Suddenly, a red orb flies toward him, and Haruto snatches it out of the air. What is this? This core feels completely different from the others. All right then, before it shatters, Let's try a little copy and paste. The orb suddenly moves like a bolt of lightning. What the? The core dives straight into the ground. Masato appears near Haruto and says, "It's starting." Haruto is confused. Say what? Masato orders the entire team to finish off the next golem. Suddenly, the very air begins to tremble as a mid-tier golem emerges in the heart of the snowy peaks. The variant golem appears through the blizzard, its face twisted in such rage that the soldiers stumble back in terror. It's the Snow Mountain variant golem, a rank 150 mid-tier boss. As the blizzard rages, it lets out a deafening roar, its fury driving it to lash out at everyone in sight. The variant golem lunges forward with a massive strike. The sudden assault catches the soldiers completely off guard, and the impact sends earth and stone flying in every direction. They're sent flying everywhere, screams echoing through the air. Arg! Damn it, it's freaking huge! Masato uses his magic power to try and suppress the beast. A surge of crimson energy erupts from the staff in his hand as he shouts, "Everyone, get back!" The sheer force of his power sends more debris spiraling into the air, leaving everyone nearby stunned by his raw strength. Watching the blizzard swirl with flying rocks, they mutter, "What was coup? Did he just take it out in one hit? A mid-tier boss? Heh, easy pickings." Just as they relax, a red stone slams into the golem, causing its body to shatter into pieces. The onlookers realize the situation is bad and scramble backward. Masato scowls, sensing that the monster before him is far more formidable than it looks. The strike from earlier may have broken its body, but now it's regenerating into something even more terrifying. Enraged, the variant golem unleashes a powerful blow at Masato. He dodges the attack and prepares to counter. That red stone appears once again. It's wrapped in a layer of blazing red flames, hurtling forward at high speed. It crashes straight into the stone fragments. Masato watches with an intense gaze, growling under his breath. Damn it, it's core. Haruto jumps into the fray, his brow furrowed as he prepares his move. This is it. If I can just stop that core from moving, using the giant spider's silk. A system notification pops up. C, Control +5. Using giant spider silk, the webbing shoots out and latches onto the glowing red stone. Dust and debris from the chaos are everywhere. It's not just the silk holding on. The golem's remains are also clinging to that red stone, refusing to let go. The variant golem seems to have reached a peak of pure rage, and a dark, ominous aura begins to shroud the area. Its glowing red eyes, filled with pure hatred, stare down at the ground below. Down there, Haruto stands alone, gripping his sword. He doesn't back down in fear. Instead, he stands his ground, ready to face the giant monster head-on. He looks up, his hand tightening around his hilt. Seriously, it looks like the giant spider's silk isn't working. I've got to do something before it merges with the rest of those golem fragments. Suddenly, a loud shout rings out. "Hunter Sano, get back!" His eyes go wide in shock as he quickly glances toward the voice. On the other side, a figure bursts from the ground with an explosive strike. This is the legendary move known as Hellfire. The golem is completely pinned down by that power. A blinding blue light wraps around it, leaving the beast unable to move an inch. It's being burned alive. Shinoda Nana steps into the fray, her ponytail whipping in the icy wind as she grips her weapon. She shouts to Sano, "Melee attacks are useless. We have to melt the whole thing down all at once." Hearing this, Masato scoffs in irritation. "I know that already. Just because you pulled it off doesn't mean you can act all high and mighty." He stands inside a glowing red sphere, surrounded by the ruins of a battlefield covered in shattered rock. Masato yells, "That's exactly why I'm coming up with a different plan. If we aren't careful, we'll end up melting everything left in this place." Sano stands below him, holding a defensive stance. He thinks to himself, this is what makes a variant golem so terrifying. Ares pushes up his glasses, his voice sounding mysterious. The biggest problem in this raid is definitely the mid-level boss. The variant golem is the true nightmare of the sensor maze. A glowing red gem appears, still flickering with flames. She continues, "The sensor maze only reveals the next area once specific conditions are met. The next zone changes based on what happened in the previous one. Once the condition for defeating the stone golem is met, the variant golem's core appears. Then, the remains of the stone golem gather together and regenerate." Shirosaki Masato crosses his arms and asks, "In other words, we have to fight the leftovers of the monster we barely managed to kill?" Looking at the two in front of him, he continues, "Usually, this leads to total mental exhaustion or even a party wipe. Compared to a normal dungeon, they say this is as hard as a final boss." Suddenly, a voice rings out, startling everyone in the room. Well, there are two ways to beat it, Shinoda Nana says firmly. Destroy the core. She stands before the monster, watching it writhe in the blue flames. Shinoda stares up at the beast, panting heavily with sweat dripping down her face. The variant golem shows no sign of dying yet, its eyes flashing with a spark of pure rage. It forces its way up, sending rocks flying everywhere. Shinoda looks around in shock, spinning around as she thinks, when did it get behind me? She immediately leaps into the air, swinging her weapon and screaming, Hellfire! The blue flames rapidly spread across the area. Sano and Ares are focused on a corner of the battlefield. He scans the surroundings while Ares studies a magic circle. Sano thinks, damn it, if I use the longsword's power, Ares will notice immediately. At this rate, there's no way to break the core. Wait, hold on. Sano opens his system notification window and stares at it intensely. That's right, the skill from that reward item. A small claw suddenly drops from the notification screen, landing perfectly in his hand. The system announces, Claw of the Bear King Bion. It possesses the natural, indestructible skull of the Bear King. Skill number 1. Can immobilize any target for a set period of time. Skill number 2. Can close the distance to any target and deal massive damage. Holding the claw, he smiles, finally seeing a path to victory. This is it, with this, I can definitely win. Once again, Sano's skill activates. Control +5, copy, and absorb. Skill 1 has been loaded into Control +5, allowing you to bind the target even tighter when using giant spider silk. Control CC. Skill 2 has been loaded into Control CC, allowing you to pierce the target and absorb 15% of its HP and mana. Sano charges forward like a bolt of lightning, a smirk on his face. This is it, I hope this works. Shinoda is still struggling against the monster as a strange tornado appears. Everything around her turns dark and gloomy. A guard watches in confusion, asking, are you serious? Are you really planning to melt all the golem fragments? Ares gets into a combat stance, ready to back her up. She thinks, no matter how good of a hunter Shinoda Nana is, if she keeps spamming hellfire, her mana will run bone dry. The variant golem breaks free from the fire, letting out a constant roar. Shinoda stands her ground, preparing to fight again. She screams her signature move once more. Swinging her blade in a massive arc, she yells, Hellfire! The monster is engulfed again, but this time, the flames aren't strong enough to hold it back. It lunges through the fire, swinging its arm in a counterattack toward Shinoda. The golem roars. Shinoda is stunned. Hellfire isn't working? Am I really out of mana? Suddenly, spider silk wraps tightly around the raging monster. The threads weave together into a cocoon, imprisoning the beast in its state of madness. Sano stands before the cocoon as the snow blusters around him. Seeing him, Shinoda calls out, Hunter Sano! Masato looks at his teammate in total shock, thinking, wait, you can actually use giant spider silk like that? Sano steps toward Masato and yells, Guild leader Shirasaki Masato, please attack again. Surprised by the request, Masato stammers, what? Can't you see? Even if I attack, we won't make it in time. Before he can finish, Sano cuts him off. I'll stop the core from moving. We don't have time, hurry up. Hearing this, Masato grinds his teeth, his resolve clearly wavering. A dark red aura begins to swirl around his staff. Masato shouts, fine, I'll follow your plan, just this once. You gave the orders, so you better not fail me now. That red and black energy blast slams directly into the monster's cocoon. The cocoon shatters, and the monster is ripped into 1,000 pieces. A rosy red stone drops out, the flames surrounding it slowly drifting toward the ground. Sano's skill notification pops up, Cannon +5. Using the giant spider's silk, he snags the core before the monster can even think about regenerating. Thousands of silk strands shoot out, wrapping the pinkish-red core tight. Sano watches, a winner's smirk crossing his face. I did it. I can't let that core touch any of those fragments. Over on the sidelines, Masato's jaw hits the floor after seeing the whole thing. No way. It actually stopped. With that useless reward item, what the hell just happened? Shinoda is just as stunned by that move as everyone else. Hunter Sano, I know he leveled up, but to pull off something like this, wait a second. Looking back, even in the giant spider boss room, she remembers what Sano said. The only survivors are me and this guy. Sano had begged her despite everyone else trying to stop him. Hunter Shinoda Nanase, please let me join you on the Kura raid. The three of them stand over the fallen beast, victorious. She keeps reflecting on the battle with Kura. Shinoda cracks a smile, though she's clearly still exhausted from the fight. At every critical moment, Hunter Sano was right there. Ares stands with the soldiers, praising him. Using the Great Bear King's claws was a classic Sano move. A nearby group of climbers starts cheering. The core stopped moving. That's incredible. If that actually works, maybe I should try raiding a giant spider myself. The silk cocoon tightens around the rosy core, swelling bigger and bigger. The two stand before it, watching in silence. Hoshisaki Takumi notices something off about the cocoon. He jumps up, his eyes wide. Arita Sarah, sitting nearby, catches his suspicious behavior. She shouts, "What? Did he really stop the core? What on earth is going on?" Hoshisaki quickly puts on his mask and alerts his subordinates. "Stop gathering mana. We're fast-tracking the plan. Start the operation. Everyone into position." His goons, hiding in the blizzard, acknowledge the order with a loud "Roger, that." Arita watches it all unfold and speaks up. "Wait, what's happening? Is this so serious that Masato has to show his face personally?" Hoshisaki dons his mask, a dark aura surrounding him. He says, "Thanks to that weirdo, getting the core key is going to be a bit of a headache. Sarah, get ready." He vanishes in an instant, leaving only the wreckage of the battle behind. Sarah stands in the snow, surrounded by small containers filled with mana. Suddenly, a young man peeks out from behind a tree. He's watching her every move, thinking to himself, "What should I do? Looks like the leader guy split. What's that girl planning to do with all that mana? Should I report this to the boss?" He had been given a small blue device. His superior handed it over with a mission. "Take this. This is a high-level stealth skill." Satoru was shocked when he got the device. "Are you sure? Is it really okay to give me something this valuable?" Sano scratches his head, looking at Satoru, who's still in a hospital gown. "This job is just that important," he says. Satoru beams at that. "An important job?" Sano turns serious, entrusting him with a vital mission. "Shinoda Satoru, you don't need to fight monsters this time. Instead, use your stealth skill to shadow them. If they find the hidden dungeon, let me know immediately. We'll hijack their plan." Satoru's eyes widen in surprise. Satoru mutters to himself, "That's right. My sister and President Masato are both over there. And most importantly, Sano is there too." Someone shouts, "I have to destroy it?" Masato lets out a breath and replies, "Yeah, you caught it, so you should be the one to finish it." Nanaze agrees. "Exactly. This is your achievement, Hunter Sano." Hearing that, Sano raises his sword, ready to strike. He says, "All right, here goes nothing." His mind is racing with a million thoughts. "This is the first time I've been treated like this. It feels weird. I've already finished copying it, so let's wrap this up." The tip of his sword lunges straight into the center of the red core. The moment it connects, the core shatters into pieces. Red fragments fly in every direction. The system notifies everyone. The variant golem has been defeated. Suddenly, a flood of notifications surrounds Sano. The main message? He successfully leveled up. Another alert pops up. You have received a bonus item for destroying the variant golem's core. A golden key appears, glowing brilliantly. This is his reward. The item is called the Heart Sealing Key. It can unlock the hidden sealed door located at the Great Golem's heart seal. The key drops into Sano's palm. He holds it high for everyone to see and lets out a victory shout. "Got it, the key to the hidden maze." Morgan looked at it, unable to hide his shock, saying, "Wow, I never thought I would see it with my own eyes. How does it feel to be one step closer to your mother?" Hearing that, Ares simply replied, "It is just a key. The real challenge starts now." Sano heard the noisy chatter behind him and turned around, curious to see what was happening. Sensing something, he whispered to himself, "Check status." A notification window with Sano's name appeared. Haruto Sano, level 85, plus 200 to the 9th power. HP 2300 over 300 to the 27th power. Mana 170 over 12 to the 27th power. Base defense 160, 35 pH to the 56th power. Skill mastery level 5 to the 3rd power, and job mastery level 10 to the 1st power. Looking at it, Sano felt proud and thought, "Wow, this is great. With the upgrade from the longsword, I am already level 285. That is almost as high as a high-rank hunter over level 300. The day I can play solo is not far off." Sano was so happy, he literally jumped for joy. Masato watched him from a distance, looking confused. He commented, Celebrating after only defeating a mid-tier boss? How pathetic. Nana smirked at him and asked, "Then who was the one who just struggled against that mid-tier boss?" "Hit where it hurts." Masato tried to play it cool. "I was not struggling at all." Suddenly, rocks and debris began to fly up from behind them. Both of them immediately dropped into defensive stances. Everyone around was shocked by the sight. The scene was pure chaos as debris continued to soar everywhere. Ares and Morgan also moved quickly to defend themselves. A group of strangers appeared and surrounded them. In the center was a red sphere containing a strange person. Suddenly, a stone pillar rose up, covered in ancient text. People pointed and gossiped, their faces filled with surprise. Strange patterns were carved onto the pillar. Someone shouted, "Hey, that is the sign of a giant beast being born. This is bad." Masato risked it all and shouted to everyone nearby, "Everyone, get behind my shield." Before he could even finish his sentence, a massive explosion sent everyone flying. A terrifying blast occurred right in the center, sending people, rocks, and snow scattering in every direction. The scene was a total mess. The ground was now covered in corpses. Few had managed to survive that explosion. A stranger walked calmly through the wreckage, his voice ringing out, "It was expensive, but the power is undeniable. Money really can buy anything if you are willing to toss aside a bit of your conscience." The man, wearing a gas mask, continued his monologue, easy as pie. Shirosaki Takumi stood tall, holding a sword capable of slaughtering everything in its path. He muttered, "Efficiency, efficiency." Suddenly, a voice reached his ears. "Found you." It made him flinch instinctively. It was Sano's signature move, the level 5 thread skill. A cluster of threads appeared, rushing toward Takumi like a raging storm. Seeing this, he raised his hand to defend himself. Sano lunged forward like a flash of lightning. Holding his familiar sword, he attacked Takumi and yelled, "Give it back!" His face was twisted with pure rage. Sano charged at him, shouting, "Great Dragon Sword, Kalesia!" Suddenly, blood gushed uncontrollably from his throat. Even Sano was shocked by what was happening. Taking advantage of the situation and the protection of his gas mask, Takumi spoke up. "You might have blocked the explosion with those threads, but I prepared more than just one trap." He lunged at Sano, delivering a barrage of blows to his stomach, causing blood to spray from Sano's mouth. Takumi spoke while he beat him. "You almost ruined my entire plan." He swung the sword he was carrying, drawing fresh blood that mixed with the dust and debris in the air. Seeing the scene, Nana screamed in worry. "Hunter Sano!" The system labeled the skill, Bursting Dungeon. She raised her weapon high as a surge of blue flames appeared behind her. Nana screamed her attack's name. Watching from afar, Ares shouted, "Block it!" "No, Nanas, stop. You will get hit too." The blue fire tornado Nanas created tore through the area, dragging rocks and debris into its wake. It sucked up countless boulders, completely destroying the surrounding area, leaving nothing intact after the battle. A sudden cough echoed, followed by a stream of bright red blood hitting the ground. Nanas could not stop herself from coughing up blood. She collapsed to her knees, using her sword for support, while one hand covered her mouth to try and stop the bleeding. Masato saw everything and called out in panic, "Hunter Shinoda Nanas, what is wrong? Use your healing skill, now." Ares suddenly appeared right beside Nanas, explaining just in time, Guild leader Shirosaki cannot use mana. Massive black stakes erupted from the ground as a heavy wind turned the atmosphere increasingly grim. Ares continued, "There is a gas preventing mana absorption. It must have been released during that pillar explosion earlier. This is a cowardly strategy used to neutralize high-rank hunters. Why would they use something so dangerous?" A black liquid slowly rose from the ground, as Ares questioned the situation. In a corner, Sano was gravely injured, sitting on the ground with blood, soaking his shirt. Having dealt with Sano, Takumi turned to leave with his sword in hand, muttering to himself, "Time to be productive." Masato overheard the conversation and reacted in shock. "I cannot believe it. That skill is shadow shifting, the ultimate stealth ability. It was supposed to have been wiped out by the previous generation of hunters because it was just too dangerous. What else did you expect?" That bastard steps forward, trailed by a pool of toxic black sludge, closing the distance every second. Masato realizes Takumi is scouting his surroundings. He's still wearing that gas mask, and then he spots a golden key glowing in the corner. Takumi walks over and casually picks up the shining key. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. The heart-sealing key has been transferred to its new owner. He brings the key close to his face, admiring it for a moment before saying, "Mission accomplished." He continues to speak, but suddenly, he reaches out and grabs Sano by the throat. Takumi pins Sano against the wall, despite his injuries. His voice is dripping with pure hatred as he says, "We have to kill this brat right here and now." Sano uses what little breath he has left to choke out. "I was just thinking the same thing, you prick." Hearing those words come out of Sano's mouth, Takumi is shocked. What? He's still conscious? Sano flashes a smug grin as silk threads begin to pour out. "Well, it's a good thing the one who stole my longsword is a piece of trash like you." The silk threads immediately begin to wrap around Takumi's body, leaving him no time to react. He screams out, "Ah!" The threads continue to bind him, cutting off any hope of escape. Once again, a familiar move appears. Control plus N, using the giant spider's silk to activate the big bear's claw skill, a monster suddenly takes form right inside Sano's cocoon. It uses its fangs to tear through the silk, the beast clamping its jaws onto the cocoon that was trying to swallow its body. Takumi's subordinates surround them, whispering to each other, "What the? Boss, isn't that the same skill he used to take down the evolved golem? Maybe we should get the hell out of here." Sano slowly walks toward the cocoon, holding his familiar blade as he says, "Your biggest mistake was touching my longsword." The silk threads forming the cocoon suddenly snap, and Sano's eyes widen in shock at the sight. Gradually, the cocoon falls apart, and the silk threads drop to the ground one by one. Takumi steps out from the mess, his body shrouded in a cursed magical aura. He says, "Whoa, that was a close one. I almost kicked the bucket. That's the first time I've ever had to use a skill like that." In an instant, he reappears right behind Sano. Takumi shouts, "If I didn't have my shadows in there, I would have died a pathetic death. After nearly being killed by a low-level skill like that, I finally understand why the hunters I killed had such regret on their faces before they died. But it doesn't matter, because you're dying here today." Sano hears this and snaps back, "Hey, you know my nickname, don't you?" A bright aura begins to radiate from his body. He rests his sword on his shoulder and says, "People call me the mana battery because I distribute mana to my teammates. This is the first time I've tried it from such a distance, but it looks like it still works." Takumi flinches and takes a few steps back. "What are you talking about?" Sano answers calmly, "I'm saying your life ends here." A surge of red magic blasts toward Takumi. An enraged Masato appears. "I don't know what's going on, but I've got a massive surplus of mana in my system. I'm going to wipe out your entire Blood Tower guild right here." He's so furious that the magic surrounding him starts thundering violently. A magic circle appears, and a white orb slowly descends to the ground. Takumi braces himself, thinking, "Is this for real? Shirasaki Masato's wide-range black lightning? It's the perfect counter to my shadow manipulation. I can't escape this. This is bad," he screams. "Call for backup. Arita Sara, use your reversal." In the distance, Sara has been quietly observing. Upon receiving the order, she replies, "Understood." Small canisters of mana are suddenly forced open, and a blue light erupts from them. They converge to form a massive mana sphere under Sara's control. She casts her spell, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The system move notification appears. Control plus Z. Resetting and returning the golem's Snow Mountain Labyrinth to its original state. The system move notification appears. Control plus Z. Resetting and returning the golem's Snow Mountain Labyrinth to its original state. Everyone screams in panic. Whoa. What the hell is happening? A green blizzard sweeps through, dragging people, dirt, and rocks along with it. People keep questioning, what is this air current? The blizzard doesn't stop, continuing to pull everything up into the sky. Below, people warn each other. This isn't a normal air current. The remaining golems are gathering together. Suddenly, they notice the stones connecting to each other. Look, they're fusing. Nanaze stands below looking up, seemingly realizing the gravity of the situation. Masato looks visibly annoyed and says, "Don't tell me," as a swarm of small monsters with glowing red eyes suddenly appears and charges forward. Is the dungeon actually resetting itself? They let out primal screams, punching and kicking everything in their path without mercy. The golems, filled with mindless rage, continue their uncontrolled rampage, letting out a loud grunt. Seeing this, Masato creates a red shield. He stands his ground, taking the full force of the blow, his mind racing. Damn it, that gas is making it impossible for anyone to absorb mana. I have to maintain the shield to protect the members, but I can't fight the golems like this. At this rate, we're all going to die inside this shield. Is there any way out? Suddenly, he notices a blue light appearing beside him. It's Nanaza, using every ounce of her strength to incinerate the golems with a brilliant blue flame. Masato is stunned when he sees this. He asks, "Hunter Nanase? How did she?" Then he hears someone calling out her name. "So, you heard it too, right? Hunter Sano's nickname." Masato recalled the term Mana Gopher as he finally spoke up. "What about it?" Ares asked, while kneeling on the ground to heal her teammates. She explained that having infinite mana regeneration and being able to transfer it to allies was clearly a unique skill belonging to Sano. It finally clicked for Masato. He thought to himself, "This is insane. Only priest-class hunters are supposed to have that kind of juice. So how the hell can Sano do it when he's not even a priest?" Looking ahead, Nanis was still pushing herself in the fight. Masato's mind was racing. High-ranking hunters like him and Nanis needed a massive amount of mana to trigger their big moves. And it's not just the two of us. He's splitting his mana among everyone here. Sharing his own mana? And in such a short time? Questions kept flooding his mind. Infinite mana regeneration? I've never even heard of a skill like this before. But if it's real, Masato clenched his fists, sparks of frustration and anger flying. Instead of hunting for the giant golem's heart, it would be much better to get Sano to join my guild. Suddenly, a voice made Masato turn his head instinctively. "Now everything's clear," Nana said while fending off monsters. "All of this, even the Rainbow Bridge dungeon incident, is the work of the Blood Tower Guild." Mo blocked an incoming strike and replied, "The main problem right now is that the dungeon has reset." "What if they reset it again?" Ares asked while tending to the wounded. "No, I don't think that's possible. The reason the hidden dungeon hasn't been cleared yet seems to be a glitch in its logic." Ares raised her hand. A blue healing aura glowed. She continued, "I don't know if they realize it, but right now, the chance of a hidden dungeon appearing is 100%. Nanas frowned. But something's different this time. She was fighting the golem monsters with everything she had. The number of golems appearing had decreased. Masato, fighting alongside the group, noted, "The golem that Nanas melted down hasn't respawned. Anyway, we need to wrap things up here fast so we can track down those Blood Tower bastards." A thought flashed through his mind. If that was all, it wouldn't be a problem. But assuming this is just like the Rainbow Bridge incident, if they use the same method again, then... Am I right? Wait, is Sano okay? I hope those guys didn't send him to meet his maker already. Over on the other side, the high mountain peaks were blanketed in white snow. Sano was badly hurt and couldn't stand up. He muttered, "Release. King Giant Spiderweb. Damn it." His face was now stained with blood. Sano glared ahead. That bastard. Takumi was dodging Sano's threads with lightning speed. Even though Sano tried his best to chase him, he couldn't keep up. He shouted as he ran, "Get back here right now." The two of them clashed, their swords locked together. Takumi taunted him, or rather, he thought to himself, "What can a low-rank hunter like you actually do?" His hands moved in a blur as he swung his sword repeatedly. Sano shot back. "Ha, that low-rank hunter you're talking about is currently wrecking your entire plan." A system notification popped up, Control +5. Activating King Giant Spiderweb. Takumi's sword was suddenly yanked upward, catching him off guard. But he managed to break free instantly. "These webs are nothing but child's play. I'm going to make sure you never use this trash again." Flames erupted. Both men jumped back into defensive stances. Takumi roared, "Kalesia Dragonblade, release!" The webs were quickly incinerated as they surged toward Sano. With the sword still pointed at him, Sano thought, "Last time, I used my webs to escape, but the power of that Kalesia Dragonblade is absolutely insane." Back in the present, Sano reflected on what had happened. "But thanks to that, I finally figured out how to use its power." He sat in the snow, using his sword as a crutch to stand up, muttering, "Where the hell did he get intel that hardly anyone knows? I didn't completely block that hit. Man, I should probably chase him down and beat the truth out of him." He looked around and was suddenly hit by a realization. "By the way, where am I? Holy crap. In a vast, snowy wasteland, how was he supposed to know where he was?" At the same time, inside a large building at the Japan Hunter Association, 3 men were in a meeting. An old man said, "There's no need to worry too much, Chairman Sonoda. The leader of the Future Guild, Shirosaki Masato, is with them, after all." Shota Makoto crossed his arms, his face grim. "The biggest concern right now is whether the Blood Tower Guild is actually behind all of this. We don't know much about them." Across from him, another man spoke up. "That's for sure. Even high-ranking hunters who get on their radar end up dead." And we have no way of gathering more intel. A tablet was suddenly slammed onto the table. However, our mouse guild has managed to uncover a few things, Takechi-gu announced. The reason they're being so loud and aggressive this time is because of the presence of a global hunter organization, Starfall. Tokudo was stunned, his face pale as he repeated, Starfall? Makoto panicked. Why would a world-class guild like that be in a small place like Japan and working with a dark guild to boot? Takechi-gu explained solemnly. It's almost impossible to imagine. What does it look like inside the dungeon right now? Well, 15 years ago, during the Great Catastrophe, only one single dungeon actually collapsed. That is when the golems appeared. Guo continued his explanation, saying that back then, the golems that managed to escape were beyond terrifying. They were worse than demons from the pits of hell, but a massive vortex swept all that evil away. He continued, You were the one who sealed the Snow Mountain dungeon. Behind those golems, there was a figure controlling that storm. One of the strongest priestesses in the world, Nishihara Tomoka of Japan. Makoto rubbed his chin, thinking to himself in admiration. Right. If Hunter Nishihara hadn't sacrificed herself back then. Guo, sitting across from him, added, The heart of the giant golem was sealed in a hidden dungeon, and to this day, it remains there. It is something with a fatal attraction for everyone in the world. He kept going with his lecture. Both of those guilds are the type to use any dirty trick to get what they want. I am not at all surprised they teamed up to conquer the Snow Mountain Golem dungeon. Besides, Ares from the International Hunter Association is Nishihara's daughter, right? Makoto replied. We both know the deal. So, aside from her business at Kalesia Dragonsword Academy, she definitely has a plan to investigate her mother's death. She is Hunter Nishihara's child, after all. Hearing this, Guo immediately cut him off. No one has ever actually confirmed Hunter Nishihara's death. Makoto jumped and shouted, What did you just say? Hunters who go missing in a dungeon without a body being found are always declared dead, right? But you are telling me that someone who has been missing for 15 years still hasn't been recognized as dead? Guo held a tablet in his hand. It clearly showed everyone's personal files, and as he looked at it, he said, There were survivors that year. A hunter who returned from that dungeon about 5 years ago also claimed to have seen Hunter Nishihara. Makoto and Tokuda were both stunned by the news. They asked in unison, What? Could that really be true? Guo looked pensive. It is because Starfield blocked all the news. It is hard for us to know the full story, but at the very least, this is a fact. Interestingly, inside that dungeon, countless doors were bursting open. Suddenly, a secretary rushed in, panicking. President! Something has happened! Tokuda turned around, clearly annoyed. What is it? We are in the middle of an important meeting here. The man held out his phone. A dungeon break is happening right now. Before he could even finish his sentence, the ground began to crumble into a pile of rubble. Cars were being swallowed by the road one after another. Someone hiding under a vehicle shouted into their phone. Can you guys see this? There is a massive dungeon break happening this very second. It is going down right in the middle of the city. The golems have started smashing everything they see. People were running for their lives in total chaos as sirens blared through the area. All you could hear were screams of terror and the sound of buildings being torn apart. Guo received the grim news. His eyes were bloodshot with stress. Are those the golems from the Snow Mountain dungeon? That is impossible. Did the dungeon we just cleared recently collapse? What the hell is going on? Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, a blizzard was still raging as a group of people emerged from the storm together. Takumi was leading them, heavily injured from the previous fight, with Sarah right beside him. Sarah watched him closely and offered a hand. The plan is still on track, right? This is the first time I have ever seen you hurt, Kurosaki. Do you want me to heal you? Takumi snapped back. If you are that curious, why don't you just check for yourself? He pointed ahead. There it is. Sarah's eyes widened as she saw something unexpected. It was an ice block. The entrance to the hidden dungeon of the Snow Mountain Golem. The group reached a bridge leading deep inside, in the dungeon. Sarah stared at it, completely shocked to finally see it with her own eyes. I can finally get my hands on the giant golem's heart. Takumi and Sarah led the group across the wooden bridge toward the dungeon. Satoru had been tailing them the whole time. He hid behind a pillar, waiting for them to cross the bridge. Satoru moved quickly, staying right on their heels so he wouldn't lose them. Ahead, that evil group was about to enter a dungeon glowing with an eerie, red light. Satoru watched everything, his eyes wide with amazement. Whoa, so this is the hidden dungeon. Takumi's men felt their way inside. Suddenly, a small vortex appeared and sucked in one of the men's hands. Startled, he called out, "President Takumi, there is something here." Takumi looked over and explained, "It is a barrier." He gave a wicked smirk and reached his hand out. Starfield really is a world-class guild. Their intel is unbelievably reliable. Ancient, heavy chains appeared before them. He guessed this was definitely the seal from 15 years ago, placed by the legendary mage and strongest hunter, Nishihara Tomoka, the giant golem's heart of the hidden dungeon. Takumi then turned to his crew, unsheathing his sword and giving the order to break the barrier. "Don't let your guard down and keep your eyes peeled." On his command, they all shouted in unison, dropped their gear, and quickly took their positions. Takumi turned back to Sarah, who was leaning over, prepping her equipment. He said, "Sarah, reset the Colizia Dragonsword Academy settings." Takumi's gaze was cold and sharp. With a voice as cold as a blade ready to kill, he muttered, "Wait, it looks like we've got a little rat tailing us." Sarah flinched at those words. She hadn't realized anyone had been watching them this whole time. Hiding behind a bridge pillar, Satoru felt a wave of pure terror wash over him. Takumi sneered, "Is some idiot really trying to use stealth to tail the Blood Tower Guild?" Satoru's entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. He silently pleaded for Senior Haruto to save him, his eyes wide with fear. "I'm in deep trouble," he thought. Suddenly, Takumi swung his sword forward with a roar of fury. He screamed, "You're really starting to piss me off." Suddenly, squeak! A Kiba rabbit let out a cry. It wasn't a person, but a fierce rabbit that had appeared with a look of pure rage. A system notification popped up to introduce the new creature. It was level 30, constantly hungry, and extremely aggressive. Defeating it would yield a magic stone. A voice chuckled nearby. "Heh, I didn't think there were any monsters in here besides golems." A heavy blow landed right on the fierce rabbit's jaw. Blood sprayed everywhere as its teeth and body were sent flying. Erg! A figure appeared from behind, delivering a finishing blow that the fierce rabbit couldn't recover from. It collapsed onto the ground, breathless and dead. A glowing red gemstone appeared on the floor. A small stone hand gently picked up the red jewel, and then its legs blurred as it sprinted forward. Holding the red gem with eyes sparkling, the little creature spoke. Sano gently patted the little guy's head, comforting him with a soft touch. You're asking if you can eat that stone? Go for it, kid." Hearing that, the little guy happily stuffed the stone into his mouth and started crunching away. Sano watched from the side with a mischievous smirk. "Well, I've already copied it anyway." In his hand, another identical red gemstone appeared. He muttered to himself, "Who would have thought the core of a mutated golem would have an ability like this?" The system explained the mutated golem's function. It could create a golem by pouring mana into the core. Skill 1. Create a level 1 golem that looks exactly like whatever the user imagines. Skill 2. It can create level 1. Mutated golem armor. Skill 3. Allows the user to share vision and hearing with the created golem. The higher the level, the further the user can control the golem from a distance. Sano flashed a wicked grin. At first, he was disappointed when he realized there were no skills he could steal using copy-paste, but this item turned out to be incredible. If one core can create a golem, what happens if I copy and paste it? I can easily build an entire golem army now. This is freaking awesome. The little stone kid just stared at Sano with a confused expression. With a wide, toothy grin, Sano kept muttering to himself. "This means from now on, I can clear dungeons all by myself without needing a party." The little guy had no clue what was going on. The system display showed that the Snow Mountain Golem could reach level 10, change its shape at will, and share its senses with its master. Sano continued, "And it's only level 1 right now. I wonder how massive it'll be by the time it hits level 10. If it gets too big, that might actually be a problem." Suddenly, a noise cut through his thoughts. Sano flinched and quickly scanned his surroundings. The little golem charged forward like a bolt of lightning, leaving Sano behind to get ready. It landed a painful blow right on Satoru's head. He could only cry out, "Ow, what the heck?" Recognizing the face, Sano called out, "Satoru." Satoru's eyes welled up with tears. As soon as he heard his name, he bolted towards Sano. "Ah!" He threw his arms around Sano, unable to stop the tears from flowing. "Senior Haruto. I seriously thought I was a goner." The two of them started running down the path, talking as they went. "Damn it, those Blood Tower bastards already found the hidden dungeon? Actually, I guess this might be a good thing after all." They moved quickly, neither of them planning to stop the conversation. Sano took the blame, saying, "I'm sorry, I didn't think they'd be able to spot you so easily. I thought that was a top-tier stealth skill, so I let my guard down." Satoru shook his head and replied, "No, it's okay. I was in a different spot, so I was fine. But the person they actually spotted, I'm pretty sure it was a hunter from the Future Guild." Satoru had been hiding by the bridge when he saw Takumi slash at a complete stranger. Hearing this, Sano began to think to himself, "I thought Guildmaster Shirasaki didn't bother making a proper plan, but it turns out his intentions perfectly align with mine. In any case, we definitely can't let our guard down around the Blood Tower Guild." Satoru's next words caught Sano completely off guard. "By the way, there was a girl with them." Sano turned to him, surprised. "Wait, what? A girl?" Satoru nodded grimly. "Yeah. It looked like she was channeling mana into some bottles to do something, and then the dungeon reset itself." Satoru gripped his sword, too terrified to move an inch. "I thought about trying to stop her, but you told me not to do anything reckless. To be honest, I was just way too scared. I'm sorry." Sano gently patted his head to comfort him. "It's okay. You did a great job." Satoru suddenly remembered something and added, "Oh, right. That girl looked really familiar. I swear I've seen her somewhere before." As they spoke, Satoru glanced around and asked, Anyway, is it really okay for that thing to keep following us like this?" The little golem was focused on chasing the two of them. Sano replied casually, "Don't worry about it. He's my new sidekick." Satoru looked at it, his eyes shining with admiration. "Whoa, a golem is your minion? Does that mean you can control their whole family now? Senior Haruto, you're freaking amazing." In an instant, they reached the bridge leading to the dungeon. Satoru whispered, "The hidden dungeon is just on the other side of that bridge. But their people are hiding and guarding the whole area. If we make even a tiny sound, we're going to get busted immediately." Sano spoke up, assigning Satoru a crucial task. "Satoru, I need you to go and bring Hunter Nanas and Guildmaster Shirasaki here." Hearing that, Satoru was taken aback. "Huh? But that means you'll be all by yourself here, Senior. And you know the enemy is holding the great longsword, right?" Sano reached out and patted the small golem lying next to him to calm it down. "Don't worry about me. I have a way to track their every move from right here." Satoru reluctantly nodded. "Got it, if you say so, Senior Haruto." Sano pulled a red gem out of his hand and handed it to him. "Take this too." Satoru's eyes widened. "Is this a mutant golem core?" He jumped up in excitement, startling the little golem. "Is it from this golem?" Sano looked at him and explained, "From now on, it's your subordinate. You like it a lot, don't you? Don't let its looks fool you. Its combat power is actually pretty high, so it'll be useful." Satoru held the gem in his hand. With tears welling up in his eyes, he said, "Senior Haruto, are you really giving me something this precious?" Sano smirked. "I guess so. It's rare, sure, but I've got a whole bunch of them." After that, Satoru ran off with the little golem, making sure to say goodbye. "Thank you so much, Senior Haruto. I promise I'll bring my sister and the others back as fast as I can." Sano watched him leave and thought to himself, "He's a member of a major guild, but he's pretty naive, isn't he? It's probably because Hunter Nanas carries most of the weight for him." He activated his spell. Now, it's time to create a new subordinate. The system displayed the mutant golem core. The core was being used to forge a new golem. Sano used his magic to create it, thinking to himself, "If it can create a golem based on my imagination, then I'll give it some mana." The beast slowly began to take shape. It was forged from Sano's magic. The system announced, "Mutant Golem Core Level, 3 skill unlocked." Reconnaissance link. The system could scout using the created golem. Deep within his eyes, he could see a new monster forming. Wow, this thing is absolutely insane. Meanwhile, at the dungeon entrance, Takumi and Sarah were preparing to cast a spell. Sano saw everything and was completely stunned. He clearly saw the girl Satoru had mentioned. That girl was casting a strange spell using a sword. Witnessing it all, Sano wondered, what is she doing with the Kalizia Great Longsword? Suddenly, all the mana storage boxes burst open. The energy surged, and a blue light began to radiate from Sarah. As she performed the magic, she shouted the skill name, Ctrl+Z, restore the durability of the Kalizia Great Longsword to its original state. The system displayed the sword's data. Then, the system showed the sword's durability steadily climbing over time. She followed up with another move, Ctrl+Z. The durability of the Kalizia Great Longsword had returned to its original state. Sarah collapsed to the ground, barely catching herself in time. She gasped for air on the ground. Before her stood the sword, now pulsing with power. Takumi praised her. Well done. He pulled the sword from the ground with a twisted smile. The blade was now in the hands of a monster like him. All right, now durability won't be an issue. Watching everything from afar, Sano was horrified. Upon realizing the truth, he muttered, "Are you kidding me? The durability of the Kalesia Great Longsword has been fully restored. Can a skill like this even exist?" He looked closely at Sarah, kneeling on the ground, and noticed something unusual. Wait, no way. If that's true, then that girl, she's just like me. The owner of the 100th gift curse. A bright red glow lit up the interface as the system announced, Control plus Z. Durability has returned to its original state. Durability has reached 100%. Sano Haruto has gained an additional 94%. He was still reeling from the shock. His mind was racing like a blizzard of doubt and amazement. I can't believe it. He never imagined someone else would be suffering from the same curse as him. Haruto's gaze fell on Sarah Arita. She was still gasping for breath as he evaluated her in his mind. Considering the sword's durability was reset, does that mean she has the power to return anything to its original state? If so, I have to copy that skill. As the blizzard grew even more intense, he wondered, can I actually copy other people's skills? Setting his resolve, he braced his hands to stand up, his eyes gleaming. I need to find out for sure. If I can't do it, then forget it. Looking at Sarah, Haruto made a decision. I have to make that girl my ally. Not far away, the blue-eyed man had almost fully recovered. He stood tall, gripping the glowing red sword. He said triumphantly, "Finally, it's time for me to destroy the seal on this hidden dungeon." He raised the sword high. He aimed for the chains wrapping around the thick protective layer. The sword pierced the barrier, emitting a brilliant red light. The light was so intense that Sarah Arita had to shield her eyes. A thought flashed through her mind. That's the barrier to the hidden dungeon. He decisively plunged the sword into the heart of the formation. It had been created 15 years ago by the great archmage hunter, Nishihara. That's exactly why we need this sword to break the seal. Sarah was still lost, and she demanded loudly, "What on earth do you mean by that?" A sinister grin spread across his face as he began to explain. The original owner of this blade was none other than Nishihara's husband, Frederick Hill. He's been missing in this dungeon for 15 years. Hunter Nishihara set up a barrier that can only be broken by her husband's sword, so that no one else could ever find their way in. Hearing these revelations, Haruto was absolutely stunned. He muttered to himself, the pieces finally falling into place in his mind. Are you serious? The owner of the Dragon Longsword is the world's top-ranked hunter, the swordmaster Frederick Hill. His wife is the archmage Tomoka Nishihara, and their daughter is Lady Arisu. So that's why she was so obsessed with that sword. The man shouted in triumph, "All right, time to break this seal." He slammed the sword deep into the magic circle and let out a roar, the sheer force making the ground tremble violently. The Dragon Longsword, Kalesia, unleashed its power. A blinding light spread out, surrounding everyone there. The radiance was intense, but they all stared in awe as the transformation began. Sarah quickly conjured a protective wall to shield herself from the flying debris. Rocks rained upward into the sky, like a reverse storm. Haruto shielded his eyes, worrying to himself, "Damn it, my level 1 golem can't handle this kind of pressure." If the Dragon Longsword Kalesia hadn't been fully restored, it wouldn't be giving off this much sheer power. The chains rattled and finally shattered as the protective barrier faded away. In its place, a hidden cave entrance slowly began to reveal itself. Letting out a sigh of relief, he hoisted the sword onto his shoulder with a smug look. Ha! Who would have thought the entrance to the hidden dungeon was just a spatial projection? She must have been devastated. He scoffed mockingly. Well, I don't give a damn. After 15 years, the hidden dungeon of the Golem Snow Mountain has finally returned. One by one, they filed inside as he barked orders. It's time to hunt for the heart of the giant golem. Haruto stood there in silence, hesitating. What should I do? Should I follow them? He gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it, Satoru. How much longer are you going to keep me waiting? Meanwhile, in southern Italy, at an S-ranked dungeon, corpses lay scattered everywhere, and none of them were intact. The air reeked of blood. The only man left standing looked down coldly. Your target was me, wasn't it? A dying man wheezed. Just kill me already. Why did you have to slaughter everyone else? The man waved it off dismissively. If I did that, I'd be a murderer. But if the whole team is wiped out, people will just think it was a tragic dungeon accident. Before the words were even finished, the man was instantly crushed into a pool of blood. A system notification popped up. Control+A. As soon as the skill user died, the ability was transferred to the next capable user. Mikhail grabbed his throat, letting out a pained roar. An hourglass mark on his neck slowly faded away, while a blue aura began to flow through his hands. Mikhail reached out and tapped a screen, hitting Control+A to select all the motionless bodies on the floor. Then, he hit Control+X to cut all the selected targets. In an instant, every corpse vanished. Hearing the sound of clapping, he spun around, startled. Mel walked over with a relaxed air, looking impressed. It looks like your Control+A skill has really improved, hasn't it? The scale is way bigger than just erasing targets one by one. Mikhail clenched his fist. The annoying part is having to take a life for the finishing curse to take effect. But what pisses me off the most is that no matter how many times I use it, there's zero progress. It's driving me insane. Mel shrugged and stepped closer. Didn't I tell you before? The skill won't change until you reach the main target. The only skill that can be owned and upgraded without killing enemies, he emphasized with a devious look in his Control+C. Mikhail spat out the words through gritted teeth. We've been hunting that guy for 10 years and haven't found a single trace of him. Does Control+C even exist? Mel's voice was calm, but it held a strange certainty. It's a bit different, but it definitely exists in our dimension. I'm sure someone in this world holds it too. And Control+F is used to find those with control skills, right? Mikhail slowly lowered his head and pulled his hood down, shadows masking half his face. Speaking of which, what about Control+Z? He answered quickly. Based on the intel we've gathered, the Blood Tower Guild has reported that the barrier set by Hunter Nishihara has been broken. Control+Z is important, but make sure you secure that giant golem's heart. He didn't forget to remind Mikhail that the item would allow those with cursed skills to maximize their true power. Got it, he replied. Now, let's head back to Haruto's group. The group was making their way down the newly opened path, led by Masato. He was grumbling, "What the hell? We rushed all the way here just to see a bunch of ice and snow? There aren't even any signs of a fight. We're not in the wrong place, are we?" Haruto tried to stay calm. They couldn't have been inside for long, he figured, and there wasn't a single monster in sight. Since there's only one way through, we'll catch up to them soon. Nanase glanced over. Arisu, do you have any idea where they got all this information? She remained silent for a moment, lost in thought, before speaking up. This is just a theory based on my own personal investigation, but they might be backed by Starfield, Nanas blurted out, her voice loud enough to make Haruto and Ares snap their heads around. Starfield? She asked, her face full of doubt. The #1 international guild in the world? Why would they team up with the Blood Tower? Ares voiced her own suspicion. I think the reason might be my mother. Haruto couldn't hide his shock at hearing this. It was all starting to click for him. Starfield. So that's how the Blood Tower got all their intel. The Rainbow Bridge dungeon, the Thundergrade longsword, and even the Snow Mountain golem. They had planned everything. Does that mean he was their target all along? He quickly shook off the idea. Maybe not. But if it's true, he turned to look at Ares. Just then, their eyes met, and he realized the truth. Their goal wasn't the key from the mutated golem's core, it was Ares herself. Masato seemed to catch on as well. He picked up the pace, shouting, "Hurry up! It'll be faster if we just grab one of those Blood Tower goons and beat the truth out of him," he thought to himself. I get it now. If Starfield is backing them, then it makes sense why that guy can use shadow extraction. The only thing left to do, Masato growled, is to catch him and hear it from his own mouth. He suddenly bolted forward, forcing the rest of the group to scramble after him. Satoru was sprinting as fast as his legs could carry him, dragging a rock monster from out of nowhere, and yelling, "Hey, wait for me!" Masato slowed down just enough to pull alongside him. "I've been meaning to ask, what exactly is that thing you're dragging along?" Satoru grinned. "It's a subordinate Haruto gave me." Masato looked at him like he had two heads. "Wait," he sighed. "He actually turned a monster from the Snow Mountain Golem dungeon into a servant? Just who is that guy anyway?" he muttered. Nanas turned to Haruto. "Why would you give Satoru such a valuable item?" Caught off guard by the question, he gave an awkward laugh. "Huh? Well, it's rare, so I figured I'd hand it over. Besides, he needs a bodyguard to stay safe." She smiled softly, but then a golden light flared up under Satoru's feet, making him stumble. A golden magic circle materialized around him and Masato. In an instant, Satoru, his little rock buddy, and Masato vanished into thin air. Stunned by their sudden disappearance, Haruto could only shout, "Satoru!" Nanas lunged forward, screaming his name. Everyone rushed toward the spot where Satoru and Masato had just been. Suddenly, the circle flared with blinding light once more. It felt like a massive hidden power had just been triggered. Boom! Nanas and Haruto kept shouting, desperately searching for Satoru and guild leader Shirasaki. In a flash, Haruto's group was teleported to a dense, overgrown forest. Haruto looked around, confused. What the hell just happened? We were right behind them, and now they're just gone? Suddenly, Haruto sensed a chilling presence nearby. He glanced up and saw a massive dragon soaring toward them. It let out a blood-curdling screech. Whoosh! Shocked by its speed, he cursed under his breath. Damn it! Where did that thing come from? Before he could even react, Nanas was already charging forward. Without a second of hesitation, she delivered a devastating blow to the dragon. With one swing of her blade, she struck a vital point, sending the beast crashing down instantly. Its massive body slammed into the ground with a heavy thud. Haruto finally caught his breath, though he was still stunned. Why is there a dinosaur-looking monster in the Snow Mountain Golem dungeon? Ares knelt down to examine the fallen dragon. It feels like we're in a completely different world, she said quietly. She was certain of it, this was a multi-dimensional dungeon. Her words sent a wave of shock through the group. A multi-dimensional dungeon? Haruto asked, looking at the strange landscape. What does that even mean? Nanas couldn't believe it. That's impossible. I heard every single multi-dimensional dungeon was cleared out during the Great Catastrophe 15 years ago. Ares answered calmly. Yes, my mother sealed all of them, but for some reason, it looks like they're opening back up. Her voice turned even more serious. The hidden dungeon in the Snow Mountain Golem area was one of those sealed gates. The magic circles placed inside these dungeons are what allow them to connect to countless other dimensions. An image appeared of a dragon soaring over a desolate city of crumbling skyscrapers. Ares continued. When the circle is activated, a teleportation gate to another world opens. There's a good chance we've been sent to an extremely dangerous dungeon. It finally clicked for Nanas. So that's why Hunter Nishihara set up a protective barrier around this place. My mother also had a theory, Ares added. She believed the Great Catastrophe years ago was actually the rampage of a multi-dimensional dungeon. Haruto's heart sank. If that's true, where did Satoru and guild leader Shirasaki go? She replied. They've likely been transported to a different dimension entirely. She looked down, her voice dropping. But if we clear this dungeon, we'll be able to reach the heart of the giant golem. I guess every cloud has a silver lining, Haruto said, gripping his sword tight. In that case, let's move fast. As soon as the words left his mouth, a pack of ferocious dinosaurs appeared, growling and lunging toward the group. Grr, he spoke up again. Looks like this won't be a walk in the park. In the distance, the city was engulfed in flames, with crumbling buildings looking like they could collapse at any moment. Giant snow mountain goblins were relentlessly attacking civilians, sending everyone running for their lives in a panic. Suddenly, a bald man charged forward from behind, delivering a powerful strike to the back of one of the goblins. He had already sliced the monster in half once, but in the blink of an eye, the creature completely regenerated its body. The swordsman roared in frustration. Damn it, there is no way we can smash the core like this. He scanned the battlefield, desperate for a solution. We need AoE support from the mages over here. The mage, who was already struggling in his own fight, turned around with a look of pure irritation. I cannot do it right now. We cannot absorb mana out here as easily as we do inside a dungeon. I am too busy just trying to stay alive myself. You think I have a spare hand to help you? The swordsman swung his blade, shattering one of the golem's arms. Crap, where did that mana battery guy disappear to when we actually need him? A bald man swung his club, crushing another creature, before letting out a heavy sigh. I never thought the day would come when we would actually miss that useless piece of trash. Caught up in the heat of battle, none of them noticed a massive snow golem looming over them, preparing to crush them into the dirt. The mage screamed, "Hey, look out behind you!" Just as everyone thought they were dead meat, a brilliant beam of golden sword light tore through the air. A man landed gracefully on the ground. The mage quickly gasped out his gratitude. "Thank you so much." But as he got a closer look, he suddenly froze. His face twisted in surprise. "Wait, are you a foreigner?" The man turned around, dressed in a sharp, perfectly tailored suit. With blue eyes and long hair partially covering his face, he spoke calmly. "I am just here on business, but I could not just stand by and watch you all get slaughtered." The bald man stepped forward, saying, "We were definitely in a tight spot. Thank you for stepping in to help us out." The mage could not stop praising him. "Your Japanese is incredible, and man, you look sharp in that suit," he then asked curiously. "By the way, what was that mana battery thing you guys were talking about earlier? You have piqued my interest." The bald man recalled his earlier words and laughed. "Oh, it is nothing special, really. He is just a low-rank hunter. He can fight a little, but his only real skill is infinite mana regeneration. His only role is to serve as a walking mana battery for the rest of us." Seeing the bald man about to leave, the stranger quickly asked, "Where can I go to find this guy?" The man replied while walking away, "I used to run into him all the time, but it has been a while since I last saw him. I have no idea where he is now. It just popped into my head, so I said it out loud." The foreign man did not push further, but he thought to himself, "An infinite mana regeneration skill? I have never heard of such a thing before. Could it be that he is actually the one?" A voice suddenly rang out, catching his attention. "Well, it looks like we finally made it." He turned his head toward the source of the sound. Up above, Makoto and Gu were looking down at the chaos. He recognized them immediately as Guild Leader Takechi and Guild Leader Shota. "It looks like I am about to see something very interesting." In the city below, the snow golems were still rampaging without mercy. But from their high vantage point, the two men calmly assessed the situation. A great golem? There is no doubt about it. The mountain snow golem has definitely escaped its dungeon. Makoto turned slightly and spoke to Gu. "They look like the perfect opponents for you, do they not, Guild Leader Takechi?" Gu grit his teeth. "That damn dungeon maniac Shirasaki. What the hell is he doing inside that dungeon right now?" With that, he plummeted toward the snow golems below. "Go tell the chairman that my reward better be something from the S-rank equipment vault." A system notification flared. Stone armor. A suit of thick rock instantly encased Gu's entire body as he slammed into the ground. Entering his giant state, he stared down a massive snow golem charging right at him. Gu let out a primal roar. "You might be made of stone too, but our levels are worlds apart, you monster." With a single, devastating punch, he shattered the golem into a million pieces. Back in the city, a sharp gust of wind blew through. Makoto waved his hand, and small, glowing crystals manifested from his fingertips. With a gentle flick of his wrist, the crystals began to orbit him, shrouded in a brilliant light. This light then shot out, streaking through the city streets. Seeing this, Gu scoffed with disdain. "Oomph. Is that old man planning to hog all the fun for himself? It looks like his support only goes so far." An even larger snow golem lunged at Gu, letting out a low, vibrating growl. This one was twice the size of the others, and it threw a massive fist straight at Gu's face. Without a hint of panic, Gu thrust his own fist forward to meet it. "If it wants a contest of pure strength, I am definitely going to win." The system screen flashed. Augmentation. Gu's fist collided with the giant snow golem's hand with explosive force. The monster's arm began to crack and crumble, stone fragments flying everywhere. From within the debris, a glowing red sphere fell out, and Gu snatched it up with a smug grin. "I am not letting that old man have the last laugh this time." With a surge of strength, he crushed the core in his hand. The system notification pinged once more. "The boss monster has been defeated. Dungeon purification complete." Nearby, Makoto let out a soft sigh and smiled. In front of him, Gu had returned to his human form, surrounded by cheering hunters. Close by, a system screen displayed some data. Control F. Target is not the owner of the control skill. Takijigo is a negative match. The foreign man closed the screen. The top hunters of Japan cleared a dungeon break in a mere 10 minutes. Even though he is not the control user, I still managed to gather some good intel. Closing his notebook, a thought suddenly struck him. Come to think of it, Control Z should still be inside the dungeon. Right? I highly doubt she would lose her life in a place like that. Deep inside the dungeon, Sarah was gasping for air, clutching a severe wound. She coughed up blood as it poured from the gash on her right side, a massive hole in the ground. Rewinding time 20 minutes, a horde of vampires crawls out from the thick blue smoke. They look no different from the mindless zombies you'd see wandering the streets. Man plans, but fate laughs, as their numbers keep growing until the cave is packed tight. What on earth are Takumi and his group about to face? A swarm of vampires? Once this guy draws his sword, there is no putting it back. You can hear the pure confidence in his voice. From this point on, we're flying blind, with zero info, so we're basically betting it all on luck. But Takumi welcomes them with a single, lethal slash. His arrogant attitude hasn't faded one bit. To him, this dungeon looks like a walk in the park. His power is like a hurricane. With just one swing, half the vampires are vaporized. Their hideous faces contort as they scream in absolute agony. He calmly sends them to their final resting place. Now, vampire body parts are just flying through the air in every direction. It's their own fault for picking a fight with the wrong guy. Now, their bodies are nothing more than piles of dust. A system notification reaches him as he stands there with Sarah and the subordinates. The dungeon has been cleared, and they're being teleported to the boss's location, the heart of a giant golem. Even more surprising, a gate covered in ancient runes rises from deep underground. The light radiating from beneath it is blinding. The subordinates are overjoyed after all the hell they've been through since this journey began. Finally, we've reached the hidden boss of the dungeon. With the key in hand, our luck is bound to change. Time to see what this key is really worth. He rests his sword on his shoulder, slides the key into the small lock on the gate, and turns it clockwise. As the doors creak open, Takumi leads the group inside, his eyes sharp and wary of his surroundings. The subordinates seem to be taking this eerie atmosphere way too lightly. What's the deal? It's just a room full of stone statues. They're acting like they're just taking a stroll. One subordinate doesn't even notice his sword scraping loudly against the wall. Maybe we're too early and the boss hasn't spawned yet? She's panting heavily, questioning her own sanity, but too afraid to speak up. What is this guy babbling about? Ever since we stepped inside, I've felt this indescribable pressure crushing my entire body. Sarah looks at him standing there frozen for a moment, but she doesn't think much of it. Don't the others feel this? Maybe they're used to it since they're hunters? Having a subordinate this relaxed. I don't know if it's a blessing or a disaster waiting to happen. That has to be it. In that case, we just need to beat the monster and grab the loot. But terrifying doesn't even begin to describe what's happening right now. A massive stone hand slams into the ground, shattering the floor into pieces. Beneath that hand lies a mangled body, curled up and lifeless. It's like the statue's activation sequence just kicked in. Even from underground, its feet move with total dominance. It just crushed him like a tiny mosquito. Another subordinate spots the carnage from a distance. He's worried, but not enough to panic yet. Holy crap. Is that statue actually the boss? Wait, does that mean the other statues are the same? At this point, you'd better be ready to fight or ready to die. The stone statues move a bit clunky, but they're all armed with swords, taking earth-shaking steps toward the group. Sarah is trembling violently, desperately covering her mouth to keep from screaming, but her tears tell the whole story. He sees all this and stays strangely calm. One disaster hits after another, and in a split second, another subordinate is toast. Just like the first one, blood spatters everywhere as the subordinate lets out a final cry. Takumi gives Sarah a cold look, judging her in his head. What the hell are you doing? You've seen people bite the dust right in front of you how many times now? Without giving her a second to breathe, he barks out orders like a ruthless boss. Sarah snaps back to reality. He's still breathing. Hurry up and heal him. Her tears seem to freeze in place. She jumps in shock, totally dazed. Right, she starts running as fast as she can to check on the closest subordinate. Her face is as tense as a guitar string. She quickly rips open the subordinate's backpack to check it, and she's stunned by the flask radiating intense mana. Sarah is absolutely floored, frozen for 5 seconds by a sight she's never seen before. Huh? The mana flask is empty. There's no way it could have run dry that fast. She makes a grim prediction that nobody wants to hear. Is the mana leaking out? Are you kidding me? Even a high-tier mage shouldn't be able to break the seal on this mana flask. After frantically looking around and scanning the area, she's finally certain. What is going on? All the mana is flowing in one direction. Where is it all going? Before this danger even passes, another wave of chaos hits. The stone statues are relentlessly attacking the subordinates. They haven't been wiped out yet, but they can barely even stand on their own 2 feet. Takumi acts like everyone has the same cheat codes he does, demanding they get up and fight. Stop being cowards and strike back. No matter how big it is, it's just a golem. One swing of his sword carries massive destructive power, blasting the stone right off the golem's torso. Right in the heat of battle, he sees a subordinate collapse on the ground, so he immediately comes up with a plan to. They manage to react to the high-level monster just in time by pulling out some mines. Who would have thought this subordinate was actually that sharp? I already tried earlier, but neither my stealth skill nor the mines would activate. Looks like we're really backed into a corner this time. As darkness begins to fall, the subordinates realize something is seriously wrong. There's absolutely no time to react when that stone statue is swatting them down like flies. He leaps back just before a massive strike slams into the ground. Damn it, what else could possibly be popping up to grab Takumi's attention now? What he sees next leaves him completely speechless. That stone statue obviously doesn't have a shred of mercy, it just reaches out and picks up one of his men to inspect him like a toy. And that's when blood starts spraying everywhere. Their strength hasn't even leveled up yet, and they're already losing men left and right. Takumi is frozen stiff, watching his subordinates drop one after another. He grits his teeth, his face twisting in pure frustration. He's dying to just blow them all away, especially since they're taunting him like a pack of annoying vampires. If everyone ends up dead, he is not the type to let anyone off easy. The way these guys are working is driving me insane. Even facing a giant stone statue, he could not stop spitting insults at them. Listen up, you damn piles of rubble. Being that big just makes you an easier target. Takumi quickly regained his composure, swinging his sword with such force that the statue cracked and the surrounding rocks shattered in midair. The CIA Long Dragon Sword activated its power. Unfortunately for him, a red system notification popped up. The user does not have enough mana to release the sword energy. The CIA Long Dragon Sword? Takumi was absolutely livid. I am already over level 300. How can I possibly be out of mana? The statue kept using the same old fly swatter move over and over. Even with a sword in hand, he could not help but panic. Damn it! Things were getting more chaotic by the second. The statue smashed its bare hands down, sending debris flying for miles. Meanwhile, Sarah found a set of stairs guided by mana. She did not know where they led, but finally, all her hard work was about to pay off. In front of her was a rectangular block. There it is. All the mana is gathering right here. Even with gloves on, the way Sarah tried to open it looked incredibly dangerous. What exactly is this thing? As she touched it, the mana was slowly absorbed and vanished, and the box turned white. For a moment, she completely forgot why she had even come here. Sarah was stunned by what was inside the glass box. No way. This is the heart of the giant golem. But why is it not regenerating? Why is it absorbing mana? Suddenly, the heart that seemed frozen solid began to beat again, as if it had just been brought back to life. One look at her face was enough to see how terrified she was. This is bad. It was time for another endless run for her life. Sarah bolted out of there like a bullet. Yet, even without a body, the golem heart shot forward, staying perfectly level with the ground. It was trying to protect itself from anyone with bad intentions. Unfortunately for her, the attack zoomed past her like a guided missile. You cannot dodge what you cannot see behind you. Sarah was completely drained, letting her body tumble down the stone steps. She collapsed on the ground, not even daring to cry for help. She suffered in silence, knowing full well that he could not take on that statue alone. And as if she were not lonely enough in this god-forsaken place, a stone statue quickly stepped up to keep her company. It was like the statue had been bored for ages and finally found a way to stretch its limbs. It raised its sword high, ready to carry out its deadly plan. It swung down decisively, intending to send her straight to the afterlife. In just a split second, she would be nothing but dust. But if it ended like that, where is the drama? Out of nowhere, a rock came flying and landed right in front of Sarah. He actually used his sword and every last bit of his strength to hold back the statue's crushing hand. Takumi gritted his teeth so hard, they started to bleed. Sweat poured down his face like he had been forced into a sauna. Thanks to the system's help, he was now holding a high-grade healing potion. The Hunter Association potion, when used, it restores 80% of the user's HP and mana, while boosting damage resistance. In an emergency, it can be applied to an injured area to stabilize the condition. Since when did this guy become so thoughtful? Without a moment's hesitation, he used the potion to treat Sarah. You would think this was a touching romance scene, but honestly, it was more like a total disaster. Takumi tossed her over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. According to the system notification, the heart of the giant golem had finally awakened. The boss battle was officially beginning. He was already panicking, and this news just added fuel to the fire. What? It is that thing? Great. Another disaster right at this moment. He started to freak out. Damn it, the door is closing. Everything around Takumi screamed bad news as black smoke began to drift from the ground. He had to use Shadow Step to get out of there immediately. It is always like this, you never have what you need when you need it. He was absolutely furious with the system. User does not have enough mana to perform Shadow Step. Am I addicted to this or something? Where the hell is all my mana going? Waiting around was not an option. He risked everything, carrying her on his shoulder and sprinting forward as fast as he could. He pushed himself to the absolute limit, aiming for the hidden dungeon gate. It seemed like they were only a few steps away from safety. He gritted his teeth, enduring the agonizing pain. At a time like this, there was no point in filtering his language. Son of a, the door is closing. At this rate, we are both going to be trapped. Takumi's endurance was definitely no joke though. Even with an injured left arm, he managed to lift Sarah up just by grabbing her backpack strap. It was just like a scene straight out of a movie. He had enough strength left to hurl her through the closing door. He clearly did not have a romantic bone in his body. Sarah was still hurt, and the medicine had not even kicked in yet. Luckily, she managed to catch herself just in time. At this point, there was no way he could stop her tears from falling. Why is this happening? Takumi actually had a huge grin on his face, relying on the power she possessed. As long as she stayed alive, she could reset everything back to the way it was, right? Then, the inevitable happened. There was only a tiny crack left to see him through, before the door finally shut for good. She did not even have the energy to explain herself. Are you an idiot? I am not a hunter. I cannot even absorb mana. How could I possibly reset everything? A flood of thoughts raced through her mind. This was never supposed to end like this. I shouldn't have come here. If I lose my life in this place, what will happen to my mom and dad? Suddenly, a blinding light appeared from the sky, freezing Haruto in his tracks. The warmth from the light seemed to soak into his body, washing away the coldness and anxiety in his heart. He gently touched the light, and a realization flashed through his mind. This warmth. This is mana. He stared wide-eyed in confusion, wondering who it could be. After a moment, he finally spoke up to check on her, asking, "Are you okay?" As soon as the words left his mouth, a flood of questions raced through his head while looking at the person in front of him. Is this the person who shared their mana with the hunter Nanas? Haruto stepped closer to the girl. Her body was covered in blood, and she had already passed out. He gently touched her and thought to himself, my entire body is being filled with mana. If I could just have this much mana. Suddenly, he froze, staring intensely at the girl. After a long silence, he finally spoke. If you have enough mana, you can reset your own body, right? Even though the girl couldn't move her body, she could still hear his words. She was incredibly shocked, thinking to herself, how does he know about my skill? A group of men holding swords and blades stood before the door. Masato shouted in a rage, are you freaking kidding me right now? We chased them all this way, only to find out we can't even open the damn door. Ares moved closer to the door, then turned back to answer Masato. As long as there's a hunter fighting inside, no one from the outside can force their way in. We could use a key to force it open. However, I'm sure no one has forgotten that there is only one single key. Masato's face darkened as he cursed, damn this life. If I had known, we would have finished off that revived mutated golem before coming here. Suddenly, he paused for a moment, looking toward the girl, and continued, speaking of which, who is this little brat? A voice replied, she seems to be a high-level healer from the ancient Blood Tower Guild. She was heavily injured, but thanks to Hunter Sano's mana, she has fully recovered. We'll need to investigate further when we get back. I've already restrained her using some hunter gear. Masato spoke up, saying, that's only if we actually make it out of here alive. If we don't clear the dungeon, we'll be trapped in here forever, won't we? Ares replied with a worried look. That's highly likely. Masato rubbed his head and continued, so this is why so many people have gone missing in this dungeon. His words made Haruto's face fall. He thought to himself, what should I do now? Should I show them the key I created with my skill? Inventory open. As soon as he called out the command, the item box appeared. He held the key in his hand with a hesitant look, thinking, I guess I could just say I found it somewhere? Ares touched the door, and the thought flashed through her mind that this was the door her mother had sealed. I'm certain there's something here. As soon as she touched it, a powerful light surged out, creating a space entirely filled with blue. The patterns on the door are so strange. The 4 people present were all stunned by the sight. Nanas turned to Ares in surprise and asked, how did you open the door? Your cloak is glowing with the same light patterns as the door. Hearing the question, Ares replied, this cloak originally belonged to my mother. Perhaps it was made with the intention of resonating with this door. Haruto finally began to suspect the truth. So, Ares really is the key to this hidden dungeon. I'll have to carefully investigate this multi-dimensional dungeon later. A wave of power surged from inside, forcing him to raise his hand to block it. He grimaced and said, seriously, it's acting like an auto. From below, The small golem called out, "What's with the intense pressure in this room?" Nana spoke up, signaling a warning. "Everyone, get into defensive positions. There's something inside draining our mana." At that moment, Haruto turned to the girl beside him and asked, "Sarah, is that the thing you were talking about earlier?" Sarah softly replied, "Yeah." The heart of the giant golem absorbs mana from everything around it and uses it to regenerate its own mana. Haruto was stunned by her words. He thought worriedly, "It absorbs mana? If that's the case, what should my next move be?" Sarah ran over and shook Haruto, who was standing still. She urged him frantically, "We have to get out of here right now. No matter how high level a hunter is, without mana, they'll be." But Haruto calmly looked behind her and said, "Look, there's a swarm of large, aggressive creatures approaching from the distance." Haruto grabbed his sword to defend himself and asked in surprise, "Whoa, what on earth are these giant freaks?" Nana stood behind him with her sword drawn and shouted, "Hunter Sano, I need some mana." Haruto replied, "You got it." He activated his technique, and after seeing it succeed, he thought to himself, "All right, it worked." With that thought, he glared heroically at the horde of giant creatures and shouted, "Let me show you the true power of a human mana battery." System Control C is copying the user's mana. Next, Control V is pasting the copied mana. The system kept pasting a massive amount of mana until Control plus V reached its absolute limit and stopped. An incredible amount of mana erupted from his body, filling the entire room. Witnessing this, Sarah was completely stunned and screamed out, "What is this?" The entire dungeon was flooded with mana, even while it was being rapidly absorbed. Sarah's eyes widened in shock as a sudden thought flashed through her mind. This man, Hunter Sano, if I combine my skills with his, it might be possible. I might finally be able to bring my parents back. Usually, Nanas would charge in screaming, "We've got mana to burn, so this is more than enough to crush those stone statues." She brings her blade down, and her strikes are so sharp the statues shatter into pieces. Masato is also feeling pretty cocky now that his mana is fully charged. He shouts out, "As long as we have mana, you're nothing but useless piles of rock. Divine Bolt, strike them down." The scene is pure chaos. Heavy strikes slam into the ground, sending stone fragments flying everywhere. Seeing them get totaled, Masato continues bragging, "Oh, so there's a whole crowd of you? Perfect. I've been so frustrated in this dungeon I was about to go crazy. Now I can take it all out on you, oversized pebbles." Blinding light fills the area when suddenly, a panicked voice rings out, "Ah, here he is." Sarah's face is drenched in sweat from worry. She looks at the man slumped on the ground and lets out a sigh of relief, thinking, he's still breathing. The man's body is completely paralyzed, and blood is staining the floor a deep red. She hesitates, thinking about using her skill, the Kalesia Dragon Longsword. Haruto suddenly stops right by the man, a tense expression on his face as he looks down at him. He retrieves a weapon from the man's body and is secretly thrilled. "I finally got it back. I knew it. The durability has been reset. This girl definitely has a cursed skill. I'm going to copy it." He snaps his head back to look at Sarah standing behind him, thinking, "But first, I need to test this." Haruto glances back, then kneels and places his hand on the man's head. He's basically hitting Control plus C, copying the skill. Target skill, Shadow Shift. Suddenly, the system notifies him that copying is impossible, because the target's level is higher than the user's. This confirms his suspicions. My hunch was right. Even with the level boost from the Dragon Longsword, I'm still underleveled. The system continues. The target holds intense hostility toward you. In this situation, you have two options to acquire the skill. Option 1, eliminate the target and absorb the skill. Option 2, forceful absorption, which can only be performed when the target's HP is below 15%. This second option will prevent the target from ever using the skill again. Haruto is stunned as questions race through his mind. What? If the target sees me as an enemy, I can just kill them to snatch the skill? If that's the case? No, wait. No matter how I look at it, his HP is already below 15%. That means I can absorb it right now without having to kill him. Forceful absorption, huh? I'm going to be using this a lot for defense in the future. Masato then walks over to Sarah. He asks her, "You're the healer, right? Go patch him up, but only just enough so he doesn't die." He continues, "We have a lot of questions for him, so it'll be a pain if he kicks the bucket." Sarah snaps her head around to look at Haruto. After a moment, she starts healing the man. His severed arm begins to grow back right before their eyes. Haruto is shocked by the sight. He grits his teeth and thinks, his missing arm grew back instantly. This skill is easily on par with my own body copying ability. The man coughs up blood, but after being treated, he suddenly starts grinning. Sarah is completely confused and leans down to ask him, "Hey, what are you laughing at?" He bluntly replies, "See, neither of the kids died." After hearing that, Sarah just turns and walks away. Nanas approaches and handcuffs him. She warns him with a stern face, "You'd better not try anything funny. The only reason you're alive is because of Guildmaster Shirasaki, not me." He keeps that smirk on his face and says, "If we make it out of here alive, that's what I should be doing." He laughs creepily. This dungeon has only just begun. As soon as he finishes speaking, a blinding light erupts from behind them. While Nanas is distracted by the light and lets her guard down, he slips away. She quickly draws her sword to defend herself. The blast of light, packed with terrifying power, obliterates the area. Masato runs toward them, covered in soot, screaming, "Sis!" The beam of light doesn't stop. It's now aiming for Satoru, who is running toward them. Haruto yells out and rushes forward to push Satoru out of the way. Satoru was only inches away from being hit by that light. Only then does he realize its presence. Suddenly, a tiny golem charges from a distance, letting out a screech. Rewind to 30 minutes ago, inside the multi-dimensional skeleton dungeon. Masato activates a massive bolt of divine thunder, striking the stone creatures directly. They're electrocuted, unable to move before shattering into dust. That single bolt causes a massive amount of mana stones to rain down on the ground. The little golem chirps and runs toward the fallen stones. Satoru is surprised by the golem's reaction and asks, "Huh? You want to eat the mana stones?" Hearing the noise behind him, Masato turns around and says, "You can have them all. Those pebbles aren't worth a dime anyway." Over here, the little golem sits cross-legged on the ground. It stuffs the mana stones into its mouth, crunching them loudly. The golem keeps making happy little noises. After devouring the stones, a level-up notification appears on its status board. The golem has reached level 2 at 25%, with a max level of 10. At level 2, the little golem gains new skills. The golem can now change its shape flexibly and can share its senses with the user. Brilliantly bright light starts glowing around the golem's body. It can change shape flexibly and share senses with the user. The light continues to radiate from the golem. Brilliant light surrounds the little golem as it begins to level up. Satoru's face lights up with pure joy as he rubs the little guy's head and cheers. "Oh, little buddy, you're actually evolving." The little golem lets out a happy cry, clearly thrilled about its upgrade. Suddenly, its head begins to shatter into stone fragments, clinging tightly to Satoru's arm. He panics, shouting, "Whoa! Hey, little buddy, what's happening?" Back to the present. Dust and debris fill the air, leaving a massive crater in the ground. A faint silhouette appears through the thick smoke. Nanas frowns, gritting her teeth in frustration. Satoru is now completely encased in the little golem's stones. The dust continues to swirl around them. Haruto watches in shock, his heart racing. That errand boy. He's actually fused with Satoru, he thinks to himself. How did it evolve so quickly? No matter how I look at it, this is exactly like Chairman Takeruchi's stone armor skill. Seeing the golem fuse with Satoru, Masato narrows his eyes and thinks, so, that's how a modified golem core levels up. I'll have to study that more closely once we get back. Right then, an immense force slams into Masato's outer barrier, tearing a massive hole right through the surface. The power is so intense it pierces his shield and even grazes Masato's shoulder. His expression darkens instantly. A voice screams from the other side. "Chairman Shirasaki, look out. These attacks are made of pure mana. It's Ares Hill. She is currently struggling with everything she has just to keep her own shield up." She shouts again. The mana density is too high and those light beams are razor sharp. Magic shields won't hold. Nanas lands hard on the ground and counters. Then the best way to stop them is to deflect them with physical force. Nanas's face is grim. She grips her weapon tightly and stands her ground, ready to charge forward. As the attack lunges toward her, she doesn't flinch. With eyes full of determination, she roars, "Strike!" She swings her weapon with incredible force, parrying the incoming blast. Seeing her success, Haruto realizes she was right. Since the mana is so concentrated, standard swords and shields can actually block the attacks. Haruto quickly turns his attention back to Satoru. Satoru looks frantic, asking the fused golem, "Little buddy, are you okay?" Seeing they are both fine confirms Haruto's theory. That's exactly why Satoru's familiar was able to tank the hit. But Haruto's expression shifts as he realizes the problem. But we can't just stay on the defensive, we'll never get anywhere like this. Looking at the relentless barrage of mana beams, Haruto calculates their odds. Since it has an infinite mana supply, that giant golem heart will never stop attacking. I have to get close enough to destroy it, or we're all dead. The mana beams continue to tear the ground apart, causing massive tremors. Behind a large boulder, Kurosaki and the girl, in red huddle in fear, trying to avoid the aftershocks. Haruto grows more anxious. He has to find a way. Then, an idea strikes him. He begins to gather his power. A dark aura swirled around his feet as he thinks of a plan. That's it, Shadow Shift! That guy from the Blood Tower Guild used this even while he was wrapped in Giant King spider silk. With that in mind, Haruto activates his own Giant King spider silk. Massive strands of webbing immediately coil around Haruto, completely enveloping his entire body. Once the skill is active, he grins to himself. Perfect. Now I can use my skills without anyone seeing. He instantly activates his skill mimicry for the spider silk while simultaneously casting Shadow Shift. In a flash, the Shadow Shift kicks in, leaving nothing behind but a pile of empty spider silk collapsing onto the ground. Watching from a distance, Morgan is stunned to see only the silk remaining. He gasps, he's gone. At that exact moment, a figure slowly materializes behind the giant golem heart, the source of the relentless mana attacks. Haruto's form becomes clear as he slams down next to the heart, kicking up a cloud of dust. Mana is still erupting everywhere, but Haruto puts all his terrifying strength into a single strike, smashing it against the heart. He yells, "Take this!" Kezia's resonance frequency should be enough to shatter this thing. Haruto grits his teeth, pouring every ounce of strength into the attack. But the heart suddenly surges with massive power, blasting Haruto backward, along with a spray of rock fragments. Haruto is sent flying, coughing up a mouthful of blood as he hits the ground. Damn it, this thing is charging up its mana for a massive blast. I shout at the top of my lungs, "Who do you think I am? Listen here, you mindless trash. Any mana you've sucked up was a gift from me, got it?" I roar in fury as I unleash waves of my own mana at it. Without missing a beat, Haruto triggers his paste command, calling forth the giant Spider King silk. The moment the command is issued, thick strands of the giant Spider King silk begin to spiral and manifest out of thin air. These silk threads instantly wrap around Haruto, creating a shield to block the mana waves crashing toward him. In the blink of an eye, the silk completely encases that surge of mana, forming a massive silken pillar right in front of Haruto. Watching this, Masato and Nanas are absolutely floored. Drenched in sweat, they think to themselves, he actually stopped a continuous barrage from the giant golem heart. Even Ares Hill and Morgan are left speechless by Haruto's incredible performance. Seeing Haruto successfully neutralize the attack, Satoru cheers at the top of his lungs. Senior Haruto! Just then, several powerful energy beams slam into the silken pillar, causing deep cracks to spiderweb across its surface. Haruto's expression stays sharp as he screams, "Not enough." He triggers his copy command again, using the giant Spider King silk. More strands of silk surge forward, lashing out toward the giant golem heart. Haruto calculates his next move, thinking, I just need to touch it one more time. With that thought, he lunges toward the heart. Mana blasts continue to rain down on him, making his advance a desperate struggle. But finally, Haruto's silk manages to wrap the giant golem heart in a tight cocoon. He grabs hold with both hands and grits his teeth, yelling, "Got you!" Now, trigger the paste command. Use the resonance frequency poison skill to take this thing down. The command activates and the power kicks in. The giant golem heart, trapped inside the king's silk, begins to shatter into pieces. As it crumbles, a notification pops up. You have leveled up. From its outer shell to its very core, the giant golem heart is reduced to dust. The remnants of the giant Spider King silk are torn apart, scattering like snow through the air. From the exact spot where the heart shattered, a blinding light erupts alongside a massive wave of energy, nearly knocking Haruto off his feet, even though he's standing right there. Right then, another notification appears. You have destroyed the giant golem heart. The dungeon has been cleared. Seeing the message, Haruto collapses to the ground and lets out a long sigh of relief. He smirks to himself, thinking, exactly as I planned. A string of level-up notifications follows, making him grin. Hell yeah, I'm jumping levels like crazy. Then, one final chime rings out. You have received a bonus item. Suddenly, A glowing red heart appears in Haruto's hand. His status window pops up. Item name: Giant Golem Heart, Level 1. Skill 1, Infinite Mana Regeneration. Skill 2, Mana Absorption up to a specific limit. This is a permanent item. Staring at the prize in his palm, Haruto muses, Infinite Mana Regen. Huh? I don't really need this specific move. I'll just copy and paste it later to be safe. But just as he's about to act, a new message appears. Copy skill has leveled up. Current status: the skill will now automatically copy any compatible items. Seeing this, Haruto can't hide his excitement. He thinks to himself, oh, auto-copy? Now that's what I'm talking about. Satoru's eyes sparkle as he lunges toward Haruto, shouting with pure joy, I knew you could do it, Senior Haruto. You're literally the GOAT. Haruto gives him a look of pure disgust and shoves him away. Hey, watch it with the hugs. You're gonna break my back, man. Just then, a voice from the other side catches his attention. Masato walks up to Haruto and clears his throat. It looks like you somehow managed to get your hands on the golem heart. Nice work. Haruto lets out a tired breath and shoots back. Can we drop the somehow part? Nanas's voice rings out from right behind Masato, making him jump nearly out of his skin. If you're gonna give the guy a compliment, just do it properly. Why do you have to be so petty? It's embarrassing. Looking a bit awkward, Masato covers his mouth and coughs. Hunter Haruto, I'd like to have a serious word with you. Once they're back, Haruto acts completely indifferent. He turns his back and says, look, if you want the golem heart, it's gonna cost you a fortune. Masato is stunned, stammering out, wait, what? You'd actually sell it to me? Overhearing them, Nanas chimes in with concern. Hunter Haruto, this is a huge deal. Maybe you should head back to the association and discuss it with them before deciding? Masato snaps at her. Hunter Nanas, why are you trying to ruin this beautiful bromance we've got going on? Nanas isn't backing down either, yelling back, this is a totally shady back alley deal. How can I just stand by and watch? Masato snaps back, what do you mean shady? Watching the two of them bicker like children, Haruto just rubs his temples in exhaustion and starts walking away. Both of them scream in unison, Hunter Haruto, wait up. By now, the rest of the group has finally gathered in one place. Haruto held the sword in his hand and walked toward Ares Hill and Morgan. Handing the sword over to Ares Hill, he said, this belongs to you, Ares Hill. It is your mother's keepsake. I am really sorry for taking so long to return it. Ares Hill took the blade, her fingers trembling as she traced its edge. With tears welling in her eyes, she whispered her thanks. It is okay. Thank you for keeping your promise and bringing it back. Sensing an opening, Morgan turned to Haruto and spoke up to ask a question. By the way, that move you pulled earlier. It looked exactly like the one used by the leader of the Blood Tower Guild, right? Being asked that made Haruto jump, and he started breaking out in a cold sweat. Right then, Masato jumped in and added, now that you mention it, you covered such a massive distance in the blink of an eye. Hearing this, Haruto started shaking like a leaf, his shirt soaked through with sweat as he stammered out an answer. That is just a skill from the King Giant Spider. Since it leveled up, I can move at insane speeds by zipping around with my silk. Morgan looked highly suspicious after hearing that, but he did not know how to push further. That was when Nanase, weapon in one hand, while casually escorting the two prisoners ahead, spoke up, hey, it is rude to dig into someone else's secret skills. Let us just head back. We need to interrogate these two as soon as possible. Kurosaki wore a devious smirk as he glanced over at the girl in red and said, Sarah, you haven't forgotten that you still owe me your life, have you? Now, quit stalling and reset the dungeon. The girl named Sarah was shocked, her face turning pale as she hissed, are you out of your mind? Fine. But this is the last time, Kurosaki. Kurosaki's expression turned pure evil as he loomed over her threateningly. Oh? Is it because you finally found a mana vial that suits your taste? But if you suddenly get amnesia about our little agreement, things are going to get very ugly for me. At those words, Sarah's face filled with pure dread. Sarah had a thick gold band clamped around her arm. Kurosaki continued with a sneer, that eternal suppression bracelet will never allow you to betray your allies. It is the oath of Adamas. Those cold words from Kurosaki made Sarah stare at the ring of gold with tears of terror in her eyes. As long as you are wearing that, you can never escape me. And do not you forget, your parents' lives are in the palm of my hand, too. Seeing that his threat had successfully broken her spirit, Kurosaki pushed even harder. His face twisted into a demonic scowl as he barked, reset it right now. I risked my neck to save you, so start paying your debt. He looked around at the mana surging through the air and said, "There is more than enough mana here to get the job done." Sarah's expression went hollow as she followed Kurosaki's orders and began pulling all that energy toward herself. Seeing the mana around them start to warp, Haruto was startled and instantly went on high alert. Wait, is she actually? Once she had gathered enough power, Sarah dropped to one knee and slammed her palm onto the ground, sending a massive shockwave through the air. Haruto realized what was happening and panicked. He spun around and screamed to the group at the top of his lungs. "Everyone, get out of the dungeon right now. It is resetting." Ares, Hill, and Nanase froze in pure shock at his words. Ares shouted back, "A reset? If that happens, there is no telling what dimension we will get dumped into." Haruto surged with power and cursed under his breath, "Damn it." In an instant, his entire body vanished into a blur. Haruto, along with the king giant spider silk, launched himself straight at Sarah. As he closed the distance while she was in the middle of resetting the dungeon, he yelled out, "Why are you doing this all of a sudden?" Blinding light and mana swirled around them like a hurricane. All Haruto could see were Sarah's eyes, overflowing with tears. Her hands were still glued to the ground, forcing the mana to rewrite the dungeon. Reality itself began to warp. Haruto dove into the heart of the energy storm, grabbed Sarah around the waist, and tried to pull her away. The energy Sarah unleashed exploded outward, literally tearing the dungeon apart and sending jagged rocks flying in every direction. Masato quickly threw up a red barrier to shield himself. At the same time, the rest of the group generated a green energy shield to block the flying debris. They huddled inside the two protective bubbles, suspended in mid-air, as they watched the entire dungeon crumble into nothingness. The force of the blast was so massive it sent them flying. The two shields were hurled through a rift and into another dimension as the dungeon gate slammed shut behind them. Once they were safe, Satoru realized Haruto was still trapped inside and screamed in a panic, "Senior Haruto!" Nanase looked around and realized where they had landed. "Is this the sky above Tokyo? What on earth just happened?" Hugh looked just as lost as he replied, "I have no idea. Right now, the most important thing is..." Suddenly, a familiar, questioning voice called her name, Nanase. She jumped, spinning around to see where the voice came from. It was Makoto, standing in the middle of a burning wasteland. He looked stunned to see them. "What are you doing here?" Nanase realized it was her father and gasped, "Dad? Guildmaster Shota." Below them, the city was being swallowed by a sea of fire, turning the entire sky a blood-red color. Masato finally came to and blinked in confusion. "Wait, where the hell did Guildmaster Shota come from?" Shota crossed his arms, looking just as confused as they were. "I was about to ask you the same thing. Did you all manage to clear that dungeon safely?" He scanned the group, his brow furrowing as he noticed people were missing. "But is this all that is left of you? Never mind. Where are the others?" Masato gritted his teeth and hesitated when he heard the question. As for that, Nanas and Hill were also left speechless. Hunter Sano. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, nothing remained but the debris of shattered stone. Takumi, sword in hand, slowly approached Haruto and Sarah as they sat slumped on the ground. He questioned them coldly. "What is the meaning of this? The dungeon hasn't reset yet." Hearing those words, Sarah trembled in fear. "He pushed me, so the reset process was interrupted halfway through." Takumi paused and smirked, looking at his hand that could now summon the restriction, feeling quite smug. "Well, that works out. At least the others were kicked out of here. The restriction can be reset, but as long as I get the giant golem's heart, everything will fall into place." Lying before his blade, Haruto couldn't take it anymore and screamed, "Shut up, giant spider web!" He shouted the skill name, panting heavily as blood coughed up from his mouth, staining the fur on his coat. At that moment, the system announced that the Control-C skills, Control-5 could not find the item. Haruto's face went blank, completely frozen. "What? What do you mean it can't be found?" Sarah, standing nearby, was just as shocked, her face turning pale as she looked at Haruto in disbelief. "No way, that means the one being reset wasn't the dungeon, it was you." Haruto couldn't believe Sarah's absurd words. His mind raced, searching for an excuse. "You've got to be kidding me. My memories and my body haven't changed at all." See? Trembling as if the sky were falling, Haruto summoned his status window. But reality slapped him hard, right in the face. All of his stats had been reset, dropping straight down to level 1. Only his basic defense barely held on at level 15. Haruto spiraled into despair. "This is insane. Level 1 means I'm back to how I was when I first awakened. So, What about my skills? As Haruto opened his copy and paste skill status, everything had reverted to level 1, one unidentified item available. He lamented to himself, could this get any worse? My skills are exactly like they were before I leveled up. Suddenly, he noticed a note below the skills. One unidentified item available. What's this? Before he could figure it out, blood splattered everywhere. Without a word, Takumi slashed Haruto right across the chest, making him scream in agony. Excited to see Haruto's condition, he didn't hesitate to raise his sword, channeling energy into the blade. Cruelly intending to send him to the afterlife, he sneered, "Look at that pathetic, confused face of yours. It's obvious your level has been reset. Time to meet your maker." Facing the descending blade, Haruto kept trying to calm himself down. Steady. That cursed skill hasn't disappeared yet. That unidentified item in the inventory. If that's the me from before I got hit by that skill. Thinking this, he immediately made a choice. It's time to play the underdog and wait for the right moment to strike. Just before Takumi's blade could cut into Haruto, another sword suddenly blocked it. The man who suddenly appeared to block the blow startled them both. Mo had rushed in out of nowhere, saving Haruto's life. Seeing that it was Mo who blocked him, Takumi smirked and started mocking him. "Hey now, aren't you that pathetic low-level hunter from the International Hunters Association? You're still here?" Haruto's eyes widened in shock. Mo? But why? Ignoring his own safety, Mo struggled to hold his ground while shouting firmly at Haruto. "Hunter Sano, run. Leave him to me. You need to get out of here right now." But despite his injuries, Haruto thought, I can't just leave him behind. I can't do that. Witnessing their little display of brotherhood, Takumi laughed despicably and cursed at them. With that, he swung his sword forcefully, unleashing a burst of crimson energy. "Are you looking down on me? The difference in our levels is crystal clear." He continued his assault both physically and verbally. "You don't even have the right to face me, so what are you going to do?" Mo struggled desperately to hold him off. Very quickly, bloody wounds began to appear on his body, making him cry out in pain. A moment later, Mo was blown 8 meters back, sliding right past Haruto. Takumi didn't give him any time to recover, immediately lunging to finish the job. "Well, fine. I was planning on kicking you guys out of the International Hunters Association anyway." Mo collapsed to his knees, watching Takumi rush toward him at extreme speed. He was ready to face the end. "He's too fast, I can't dodge." But at that exact moment, Haruto stepped in, taking the full force of Takumi's slash right across his back. Losing all his strength, he collapsed to the ground as blood sprayed uncontrollably from his back. Mo stared at Haruto's actions in stunned silence. Why? Covered in wounds from front to back, Haruto still forced himself to stand up. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, he whispered weakly, "He's my prey. I don't need your help, so get out of here." Fast. From behind, Takumi looked like a demon, claiming a soul. Seizing the opportunity with a cold, sharp gaze, he swung his sword to cleave Haruto in two. "You talk too much! Die!" As half of Haruto's body fell right in front of Mo, the man collapsed in terror, his mouth agape in horror. Not a single sound escaped his lips. Even Sarah, seeing the gruesome state Haruto was in, was so terrified that she covered her mouth, not daring to make a peep. After Takumi literally split Haruto in half, he finally got his hands on the giant golem's heart. He stared at it in his palm, a twisted, satisfied grin spreading across his face. Just as I thought. Once that guy gets reset, every single item he owns returns to its original spot. Driven by pure greed, he turned his gaze towards Sarah, who was trembling in fear, her face drenched in uncontrollable tears. He spoke with a chilling satisfaction that drove her straight into despair. "Sarah, I am the only person you have left to lean on now, right?" He stood up straight, clutching the heart tightly, and spoke as if he were granting her a great mercy. "Don't give me that look. He ended up like this because of that reset skill you gave him. I am sure he will be thanking me in his next life. Thank you for ending my life now that I have lost everything." Suddenly, the very words of gratitude Takumi wanted to hear actually echoed through the air. At that exact moment, a blade flashed, severing the hand holding the heart. "That is right. Thanks for killing me, pal." Takumi reacted instantly, gripping the stump of his arm as blood sprayed out like a fountain. A deep gash also marked his shoulder, but the agonizing pain in his wrist made him forget everything else. He collapsed to his knees and let out a pathetic, garbled scream. Haruto walked tall out of the light, taking slow steps toward Takumi. Takumi stared, seeing that Haruto's entire body was perfectly intact, without a single scratch. He was trembling all over. "Were you actually worried I would say I would forgive you?" Sarah's jaw dropped in utter disbelief. Mo, standing nearby, was just as shocked as she was. Takumi looked like he had seen a ghost, glancing back at what he thought was Haruto's corpse. But that body had completely vanished, leaving behind nothing but a dark smudge and fragments that were slowly dissolving. He let out a panicked howl. "What is this? What is happening? I killed you with my own 2 hands." Even so, his mental toughness was insanely high. He snapped back into action, grabbing the sword at his feet. What kind of skill is this? He immediately lunged straight at Haruto. "You bastard, just what the hell are you?" Haruto was not about to just stand there and take it anymore. His skills were back online. He unleashed a massive web of spider silk toward the guy. The thick, heavy strands quickly wrapped Takumi up from head to toe. He still refused to give up, glaring as he screamed, "You moron! Did you forget?" Shadow Shift did not let him down. A system notification popped up. Shadow Shift had been transferred and could no longer be used. Takumi was left completely tangled in the silk. His eyes were filled with nothing but terror and confusion. Even now, he remained as disgusting as ever, barking out orders. "What? You damn brat!" Sarah, reset the dungeon again, now. Despite her overwhelming fear, Sarah stood her ground in this situation. She did not hesitate to voice her true feelings. "I don't want to." Even though he was wrapped up like a mummy, Takumi continued his aggressive outburst. He hurled insults and commands. "You pathetic little rat. Have you forgotten the Adamas contract? If you don't want to die, you better move it." Right then, the Adamas bracelet on Sarah's wrist suddenly flared with light, releasing a violent surge of energy. Sarah screamed out in agony. Haruto caught a glimpse of it and finally understood why he had been wondering why she would ever obey a piece of trash like him. He looked at the bracelet vibrating violently on her arm. So it is because of this thing. Haruto did not waste a single second and dashed forward. He moved with lightning speed, appearing right in front of Sarah, startling her so much she forgot the pain for a moment. Haruto gripped her wrist firmly. He funneled a surge of blue energy into it. The system announced the use of the skill mimicry, activating the unique skill, resonance frequency. It was Keishia's resonance frequency. As soon as Haruto let go, the bracelet on Sarah's wrist shattered into a million pieces. She felt like a slave finally set free after years of torment. She could not hold back her tears of pure happiness. Takumi's face turned pale at the sight. He began screaming in a fit of absolute rage. "Stop it, you son of a bitch. I am going to kill you." Once again, Shadow Shift failed to work, making him even more furious. "Damn it, why the hell can't I use my skill?" After saving Sarah, Haruto turned his attention back to Takumi. A faint blue mist slowly rose from beneath his feet, enveloping his body. "Do you see this?" Haruto used Takumi's own Shadow Shift to blink right in front of him. "That is because the skill you had now belongs to me." Takumi was like a fish in a bowl now. He was completely defenseless, taking every single one of Haruto's slashes head on. He howled in pain before falling to the ground, covered in blood and losing consciousness. Mo watched, unable to process how everything happened so fast and so illogically. He stood frozen, watching Haruto walk toward the golem's heart, lying near Takumi's severed hand. Haruto whispered under his breath, "You caused this whole prison break just for this thing?" Sarah looked at Haruto blankly. Everything Takumi had done was an absolute sin. Just how many lives did you throw away? Mo was sweating bullets as he stared at the boy. Just then, the system announced the skill mimicry was active again. He used Keishia's unique skill, resonance frequency. Haruto's brow furrowed, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. He did not hesitate for a second. He crushed the giant golem's heart, the very source of all this suffering. "Someone like you does not deserve to own this." The system flared up again, notifying him that he had destroyed the reward for the hidden dungeon. Immediately after, another message appeared. "You have received a toxic item, the clear shimmering jewel." Haruto looked down at the glowing gem. Shocked at the power in his hands, the system suddenly alerts him. The Snow Mountain Golem hidden dungeon has been cleared, and the heavy doors slowly begin to swing open. A crowd of armed hunters stands outside, peering in with curiosity. "Look, the doors are opening. Does that mean someone actually cleared the dungeon?" As the doors fully retract, they cautiously step inside to investigate. At first, they see nothing but shadows, until someone suddenly cries out, "Hello? Is anyone there?" Suddenly, one of them spots Haruto standing in the distance and jumps in surprise. Wait, it is Hunter Sano. The hunter rushes forward to question him. Aren't guild leader Shirasaki and hunter Nanase with you? Haruto turns to explain the situation calmly. We got separated during the heat of the battle, but don't worry, those two are probably together somewhere safe. They listen, then look over in confusion at Takami, who is wrapped up like a mummy, lying motionless at the bottom of a crater. Sarah and Mao sit right beside him, looking skeptical. So, Hunter Sano, are you saying you cleared this entire dungeon all by yourself? Haruto offers a small smile, his voice light as if the nightmare is finally over. Now that the dungeon is swept clean, let's just go home. The next day, at the Japan Hunter Association headquarters, Haruto and Masato sit quietly side by side. Across from them, the other association members are engaged in a heated debate. Makoto rubs his chin, assessing the situation with a very grim expression. I never expected the Snow Mountain Golem to be a multi-dimensional dungeon. This is getting complicated. Once a dungeon like this is cleared, the other dimensions are bound to be affected. Gu lets out a sharp, mocking snort. I see, so that is why that prison break happened. Toku joins the discussion. Right now, the most pressing issue is that the seal set by Hunter Nishihara has been completely shattered. A multi-dimensional dungeon is a sign of the great disaster from 15 years ago. The man sitting next to Nanase suddenly speaks up. Chairman, isn't it a bit premature to issue a public announcement right now? A bald man sitting nearby immediately cuts in. He is right. After all, the dungeon only just collapsed. The two of them start bickering back and forth. You said the exact same thing last time. What did you say? How dare you? Nanase listens to them and sighs in utter frustration. Ugh. Fed up with their nonsense, she slams her hands onto the table. Nanase stands up, hands on her hips, and speaks coldly. Everyone, please excuse me. I have business to attend to. We need to interrogate those people from the Blood Tower Guild as soon as possible. The multidimensional dungeon problem isn't something that can be solved overnight. Gu hears this and glares at her with daggers in his eyes. The pressure radiating from him becomes suffocating. You sure are arrogant. Are you saying you are the only one working hard while the rest of us are just sitting here playing games? We have been busy dealing with the prison break too, you know. Seeing the tension rise, the others just shrink back in silence, stealing glances at Nanase. Here they go again. Masato sees both sides ready for a fight and steps in to mediate. Everyone, please calm down. No one could have predicted what happened. I also heard that guild leaders Takami and Shota did their absolute best to handle the situation. Despite the attempt to keep the peace, Gu ignores him, standing up and walking straight toward Haruto. I am not interested in stealing the spotlight or bragging about my achievements. Gu's massive, bear-like frame looms over Haruto, nearly drowning him in shadow. He glares down at the boy with pure hostility. So, you are the star who cleared the dungeon, huh? If you were really that skilled, there is no way I wouldn't have heard of you. So tell me, who the hell are you? Haruto just lets out a faint sigh. I am just a hunter. Hearing Haruto's nonchalant answer, Gu's face turns red, and the veins on his neck bulge with rage. You know exactly who I am, yet you are still acting this calm. But Haruto isn't intimidated by anyone. He pushes his chair back and slowly stands up. And what exactly are you going to do about it? Even though he only comes up to the man's chest, Haruto's attitude is 10 feet tall. Not only did we clear the dungeon with minimal casualties, but we also discovered a dangerous multi-dimensional rift. I thought an achievement like that would earn us some praise. I didn't realize we would be met with criticism, right? Mao's Tar Guild leader Gu, pushed to his limit, Gu's right arm begins to transform, covered in stone scales like dragonhide as he prepares for a fight. You have a real smart mouth, kid. You know my status, and you still dare to give me that attitude? Masato jumps to his feet as the situation turns violent. The other hunters scramble back in terror. Hey, are you really planning to use stone armor in here? Suddenly, a voice rings out, catching Gu's attention. Guild leader Toku is staring him down with a furious gaze. Even though he is just sitting there quietly, the aura he radiates is incredibly dangerous. If you keep acting out of line, there will be no reward for this mission. Toku's words immediately make Gu freeze. He glares at the chairman without a word, but finally, Gu storms out of the room in a fit of rage. Before leaving, he throws back one last threat. Fine, I am only doing this for the reward. Haruto scratches his face, lost in thought, but his focus is on something else entirely. Stone armor, huh? I wonder if I can copy that skill. Inside the chairman's office at the Hunter Association, Toku sits behind his desk, speaking to Haruto, Nanase, Hu, and Mo. Hunter Sano, was it? Which organization do you belong to? Haruto scratches his head and gives a sheepish smile. I used to be a member of the Great Power Guild, but I recently resigned for a few personal reasons. Nanas, sitting beside him, also turned around in surprise, wondering which guild he actually belonged to. Chairman Toku gave him a friendly smile and said, "It's tough for a solo hunter without a guild to level up, but the fact that you conquered such a high-level hidden dungeon is truly remarkable. On behalf of the entire association, I want to express my deepest gratitude for your hard work, Mr. Sano." Haruto was a bit taken aback by how polite he was. "Oh, thank you, sir." But inside, he was thinking, "Wait, does the chairman already know who I am?" Then Toku turned to the other two and said, "I also want to thank our 2 members from the International Hunter Association. Do you two have any plans yet?" Hu turned and replied, "Well, for now, we're preparing to head back to the organization to file our report." But Mo, standing next to her, had other ideas. "I think I'll be staying here for a while." He then announced his decision to resign from the International Hunter Association. That night, at Haruto Sano's house, the whole group, Nanas, Masato, Mo, Hu, and Satoru, somehow all gathered at his place. Haruto looked at the crowd in front of him, breaking into a cold sweat as he shouted, "Hey, this is my house. What are you all doing here in the middle of the night?" Mo looked at him calmly and said, "I've left the International Association and have nowhere else to go. I'm counting on you to look after me." Hearing his sudden resolve, Hu questioned him in disbelief. "Mo, why did you suddenly decide to do this?" Mo just shook his head. "I'm sorry, but I can't tell you that right now." Right then, Satoru squeezed in, hugging the mini golem with a huge grin on his face. "Well, me and my little minion here are obviously staying with Senior Haruto." The mini golem made a sound as if it was agreeing. Nanas cleared her throat, sounding a bit awkward as she spoke. "I only came to deliver a message from Sara Arita, so don't go grouping me in with the rest of them." Haruto heard that and suddenly remembered. "Now that you mention it, where are those 2 anyway?" Nanas recalled the image of Takumi being treated and answered slowly. Since Sara Arita refused to use her skills to heal Kurosaki, he's currently staying at the hospital for treatment. Once he wakes up, he'll be moved to a holding cell for interrogation. She then explained Sarah's situation at the interrogation room. As for Sara Arita, she's still being held at the association's interrogation room. She's been keeping quiet and refusing to answer any questions. Her only request is to see you. Hunter Haruto Sano fell silent, lost in thought after hearing that. This reaction immediately made Nanas suspicious. "I knew it. He's definitely involved with them somehow." Nanas kept those thoughts to herself and added another piece of information. Besides, Sara Arita is also a member of that famous girl group, Eve. Haruto suddenly realized and shouted, "Oh, no wonder she looked so familiar." Then he said seriously, "I think she might have been forced into a contract and had her powers exploited. I already destroyed the contract collar she was wearing, so she shouldn't have any ties left to Kurosaki. I'll head over to the association to meet her." After finishing that conversation with Nanas, Haruto immediately turned to Masato, who was sitting nearby. "Chairman Masato, why are you here too?" Hearing his name, Masato jumped out of his skin, sweat pouring down his face. After calming down, Masato slightly bowed his head and said with a hint of pride, "There's only one reason I'd be in a cramped room like this." Mo, remembering how Masato wanted to buy the golem heart earlier, chimed in, "Is it because of the giant golem's heart? If that's the case, Hunter Sano crushed it back in the dungeon." The other 4 turned pale and screamed when they heard this absurd news. Masato lunged forward, grabbing Haruto by the shirt and screaming in his face, "Are you out of your mind? You destroyed a super rare item like that?" Haruto was startled by his reaction. "Hey, wait." Right after that, he summoned the golem's heart and held it out in front of Masato. Seeing that it was perfectly intact, the joy on Masato's face was undeniable. Not knowing how to explain it, Haruto scratched his head and gave a fake laugh. The one I destroyed in the dungeon was just a fake. But deep down, he was trying to convince himself technically. Destroying a duplicated version of the original still counts as a fake, right? Mo had witnessed everything that happened there, so the claim that it was a fake immediately sparked suspicion in his mind. The one in the dungeon was a fake? That's impossible. If that were true, how would the dungeon even count as cleared? No, that can't be it. What's really going on? Just as I thought, he's definitely. Just then, Masato threw out an offer. 5 billion. Nanas looked at him in shock, but he calmly continued, "You said you'd sell it to me, right? 5 billion? Deal or no deal?" Haruto was stunned by the astronomical price and yelled, 5 billion? Nanas then turned to him and said seriously, Hunter Sano, don't be so shocked. This item is worth way more than 5 billion. At the very least, the association would pay you 8 billion. Satoru casually held his phone up to Haruto's face. Senior Haruto, look at this. In some auctions, rare items like this have a starting bid of at least 10 billion. That cheerful comment immediately infuriated the two men fighting over the price. What's with that attitude? Masato barked, gritting his teeth. Why do you think I went through the trouble of coming all the way here? Besides, you promised to give me priority in this deal. Moments later, Masato's desperate shout echoed outside the building. Damn it, fine, how about 20 billion? And then came Haruto's voice, shouting in disbelief. 20 billion? Was being that grumpy not enough for him? Just give me your best price. When night fell, Haruto lay on his bed alone, clutching his chest in pure delight. I can't believe he actually dropped 20 billion to buy that golem heart. Suddenly, he bolted upright, grabbed his phone, and started typing with a mysterious smile. He thought to himself, what if I take all these giant golem hearts I've copied and cloned, then secretly sneak them out to sell at overseas auctions? Thoughts of making a quick buck completely consumed him. I'm going to be filthy rich. At that thought, he started rolling around his bed in pure joy. Besides that, there was something else to celebrate. Most importantly, after this ordeal, I've finally hit level 300. Suddenly, something clicked. He jumped up and shouted, oh right. I was so focused on the money that I completely forgot about that item. Haruto pulled out an item that sparkled like a diamond, which he'd found after crushing the golem's heart. A system notification popped up. Item is currently sealed. Please break the seal by infusing mana into the item. Without hesitation, he began pouring a massive amount of mana into it, feeling quite smug. Pouring in mana? Piece of cake. Once it was fully charged, the item transformed into a glowing golden triangle. A new notification appeared. Multiverse Fragment 1 of 5. Collecting all multiverse fragments will create a multiverse key, allowing you to step into any dimension. Multiverse fragments have the power to attract other pieces. The rank and number of dimensions you can open depend on the rank of the multiverse key. Haruto stared at the golden fragment in his hand and whispered, a multiverse fragment, huh? If I collect all the pieces, I can make a multiverse key. I need 5, but I only have 1. So 4 are missing? Wait, why isn't this item being automatically copied? He tried using his skill on the fragment, but the system immediately spat back. Copy-paste is not available for this item. Haruto looked at the fragment, practically radiating frustration. I can't copy it? So that means I have to find them all myself? Man, that's a pain. Damn it, having a skill and not being able to use it is so annoying. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Haruto looked up and said, come in. Mo opened the door and stepped inside with a serious expression. Hunter Sano, there's something I need to confirm with you. Seeing him come in this late, Haruto asked, Mo, aren't you asleep yet? As soon as the words left his mouth, Mo's eyes suddenly and filled with bloodlust. Haruto flinched, his eyes widening in shock. Mo had already drawn his sword. Seeing him about to lunge, Haruto jumped off the bed, backed away, and shouted, Mo, what the hell do you think you're doing? But he didn't say a word and lunged with determination. The sword instantly pierced through Haruto's chest. Blood sprayed everywhere, and he screamed out in agony. 15 years ago, Europe was a hellscape of fire and smoke. Monsters appeared and laid waste to everything, and among them was a monster called a drake, around level 500. Although considered low tier among dragons, their combat power was on par with high-tier dragons. Warriors quickly rushed toward the beast to take it down. This dragon was a fire attribute, so let's give it a taste of some ice attacks first. A warrior wearing a helmet charged at the dragon. He quickly sprinted past its arm and unleashed a powerful ice strike. Sharp shards of ice flew toward the dragon, but it blocked them with its wing and even managed to counterattack. The older man with glasses gritted his teeth and said, it didn't even budge an inch. The brown-haired young man beside him was also stunned. I can't believe an S-rank monster just appeared out of nowhere. We can't handle this thing on our own. The enraged dragon immediately breathed fire everywhere. Those who couldn't dodge in time were burned to ash. Screams echoed through the air. Watching this horrific scene from a distance, Mo stood frozen in place, clutching his sword. Meanwhile, a young man in iron armor panicked and started running. Mo, let's go. We're not strong enough to face this thing. Mo looked at the drake monster in terror. The world had suddenly turned into a living hell with the appearance of countless monsters. And I, a newly awakened hunter, was already facing my death. He closed his eyes in fear, surrendering to fate. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "You okay there, rookie?" Hearing this, he snapped his eyes open in surprise. Standing before him was a man with golden hair and a beard, emerald eyes, and a set of red armor that looked absolutely legendary. He was beyond shocked. This man was the world's top hunter, Frederick Hill. He recognized this legendary figure immediately. Seeing the protective shield saving his life, he breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm saved." But before he could even process it, the man was taken out by the plot. The dragon lunged and bit him clean in half. Mo, witnessing the horrific sight right in front of him, collapsed to his knees. Blood sprayed all over him, and he let out a terrified scream. Suddenly, the dragon felt something. It glared up at the sky and let out a piercing shriek. As it screamed in pain, strange lumps began to bulge out, all over its body, and then it suddenly exploded. The massive blast forced Mo to shield himself from the shockwave. And then, to his utter shock, the man who seemed to have been taken out by the plot reappeared. Frederick Hill. It turns out, the author was just messing with us. He emerged with his sword, having slain the dragon, looking cooler than ever. Mo was completely stunned by the sight. He was also surrounded and protected by a faint glow of golden light. Frederick Hill's physique was legendary, but he noticed something was off. Wait, wasn't he just standing right here? He turned around. Looking back at where the man had been, he thought for sure the guy was a goner, but now there was nothing but empty space. What on earth happened? At that moment, he realized a girl had appeared behind him. She gripped a spear, her face tight with annoyance as she spoke up. "Frederick, I specifically told you not to use that move in front of strangers, didn't I?" He was stunned by her sudden appearance. Where did she come from? Was she the one who saved him from the blast? It turned out. The golden barrier protecting him was her doing. The two inside the circle looked up as Frederick reappeared. He laughed and said, "It was an emergency, honey. That was the fastest way to handle it. I didn't exactly have a choice." Right then, she deactivated the barrier and walked toward him. "I guess so. That thing was easily on par with an elder dragon. If we'd left it alone, this entire nation would have been wiped off the map." He turned to look at the dragon's head nearby. Before he could even process it, Frederick spoke up. "Hey rookie, about what you just saw. You're gonna keep that a secret, right?" He quickly replied, "Of course." Meanwhile, the people around them began to gossip. "This is insane. Where did they come from? How did they take down that dragon? They literally tore it to pieces." Ignoring all the chatter, Frederick turned his back and walked toward the girl. As he got closer, a gust of wind began to swirl around them. "I guess it's time to head out, huh?" "Yeah," she replied. Seeing them about to teleport away, he shouted, "Quickly, I'm a newly awakened hunter. My name is Mo from the Gray family. Please remember my name." The wind had completely enveloped both of them, leaving only Frederick's faint smile visible. "I won't forget you, Morgan." Hearing that, he was overjoyed. Frederick Hill, the top-tier hunter and master of the death teleportation skill. Back then, I never could have imagined that I'd encounter that exact same skill again. As the memory faded and he returned to reality, he gritted his teeth. It was reckless, but I had to see it with my own eyes one more time. Please, if my hunch is right, then. But his train of thought was suddenly cut short. Haruto appeared behind him and pressed a blade against his neck. "Mo, what's the meaning of this?" He just let out a long sigh. "I knew it. Hunter Sano really does have the same skill as Frederick Hill." Thinking that, he turned and spoke to the boy. "I'm sorry, but I just had to witness that skill again for myself, no matter the cost," he replied angrily. "So, you're saying you just decided to stab me out of nowhere for that?" Suddenly, a voice called out from behind them. "Senior Haruto!" He quickly turned to see who it was. It was Satoru, clutching a golem and shaking like a leaf as he pointed at them. "What on earth just happened?" Haruto grabbed his head and groaned. "Good grief, why are you still here? This is getting complicated." A moment later, Mo was on his knees, bowing his head to the floor in front of Haruto. "I am truly sorry, but this only made the boy even more annoyed. I said that's enough. Besides, who the heck taught you how to do a dogiza?" Quick explanation. Dogiza is a Japanese custom where the person and someone of higher status kneel on the floor together. The person performing it bows their head to the ground to apologize for a mistake, a wrong, or to beg for a massive favor. Ares sat beside him, calm and full of pride. That would be me. I heard that when Easterners commit a serious offense, they do this to atone for it. He snapped back. You think you can just kill someone and say, sorry? Hearing that, Mo looked up nonchalantly. I promise to make it up to you by joining your side. Haruto was at a loss for words. That's not exactly up to you, Satoru chimed in. So, Senior Haruto really has a revival skill just like Frederick Hill? He turned and grumbled through gritted teeth. Who said you could just name it like that? But ignoring his words, Satoru's eyes lit up with excitement. That is absolutely legendary. I can't believe you can die and then just come back to life. No wonder you're so insanely strong. The other two turned to look at him, leaving him feeling completely helpless. Whatever. Fine, let them misunderstand. It might actually be better this way. Then his attention shifted to Ares. By the way, Ares, aren't you going home yet? He looked toward her. She spoke up. Actually, there's something I need to tell you. With that, she held out a triangular gold fragment. When he saw that triangle, he was stunned. What is that? He asked her. Did your multi-dimensional fragment suddenly start resonating? She replied, yes, I followed its reaction and ended up back here. It was quite a surprise. 2 multi-dimensional fragments appeared on the table. She continued, my fragment is number 1, and yours, Sano, is number 5. How did you get your hands on it? She asked curiously. He then explained, when I destroyed the heart of that giant golem, it was a special reward item. Everyone stared intently at the 2 fragments as they moved. She spoke up, I see, so it was a drop item. This is definitely worth researching. She recalled an old memory, sitting on the floor with a fragment in her hand. Beside her were the clothes and spear of the girl who had appeared with Frederick. The fragment I have right now was one of my mother's belongings. She picked up a book that was slightly charred. According to the records she left behind, these fragments resonate and attract one another. And just now, that theory was proven correct. Haruto thought to himself, so that means from now on, finding the other fragments will be a lot easier. Oh, really? Satoru's voice suddenly chimed in from behind, making Haruto jump. By the way, what exactly does this thing do? She explained that if they collected enough fragments, they could forge a key to open interdimensional gates. Hearing this, Haruto bolted upright instantly. He accidentally sent Satoru tumbling to the ground. Are you serious? It can actually open a gateway to other dimensions? Like that interdimensional dungeon we found? Exactly, she replied. She added that since an interdimensional dungeon like the hidden one on Snow Mountain Golem exists, then gathering all the fragments and completing the key would make traveling between different dimensions entirely possible. Haruto responded. So you didn't just come to Japan to find your mother, but also to hunt down information on these interdimensional fragments? She was blunt about it. That is right. Both my father and mother believed they were still alive in another dimension somewhere. Haruto turned to look at her. I think so too. There is no way those two would have gone down that easily. Satoru wondered out loud. If that is the case, why haven't they come back? Is it because they don't have the key? Or maybe the gate only opens one way? She fell into deep thought. That is a possibility. Or maybe they have a reason why they can't return yet. Hearing her say that, Haruto's expression darkened. A reason to stay? What could that reason be? There was a chance it was even more threatening than the great cataclysm from before. But then he spoke up, regardless. As long as we have the key, we can close those dungeons and stop any future disasters. Satoru asked again, but how do we even turn this thing into a key? Just then, the little stone golem in Satoru's arms started acting up. It reached out and touched the fragment. Suddenly, the 2 pieces were pulled together like magnets, snapping into place. They emitted a blinding flash of light, forcing the 4 of them to quickly shield their eyes. Satoru started shaking. What the heck? I thought we were goners. The golem in his arms looked like it was about to burst into tears. Haruto cried out in shock. Whoa, they are fused together. Ares picked up the joined fragments. Unbelievable. I thought we would have to manually forge them, but it looks like they link up on their own. Now I am certain. Ares looked at Haruto suspiciously. She explained that the resonance is even louder than before. These pieces attract each other. The louder the sound, the stronger the pull. But we have to be careful when they resonate with the remaining pieces. Anyone holding one of these definitely is not ordinary. Meanwhile, in another location, Miso stared at the fragment vibrating in his hand and let out a savage laugh. It looks like I am finally going home. Under the bright full moon at the Starfield Guild's European headquarters, a voice echoed through the silence. Mikhail appeared behind Miso and asked, "What are you laughing about? The Blood Tower Guild seems to have failed their mission." Startled, Miso gasped, "Lord Mikhail," and immediately dropped to one knee. He said respectfully, "You have finally received the Control plus H replacement reward. Congratulations, my lord. You are one step closer to becoming a transcendent." Mikhail moved with lightning speed. "For now, I can only teleport short distances. After all, I can only upgrade once I have the power of the Control plus C skill." Miso stood up and said, "That will happen very soon, sir." Mikhail sat back casually. "What makes you so sure?" Miso held out his hand, revealing a glowing yellow triangular fragment. Miso explained, "The fragments have begun to resonate and merge. 2 of them are already linked. The piece we hold will point us to the others." Mikhail narrowed his eyes. "Are you saying all 5 fragments have already found owners? I guess you will be going home soon, then?" Mikhail asked with a cold, gloomy expression. "Does your home dimension not have its own key?" Miso's expression shifted, his face turning ice cold. Gritting his teeth, he said, "No, there was one. However, the gate can currently only be opened from one side. 15 years ago, it was all because of that damn mage, Nishihara Tomoka." Images of tangled chains flashed through his mind. They formed a complex, mysterious magic circle, sealing every gateway connected to Earth. Yellow triangular fragments with strange symbols floated in the vast void. He continued, "It was split into 5 pieces and sealed in different locations." Mikhail asked out of curiosity, "Will the gate open again?" Miso replied, "Precisely." A beautiful, dreamy dimension appeared as Miso spoke. "First, we go to the fairy realm, my home. We will open the gate leading to the sacred tree gel. There is something there similar to that Control plus C skill reward. If you absorb it, you will be able to upgrade your other skills." Sensing something off in Miso's story, Mikhail interrogated him. "Sounds great, but is that thing really like Control plus C? You were clearly shocked the first time you saw my skill." That sharp question made Miso turn pale with fear. Beads of sweat rolled down his face. Well. Mikhail stood up furiously, slamming his foot onto the floor. "Did you really think I would not see through your little scheme? So, it's you. This world is your homeland, the realm of the elves." With a murderous aura radiating from him, he slowly stepped toward Mo and spoke with a sinister tone. "The sacred tree there was corrupted over a century ago and became known as the Dark Yggdrasil. In an attempt to make their own world beautiful again, they pushed that tree to the brink of extinction. During the Great Cataclysm 15 years ago, the gates between Earth and the elf realm opened for the first time. You elves tried to dump all that toxic pollution onto Earth, but you failed because Nishihara Tomoka stood in your way. What are you really up to? Are you elves still hell-bent on finishing what you started? Trying to link Earth's dimension with yours again? And were you planning to use me to make it happen?" Standing before Mikhail's suffocating interrogation, sweat began to pour down Mo's face. He stammered, Well, you see." Suddenly, Mikhail interrupted, "But I don't actually care." That statement left Mo frozen on his knees in shock. Mikhail explained, "I only intend to use you to open more multi-dimensional dungeons so I can absorb enough skills to rival that transcendent being. As for what happens to this world, it's none of my business." He turned away and added, "From now on, I'll be taking matters into my own hands." Mo scrambled to his feet and cried out, "You can't leave now, Master Mikhail. You're the head of the Starfield Multinational Guild. If you disappear without a valid reason, it'll draw unwanted attention and put everyone on high alert." Mo quickly shared his backup plan. "I anticipated this, so I've already ordered Lucas to initiate Plan B. Once everything is set, we will have the perfect justification for Master Mikhail to make a grand appearance." The scene shifts to the Death Forest, a high-level dungeon in Japan, where a gnoll emerges with bloodthirsty eyes. These level 90 gnolls are monstrous hybrids of elves and wolves. Individually, they aren't much, but they're cunning and hunt in packs, making them incredibly dangerous. Right on cue, a pack of gnolls charged forward with savage ferocity. Seeing the swarm of monsters, Satoru looked at Haruto and stammered, "Senior Haruto, isn't this a bit too many of them?" Mo, standing behind them with his sword drawn, added, "He's right. We need to retreat now." The gnoll pack closed in on Haruto's group. But while the others were shaking in their boots, Haruto just smirked, looking like everything was going exactly as planned. He thought to himself, "I finally made it into this dungeon after getting the okay from Hunter Ananas. There's no way I'm retreating now. This is the perfect chance to level up my little golems. Haruto shouted. What are you two waiting for? Get over behind me, quick. The gnolls let out aggressive roars, relentlessly lunging at the group. Faced with the savage gnolls, Satoru was so terrified he was on the verge of tears. Senior Haruto. Mo watched with a tense expression, wondering, just what is he doing? The gap between the gnolls and the group vanished. Suddenly, the system voice chimed in, Control +5, utilizing modified golem cores to create golems. The notifications repeated rapidly. Light erupted around Haruto, and dozens of golems materialized out of thin air. The bizarre sight left Satoru speechless. Whoa, where did all these little guys come from? Mo was just as shocked, asking, did Hunter Haruto summon all of these? Haruto gave a sly grin and looked back, saying, one-on-one, pack against pack. It was a casual explanation, but it left Mo even more bewildered. To summon this many modified golems, just what kind of skill does this guy actually have? The newly spawned golems immediately engaged the charging gnoll pack. One gnoll lunged forward, sinking its sharp teeth into a golem's head. Seeing this, Satoru cried out in worry. No matter how tough those golems are, they're totally outnumbered and outleveled. But Satoru's fear evaporated when the golem delivered a single palm strike, sending fresh red juice spraying from the gnoll's mouth. A second strike sent the gnoll sliding backward across the ground. The golem let out a spirited cry, Kui. Not losing their momentum, the entire golem army surged forward with a roar, Kui. The gnoll pack was absolutely pulverized by the golem's overwhelming energy and high-pitched battle cries. The gnolls were torn apart and began to dissipate in every direction. The sheer destruction left Satoru standing there frozen. It looks like Senior Haruto could have cleared this dungeon solo without breaking a sweat, huh? Then why am I even here? The tiny golem in Satoru's arms also let out a weak, frightened cry. Kui! After a short while, the gnolls were scattered across the ground, completely drained of life. In contrast, the golem army was perfectly intact, still burning with fighting spirit. Looking at the fallen gnolls, Haruto walked over to one of his golems, patted its head, and said, Nice job. The difference in durability and combat power between the tiers has been confirmed. Feeling the praise, the golem let out a happy chirp. After commending them, Haruto ordered them to unsummon. The golems slowly faded away, leaving only incomplete parts on the ground. A notification popped up again, showing his virtual inventory screen. It was packed with items he had gathered from previous battles. Seeing the inventory full to the brim, Haruto began to contemplate. I don't have enough storage space to build a full golem army, and at their current size, it'll take too much time to realize my vision. I wonder if there's a better way to do this. Seeing Haruto in a bind, Satoru decided to chime in with a suggestion. Why don't you try asking Guildmaster Shirasaki? Haruto groaned at the useless advice, asking why on earth he would have to talk to that guy. Satoru explained that the guy is a total dungeon nerd, so he is bound to know something. That explanation actually made sense, and Haruto got fired up. Really? Then let's move it while the trail is hot. Hurry up, man. Satoru followed behind, shaking his head in disbelief. All right, I am coming. Man, I never should have left the International Hunters Association. The scene shifts to a white car cruising down the main road. Inside, Haruto turned to Satoru and asked, Hey, is this your ride? Satoru replied, Yeah, it was a birthday gift from my dad. Hearing him brag made Haruto's mouth twitch as he muttered, Oh, I see. Satoru kept flaunting it, saying, And that is not even the best part. This thing is loaded with features. Meanwhile, Haruto was thinking to himself, Now that I think about it, this kid is the son of Chairman Shoda, the head of the Great Power Guild. What a pampered young master. Suddenly, the phone rang, and Haruto picked it up. Everything is going smoothly. Oh, Miss Nanaze, you are heading there now? To the association? Got it. I will be there right away. Sensing something was up, Satoru asked. That was sudden. Is something wrong? Haruto looked just as curious and replied, I have no clue. But Ara's face popped into his mind, and he figured it had to be about her. Besides, I have something I need to tell her anyway. Haruto turned to Satoru and asked, Hey, can we kick it into high gear? Satoru nodded and said, You got it. He floored it, weaving through traffic. Cut to the Japan Hunters Association, inside an interrogation room. Ara sat alone in the silent room, lost in thought. Her face was pale, showing clear signs of exhaustion and misery. Outside in the observation room, Nanaze said, She refuses to speak to anyone but you, Mr. Sano. She has not eaten or slept for 3 days, yet she still won't cooperate. Hearing about Ara's condition made Haruto go quiet. He turned to Nanase and asked, "Can we turn off the recording while we talk?" She did not even hesitate before saying, "I am sorry, but the nature of this investigation won't allow that." When his request was denied, Haruto rubbed the back of his neck. His mind started racing. Well, whatever. Even if the truth about my skills gets leaked here, I can just copy her ability and set everything back to the way it was. My top priority right now is copying that skill. A pair of hands set a glass down, and Ara stared at the water in front of her. Haruto gestured toward it and said, "Here is some water. Go ahead and drink." She looked up at him, her expression softening. She grabbed the glass and gulped the water down despite her hands still being in cuffs. Watching from the observation room, Nanase remarked, "Well, at least she won't die of dehydration now." As soon as Ara finished drinking, Haruto cut to the chase. "You want to know about my power, right? My ability to regenerate infinite mana." She froze at his words. Ara nodded and said, "If you agree to help me, I will cooperate with the investigation. But first, I need to confirm a few things." Haruto cut her off and said urgently, "Ara, that power of yours to reset everything. You have been suffering because of that cursed skill, haven't you? Is your skill called Control plus Z?" Her eyes turned cold as she replied, "Yes." A flashback showed a younger Ara surrounded by a swirling blue energy that formed a strange symbol. A smirk played on Haruto's lips as he thought. In other words, if I can copy her skill, that means every control-type ability can be copied and pasted. Haruto realized, so that girl's skill is not healing, it is a total reset? That explains why the durability of the long dragon sword was completely restored. A skill that can reset anything? That is unbelievable, Satoru asked in confusion. Reset what? Control plus Z? Hey, what are they talking about? Does a skill like that even exist? Nanase remained silent. Inside, Ara continued. My parents are in a deep coma. I am begging you to help me save them. The only person who can provide enough mana to save someone that's sick is you, Hunter Sano. Haruto stood up and said, I get it. I will give you all the mana you need. In exchange, I might have to be a little rough with you. Sorry in advance. Ara looked at him, completely caught off guard. Haruto suddenly lunged forward and grabbed her handcuffs. Everyone in the observation room gasped at his sudden move. Satoru panicked and shouted, Haruto, what the hell are you doing? A blinding light flared up, and Ara's handcuffs shattered into pieces. He grabbed her hands while she was still in shock. A moment later, the system notification popped up. Control-C is currently copying the target, Control-Z. Suddenly, a bright red warning appeared. Unable to copy. Sano's face went pale as he thought, Are you kidding me? I knew there might be some powers I could not copy, but I never expected this specific skill to be one of them. Frustrated, he gripped Ara's hands tighter and muttered, Damn it, is this for real? Ara winced in pain and asked softly, What are you doing? Sano snapped out of it and quickly let go, stammering, Oh, sorry about that. Then, a red screen flickered with a new message. Control plus Z is a unique ability that cannot be copied, unless the target is eliminated. You will absorb the skill once the condition is met, allowing you to copy the ability as per protocol. Sano read the screen and muttered to himself, thinking about the grim reality. Huh? Target elimination? Does that mean I have to kill her? If I do that, will I really be able to copy it like any other skill? Is this system messing with me? Sano shifted his gaze toward Sarah and thought, basically, if I want to copy that reality resetting skill, I have to end Sarah's life. That is crazy. He sighed while watching Sarah, his mind racing with complicated thoughts. But I really want that skill. Is there seriously no other way? It is not like I can just wait for her to get old and kick the bucket, right? Feeling his intense stare, Sarah started to sweat from anxiety. Meanwhile, in the observation room, Satoru pointed at the screen and asked Nanas, Hey, why did his status window suddenly pop up? She stayed silent, offering no answer. Then, Nanas stepped toward the microphone and called out, Hunter Sano, is something wrong? Your face suddenly got really serious. Hearing her voice, Sano just laughed and rubbed the back of his head. Nothing at all. Everything is totally fine. Sano smiled brightly, but his mind was elsewhere. All right, it is time to test my patience. First, I will grant Sarah's wish and earn her trust. That is the best way to find a better solution sooner. With that decided, he looked at Sarah and said, Sarah, let's go see your parents right now. Tears welled up in Sarah's eyes as she replied, Okay. Sano continued his train of thought, and if I really can't find a better way, I guess I will just have to make her part of my team. Later that afternoon at the Central Hunter Hospital, Sano walked alongside Nanas and Sara. Sano spoke up, asking, "Toxic mana?" Sara, walking ahead, replied, "That is right. My parents were attacked by a mysterious monster during the Great Calamity. This hospital is the only place equipped to house patients suffering from toxic mana." Sano looked at Sara and thought, so they are being treated here? She must have sided with Kurosaki just to pay for these medical bills. He suddenly remembered something and turned to Nanas. "Kurosaki is also being treated here, right?" Nanas simply answered, "Yes. He is currently in the hospital's underground basement. Once he recovers, we plan to transfer him to a detention center for the investigation." She quickly turned to Sara, noticing her expression. "Are you worried?" Sara just replied, "I am fine." Suddenly, Sano flinched. Lucas, wearing a hat that covered half his face, brushed right past him. Sano watched his back and whispered, "That guy? Why is he here?" Down in the basement, two guards stood at attention in front of a reinforced door. Someone approached them in a hurry. Sensing something was wrong, one guard stepped forward to block the intruder. "Stop right there. This is a restricted area, no unauthorized entry." Lucas handed them a piece of paper and said, "Thanks for your hard work, boys. Here." The guard took the paper, looking confused. "What is this?" "Control plus F. Don't play games with me." Suddenly, the surrounding space turned pure white, and the paper, along with the text, vanished. The guard's eyes widened in shock. What? A dark energy radiated out, filling both men with dread. The power quickly enveloped their entire bodies, dragging them into a different dimension. When they reappeared, their eyes were pitch black and soulless. Lucas took off his hat and gave them a command. "Go get the man locked inside. My master will do what he needs to do, then you bring him back here." The two possessed guards shouted, "Understood, sir." They quickly ran off. Lucas slowly walked toward a machine and somberly pulled out a fruit of the world tree. Mel appeared and spoke up immediately. "Master Lucas, I have a task that only you can handle." He spoke while reaching out his hand. Lucas asked in return, "A task only I can do?" Mel pulled out another fruit and explained, "In case the Blood Tower Guild's plan fails, I want you to plant these all over Tokyo." Lucas's eyes bugged out in shock. "What the hell is that thing?" Seeing his reaction, Mel said, "This is an item I brought from my homeland. It is a corrupted fruit of the world tree." He made the fruit hover over his palm and continued, "After using this fruit to set up a barrier, you will be able to open a subspace." Lucas asked curiously, "What is inside that subspace?" Mel replied, "You have to see it to believe it." Suddenly, the surrounding area went pitch black, leaving Lucas with a look of pure terror. The fruit in Mel's hand bloomed, revealing the head of a monster as he spoke. "This is only one fruit, and I can only show you this much for now. I want to create a reason for Starfield and Lord Mikhail to operate openly in the light." Lucas held the fruit, thinking grimly, so he wants to stage a massive jailbreak right in the heart of Tokyo? He entered the security code and thought, "Damn it. Because of my family, I am already too deeply involved with Starfield. At this point, there is no turning back." The scene shifted back to the hospital room. Sarah's father was sitting up in his bed, clutching an oxygen mask as he gasped emotionally, "I can't believe it. Am I really alive? What on earth happened?" He looked around the room and saw Sarah at the next bed, hugging his wife. He choked out her name, "Sarah, my daughter." Overjoyed, she cried out, "Dad." Satoru, witnessing the reunion, was sobbing uncontrollably. He wailed, "This is just so freaking emotional." This made Nana's frown in annoyance. She smacked him and said, "Why are you the one covered in snot and tears?" "Seriously?" He let out a sharp yelp, "Ow." A few seconds later, wiping away his tears, he turned to Sano and spoke. "I always knew your infinite mana was on a whole other level, Senior Haruto. But I never imagined it could actually bring someone back from a coma. I'm seriously impressed. I doubt even the top healer in the world could pull off a miracle like this." Nana stood to the side, thinking to herself, "A full recovery? This is insane. If even one thing goes sideways, I'll have to force the association to take this girl into custody." She looked at Sarah and thought, "No, I need to see this for myself." Suddenly, Sano spoke up, asking the girl next to him, "Now that I think about it, where's Mo?" Haruto replied in surprise, "Now that you mention it, I haven't seen him either." While they were talking, two figures were quietly slipping away. It turned out to be Kurosaki and Lucas, who were rushing to get out of the hospital as fast as they could. As they were moving, a notification suddenly popped up in front of Lucas. It read, "Sea Control has detected a Sea Control energy signature near you." He pulled off his hat and said in shock, "There's someone with Sea Control in this hospital?" Seeing Lucas looking around frantically, Kurosaki turned back and shouted, "What?" Then he realized something and frowned, doing the math. "That's right, Sarah's parents are being treated here. Don't tell me that bastard is actually with her?" Suddenly, a voice made Lucas jump. "Lucas?" Cooper Mo appeared, loosening his tie as he spoke. "Wearing a hat to hide your face? I almost didn't recognize you." Lucas just muttered, "Morgan." Mo continued, "I was wondering what would bring a member of the International Hunter Association all the way to Japan. So you're following Kurosaki, that dog from Starfield?" Lucas asked coldly. "I heard you quit the association. So what are you doing here?" As soon as he finished his sentence, Mo drew his sword and spoke threateningly. "Kurosaki is a criminal, and you're helping him escape? That makes you an accomplice." Lucas stood there, watching the scene unfold, and said, "You're still as arrogant as ever, aren't you? Don't you realize we're in a hospital?" Kurosaki smugly ordered Lucas, "Hey, give me a weapon." All the items in my inventory were confiscated. He then turned to Mo and said, "Since you've delivered yourself on a silver platter, let me teach you a little lesson. What can a weakling like you actually do?" Suddenly, Sano appeared behind Mo and spoke up, "Don't forget about me." When Kurosaki saw him, he started cursing, "You bastard, my skills, how dare you?" Just then, another notification screen appeared before Lucas. It read, "Sea Control. Sea Control. 5 users are currently in front of you." After reading it, Lucas looked delighted and thought, "Finally, I've found Sea Control." Suddenly, footsteps approached along with a voice. What a shame, right? One person after another. First Kurosaki, and now an international criminal too. The image of a glowing blue sword appeared, and Kurosaki thought, "That's the dancing blade." Lucas saw it and wondered, is this the final boss showing up to end things quickly? Nana appeared, tossing her hair, and said, "I just remembered my horoscope said today would be incredibly unlucky for me. I guess that's why I'm stuck working overtime like this." In the crowded hospital lobby, Haruto, Nana, and Morgan stood facing off against Lucas and Kurosaki. Nana held a spear in her hand. People passing by began to whisper in confusion. "That's the hunter Nana. Hey, she's holding a weapon. What's going on?" Kurosaki said to Lucas, even though he didn't respond, "Looks like we're not getting out of here quietly." Suddenly, 2 objects were thrown down in front of them. The sight made them gasp in shock. "Suppression devices," Nana said coldly and firmly. "If you two put these on yourselves, we can settle this peacefully. Got it? Honestly, I just want to go home early today." Hearing Nana, Kurosaki broke into a devious smile. "Oh really? Are you trying to insult me right now?" He suddenly grabbed a girl by her collar, making her scream in terror. Lifting her up, he spoke in an incredibly defiant and arrogant tone. "Do you get it now? We're in a hospital. I can grab any patient here and have a hostage instantly. If you don't want anyone getting hurt, just let us go." Before Kurosaki could even finish his sentence, Nana lunged at him like a blur. She delivered a kick so powerful it sent him tumbling across the floor at a terrifying speed. The impact sent Kurosaki slamming into the wall. The wall cracked and crumbled under the massive force. Hospital equipment nearby was knocked over in the chaos. After that overwhelming attack, Kurosaki was left coughing up blood. The surrounding crowd started screaming in terror. "Look, everyone panicked. The hunters are fighting. Run!" Seeing Nana's attack on Kurosaki, Lucas thought in a panic. That move was so fast, my eyes couldn't even keep up. Nana's voice snapped him back to reality. "Lucas!" Nana turned to him and said, "You're not like Kurosaki, are you? Help us settle this quietly." Lucas turned his head, deep in thought. He saw Kurosaki looking pathetic after Nana's powerful strike. The wall was deeply dented and on the verge of collapsing. Surrounded by rubble, he thought anxiously, "Kurosaki and I are not the same." Breaking into a cold sweat, he nervously flashed back to the past. Lucas asked Miso, "Why me?" Miso used his power to lift the fruit of the world tree. Mo speaks up and says, "A corrupted world tree will produce black mana. Any ordinary person who comes into contact with it will be poisoned." Then Mo looks at Lucas and continues, "But you're different, aren't you, Lucas?" The leader of the Blood Tower Guild is the same way. Lucas falls silent for a moment before asking, "So Kurosaki has it too?" Hearing that, Mo replies, "Exactly. He is also a restricted target. Under international treaties, he uses black mana to fuel his own skills. Mo continues, and to make the tainted fruits of the world tree sprout, one needs skills that utilize black mana. Lucas stands there in silence, suddenly remembering the strange incident at the police station that had everyone terrified. Then, a slight smirk plays on his lips. He lets out a breath and says, "I'm no different from Kurosaki." Then, to Nana's surprise, Lucas flat out rejects her, saying, "I'm afraid I can't accept your offer." With that, he draws a stunningly beautiful sword. As the blade leaves the scabbard, it shimmers with light. Holding the sword up, Lucas looks Nana's in the eye and declares, "As you can see, I need that man. I'm taking him out of here, no matter what." Nana's looks at the blade, suspicious. "What is that sword?" Mo steps in to explain the weapon. "That is the Angelo's rapier." It looks like Lucas is actually getting serious. Haruto can't believe his ears and asks, "What did you say?" Mo continues to explain the weapon's origin. That is a legendary treasure passed down through the Lucas family for generations. They are a family of holy knights from England, and that is the only sword of its kind in the world. Even though it is on the same level as the Calisan dragon sword, that rapier is built for precision piercing rather than slashing. The blade whistles as it grazes the floor. Haruto gasps in shock. It's on the same level as the Calisan dragon sword? Meanwhile, Lucas keeps up the fight. With his sword drawn, Mo continues to explain to Haruto, "Yeah, but it is different from the dragon sword. It doesn't increase rank or boost attack power. Instead, it is known by another name, the Heretic Inquisitor. That sword makes it difficult for Nanas to dodge." Mo adds, "It can nullify any skill or weapon it deems abnormal." Hunter Nanas, wielding her cursed voodoo blade, is starting to fall into a serious disadvantage. The two swords collide, unleashing a massive wave of power and a deafening roar. They clash again and again. Lucas's rapier actually manages to chip Nanas's blade. She stares at it, completely caught off guard and terrified. In the blink of an eye, Lucas sends her flying back. Haruto yells out in worry, "Hunter Nanas!" Nanas holds her ground, blocking Lucas's strikes while calmly telling Haruto, "Don't get involved, Sano. If we cause a scene in a hospital, it will be a nightmare." With a sharp move, she shoves Lucas's sword away. For a split second, a flash of fear crosses his face. Nanas immediately regains the offensive, swinging her sword with everything she has. She delivers a crushing blow. Lucas is knocked back. He asks, "Are you holding back your skills just because we are in a hospital? Do you really think you stand a chance against my family treasure like that?" But he is trembling, terrified when he sees his tie has been sliced clean off. He cries out nervously. Like a gust of wind, Nanas's sword is already on him again, landing another heavy strike. Lucas stumbles back several steps, barely able to withstand the raw power she is putting out. Her sword work leaves him completely stunned and panicked. "What is this strength?" Nana strikes again. Lucas is blasted backward, cracks spiderweb across the floor, and blood begins to spill from his mouth. Clutching his blood-stained face, Lucas thinks, "I only blocked one hit, and it feels like my internal organs have been turned inside out." Even with a superior sword, the gap in their actual levels is so massive it is not even a contest. Looking at Nanas's confident and mocking face, Lucas realizes, so this is the true power of one of the top 10 hunters in the world. Nana steps closer and asks, "Now, what do you think about my offer to settle this peacefully?" Lucas let out a pained cough. He really doesn't want to use his skills in a hospital, but he tightens his grip on his glowing sword anyway. Suddenly, a loud roar echoes through the room. "Damn you, Shinoda Nanas." Both Nanas and Lucas whip their heads around in shock. Haruto turns too, his eyes widening when he sees Kurosaki. "Kurosaki?" he stammers. Kurosaki stands there, holding a piece of the world tree, with dark energy swirling around him. He snarls, "This pathetic hospital you are trying so hard to protect." He slams the world tree fruit into the cracked floor and screams, "I'm going to turn it to dust in a heartbeat." Lucas immediately tries to stop him. "Wait, stop. This is a hospital. Don't you realize that?" Kurosaki just looks back as he forces the fruit into the ground. "You are supposed to plant these in key spots around Tokyo, right?" Then he adds with a grin, "In that case, this hospital deserves to have a piece of the action too, doesn't it?" The fruit Kurosaki just planted seems to possess a terrifyingly powerful life force. The second it touches the earth, massive roots explode outward, burrowing deep into the ground. The ground begins to warp and twist violently. Witnessing this terrifying transformation around him, Haruto demands to know what's happening. Mo quickly breaks it down. It's Kurosaki. What did that monster just do? That's dark mana. Both Haruto and Mo stiffen up instantly. Haruto can't believe his ears. Dark mana? Mo explains that this energy belongs only to those who possess dark skills. It looks like Kurosaki is one of them. But this amount of dark mana is completely insane. At this rate, the civilians here are going to get caught in the crossfire and die from mana poisoning. Deep underground, the roots of the world tree continue to dig in and expand further. A notification pops up. +5 points for using giant spider silk. At the same time, the King of Phantom's skill has been triggered. Haruto lets out a groan of pure frustration and exhaustion. These bandage-like wraps keep relentlessly attacking him, making him snap. That old bastard. Haruto charges toward Kurosaki to engage him in combat, screaming at the top of his lungs. Stop this right now. Behind the fabric covering his face, Kurosaki lets out a cold smirk and says, "It's too late." Haruto's heart sinks as he panics. What did you just say? Right then, the fruit of the world tree explodes with power. Haruto tries to rush Kurosaki, but the massive, sturdy roots of the world tree have already burst through the surface. Even Nanase, using every ounce of her strength to fight back, can't hold them off. Those roots have grown to a massive size, causing the entire hospital to start crumbling. Hallways and staircases are collapsing everywhere. Patients fall into the deep chasms, screaming in sheer terror and begging for help. The entire hospital is being impaled by roots. It's a total disaster. The hospital has been transformed into a second dark world tree. A doctor tries to hold on to a female patient who is desperately clinging to him and crying out, "Please, save me." Unfortunately, their hands slip, and the woman falls into the abyss with a piercing scream. In the blink of an eye, Haruto activates his ability and uses spider silk to catch her. The patient is lowered safely to the ground, staring up in total shock. He reaches out to help her up and asks, "Are you okay? Hurry up and evacuate with the others." The patient blushes and stammers, "Yes." She runs off shyly, calling back, "Thank you so much." Haruto thinks to himself that the patients who can still move aren't the main concern right now. He suddenly tenses up. The real problem is the ones who are immobilized. Haruto looks at the patients in front of him before glancing back. He sees Nanase and Mo working tirelessly. He thinks, thank God Nanase and Mo are still there taking care of them. But then Haruto looks up at the thick clouds of purple mana. The entire hospital has been completely overtaken by this dark energy. If this keeps up, everyone will succumb to mana poisoning. The only way out is to completely reconstruct this place. As the thought crosses his mind, he triggers his power, sending out ruins and devastation everywhere. A voice calls out, "Little minion, lift it up a bit higher." A small golem lifts a fallen wall, chirping enthusiastically. "Kui!" A trapped patient is revealed underneath. A rescue worker encourages him. "All right, try to crawl toward me this way." Haruto appears behind the worker and calls out, "Satoru." Satoru turns around and asks, "Senior Haruto, what happened?" The small golem tosses the wall aside. "Kayui," Haruto asks, "is everything okay here?" Satoru replies immediately, "Thanks to Lady Ares, this area is doing pretty well." Haruto is surprised. Ares. Haruto and Satoru stand before a jagged wall of ice. Haruto taps it a few times and concludes, "This is ice." Ares says, "Yes, it is an ice barrier." She uses her powers with her hands and continues, "We can protect this area from destruction, but we cannot completely stop the spread of dark mana." As the ice barrier is deactivated right in front of Haruto, he and the little golem are drenched by the melting ice water. "I am just glad everyone is safe." Haruto explains the situation. The entire hospital has been heavily damaged by that strange tree, and now dark mana is spreading at an alarming rate. The current situation is extremely critical. He suggests to Sarah, "The best option I can think of is resetting the hospital to its original state." "Can you do it?" Sarah says confidently, "I can. I have even warped time and space in dungeons before. Besides, with Satoru here, I do not have to worry about running out of mana." Everyone arrives in front of the dark world tree. Satoru is shocked. "It is even more terrifying than I imagined. Is this the source of everything? Where did it come from? And how did it cause all this trouble?" Haruto explains, "It was Kurosaki. He escaped and summoned this thing." The other three are startled, and Satoru screams out, "Kurosaki escaped?" Sarah bites her lip, her face darkening. That man knew his parents were in here, yet he still chose to do this? So he really does not care if his parents live or die. "Kurosaki, you." Ares looks at the roots of the dark world tree with a thoughtful expression. Haruto urges, "Let us begin then." Sarah replies immediately, "Got it." Haruto uses his ability on Sarah. She places her hand on the tree trunk, and a powerful shockwave erupts around them. Haruto is pushed back and groans. Ugh. The tree roots gradually begin to surface. After a moment, they completely withdraw from the ground. The surrounding space continues to shake violently, causing the little girl next to Nanase to hug her in fear. Everyone watches intently, staying on high alert. The roots fully retreat back into the trunk, revealing a massive, deep crack. Black smoke billows out from within. The smoke attacks Sarah, making her scream. Ah! Haruto grits his teeth in worry. Did the tree just release dark mana? Damn it! Sarah is in danger. He rushes toward Sarah. The system screen announces, Control +5, using giant spider thread. Haruto catches Sarah. He looks up in shock as the world tree releases dark mana that blankets the surroundings. Whoa! Haruto grabs Sarah and makes a run for it. His face contorts in pain as his knee hits the ground. Tsk. Satoru looks around and sees Haruto covered in dark mana, asking worriedly, "Senior Haruto, are you okay?" "I am fine. Sarah just seems to be unconscious, but it looks like the reset plan failed." Satoru cries out in disappointment. "What?" Haruto sternly reminds Satoru, "From now until reinforcements arrive, you must ensure all patients are evacuated. If we take too long, they will all be poisoned by the mana." Satoru puts Sarah on his back and replies, "Understood, little guy, let us go." The small golem chirps energetically. "Kaui!" Haruto calls out to Ares, pointing at the roots of the Dark World tree. "You know what this thing is, right?" Ares explains slowly. "According to the records my mother left behind, it is a plant from another world, a dimension different from ours. The role of this corrupted fruit is to transport foul toxins from its home dimension into ours. Because its mother tree is in another dimension, returning things to their original state is impossible. These corrupted fruits also act as barriers, so they have likely been planted in 3 or 4 other locations throughout Tokyo." Haruto listens, completely stunned. 10 minutes later, at the Central Hunter Hospital, rescue workers are frantically shouting to each other to move emergency patients quickly. The other person responds, "Roger that." Meanwhile, mages are using their abilities to assist in the evacuation. A blonde guy asks for help. "Hey, you mage from the Mouse Guild, purify that dark mana." The person next to him snaps back, "Shut up. I am trying, but it is not doing anything. If we keep this up, we are just wasting all our mana." Numerous blue magic circles appear. Chairman Fua speaks with concern. A corrupted world tree, right in the heart of Tokyo. Even seeing it with my own eyes, it is hard to believe. Nanase speaks up. "I am sorry, Chairman Fua. We have issued an arrest warrant for Kurosaki and Lucas." Gu says sarcastically, "I never expected Kurosaki to have the guts to escape right under the nose of the world-famous hunter, Nanase. This is the fault of that guy, Lucas, from the Serpent family. Since he is involved, we can directly file a formal inquiry with Starfield or the International Hunter Association." Masato, standing behind them, adds, "Although this could be considered an international issue, at the end of the day, Kurosaki and the Blood Tower still belong to the Japanese Association. They might use that as an excuse to dodge responsibility. Like, why are you questioning us about an incident caused by Japanese hunters?" Gu is startled by those words. Masato declares firmly, "Well, do not worry. I will catch Kurosaki in no time." Right at that moment, a massive tremor occurs. The guild mages panic. "Why is there an earthquake? The hospital is about to collapse." "What?" Someone suddenly rushes in to report, "Chairman Fua, we have a massive problem." Hearing this, he immediately asks, "What happened?" The man gasps for breath and says, "We just received a report about a second Dark World tree taking root in the Kita district." Hearing that, Haruto grinds his teeth in rage. "Kurosaki, you bastard, you planted another one? Right in the middle of Japan, in a crowded urban area, a Dark World tree has suddenly appeared." The television news anchor is reporting. Earlier today, 2 mysterious giant trees appeared at different locations across the Tokyo area. The Hunter Association has announced that the dark mana being released from these giant trees can cause mana poisoning. In light of this situation, the government has issued an emergency evacuation order for the entire Tokyo metropolitan area. One citizen asks in frustration, "So where the hell are they planning to dump us? Out in the middle of nowhere?" 2 children are excited. "Do you think school will be canceled tomorrow?" Suddenly, a man lets out a wicked smile. Kurosaki sits in the car, gloating. "There is no way those idiots can catch us now." He then turns to Lucas and says, "You know, you really are cold-blooded. Even someone like me never thought about using dark mana to brainwash people." The broadcast continues, "As long as you stay sheltered for the next 24 hours, you won't have to worry about mana poisoning. All residents, please remain calm and follow the instructions of the police officers." Currently, the Hunter Association, the police, and the self-defense forces are coordinating and putting forth their best efforts to handle this unexpected situation. Traffic police are busy evacuating the citizens. The car carrying Kurosaki and Lucas is also stuck in the heavy traffic. Kurosaki looks at the brainwashed driver and says, "I didn't expect you to defile someone's mind and turn them into your personal puppet." Lucas, provoked, glares with a dark expression and growls, "You bastard! Stop acting like you know everything." Still acting playful, Kurosaki gives a thumbs up and says, "Don't be so sensitive. I was actually complimenting you. Those guys are probably running around like headless chickens trying to find us right now, but as long as I am with you, we will never be exposed." Outside their car, an officer is saluting. Inside the car, a voice echoes, "They would never suspect that we are traveling in a police car." There are 3 more corrupt fruits left. Let's get moving. At the same time, inside the chairman's office at the Japan Hunter Association, a sharp voice rings out. In other words, Chairman Fuwa continues, "You are saying there is a possibility that 2 or 3 more contaminated world trees still exist. Will these corrupt trees appear all over Tokyo to form some kind of barrier?" Ares replies immediately, "Yes. At least, that is what my mother's records say. There is evidence that these corrupt trees also appeared during the Great Calamity in the past. They serve as both a barrier and a gateway. Ferocious monsters will soon flood the streets of Tokyo." Masato is shocked, and Nanaze standing next to him is just as surprised. These trees appeared during the Great Calamity? Haruto seems to remember something. The Great Calamity 15 years ago? He starts reminiscing about the past. The roots of a world tree are attacking a car. A young Haruto from 15 years ago asks in terror, "Dad, are we going to be okay?" His father answers calmly, "We will be fine, Haruto. Just sit tight and hold on tight." The car struggles to dodge the attacking roots. Haruto's father turns the steering wheel and thinks to himself, "Damn it, so this is what Tomoka was talking about. Who would use something like this right in the center of the city?" The car keeps driving, but the roots continue their relentless pursuit. Suddenly, a root stabs down from above. Haruto can only let out a few muffled gasps. Then he screams, "Dad!" But it is too late. The car is hit before they can react. Haruto sees his curse mark begin to glow. I don't know why I suddenly remembered that, but this incident might be related to the curse. So, the thing that destroyed the car back then wasn't a monster, but a corrupt tree? Thinking of this, he grinds his teeth in anger. If the mastermind behind all of this is the same person, I will never let them get away with it. Chairman Fuwa speaks up again. "Now that I think about it, a giant tree did appear in Tokyo back then too. But at that time, I was too busy dealing with the jailbreak incident to pay attention. So, it was actually a barrier?" Ares pushes up his glasses and adds, "Exactly. According to the records my mother left behind, a barrier created by corrupt trees acts as a portal connecting to another dimension, and it also opens up a subspace." Nanaze immediately catches the key point. "A subspace?" Ares replies, "Yes." Masato asks, "But if that is the goal, why bother creating a barrier at all? Why would they accept the difficulty of using corrupt trees from another dimension?" "Wait, you don't mean they are trying to open a subspace for the dark spirits, do you?" Nanaze's face darkens. "To open a subspace for the dark spirits, you absolutely have to create a barrier using corrupt trees. Or at least, that is what I have heard. A spirit's subspace requires dark mana. That filthy, foul-smelling black aura and a single corrupt tree isn't enough to provide it." Ares says worriedly, "Given the current situation, it looks like that subspace is about to be opened. But in the worst-case scenario, a door leading to a corrupted dimension will also be unlocked." Haruto feels like he finally understands everything, and he smiles. "That's right. Talking about a subspace also means talking about an infinite space. Why didn't I think of this before? If I use it correctly, I can handle this situation with the help of my personal storage. When that happens, I can probably create an entire army of modified golems. I can't let this opportunity slip through my fingers. I don't care if it involves black mana or whatever. I'm going to find the mastermind and take control of that subspace." Suddenly, a voice rings out. "Why don't we talk about something more realistic? Goo huffs. We've been blabbering about space keys and all that nonsense for way too long. Does stuff like that even exist? I've never even seen one. Just then, a hand extends a small fragment, making Goo jump. Are you talking about this? Goo bolts upright. Is that really a space key? Nanas rushes out of his seat too. Ares continues, this is a relic my mother left behind. It's being combined with the fragment Hunter Sano found on Golem Snow Mountain. Goo collapses back into his chair, stunned. So, it actually exists. But one piece isn't going to do much, right? Ares adds, according to my mother's notes from the Great Catastrophe. A corrupted space portal opened in England. I don't think the corrupted tree and these space fragments appearing at the same time is just a coincidence. It seems whoever brought that tree from another dimension is also holding on to the remaining fragments. Masato looks annoyed while President Fua remains silent. Exactly what Miss Ares said. The real tragedy will be if that contaminated portal actually opens. This isn't just Japan's problem anymore. I'm going to file a request immediately for the American Hunters Association to coordinate with us. Masato leans on his hand. They won't have it. Because one of the fragments already belongs to my guild. 1 hour later, in the basement of the Future Guild, everyone is gathered in front of the vault. A red mana ring surrounds Masato. Haruto gasps. Whoa, this vault door is massive. It looks like a dungeon entrance. Goo adds. Guildmaster Shirasaki, I knew you were a dungeon fanatic, but I didn't expect you to be hiding a space fragment here. Haruto asks curiously, how did you even get it? Masato stays silent, and Goo continues to act suspicious. Silence, huh? That means you probably cut some shady deal to get it, right? Well, it wouldn't be the first time. Honestly, it might even be a fake. Haruto opens his inventory to check. No, it's not a fake. Even though they're in my private inventory, the space fragments are resonating like crazy. Masato places his hand on the scanner, and the vault door swings open. Inside is a pedestal holding a triangular space key. Goo sneers, huh? A vault this big just for that one little thing? What a waste of space. Haruto holds up a hand to stop him. From here, only Shirasaki and I are going in. Goo snaps. Who do you think you are, kid? Ares speaks up to explain. Combining two space fragments is extremely dangerous. Who knows what'll happen when we add a third piece to the mix? Masato agrees. They're right. From here on, only Hunter Sano and I will proceed. This is my guild, so you follow my orders. Goo grunts in anger. Whatever, I've seen it, so I'm not that interested anyway, but if some weird dimension opens up, it's on you guys. I'll kill you both if that happens, so mark my words. The vault door closes. Haruto speaks up. Guildmaster Shirasaki, so your piece is number 4? A status window appears. Space fragment, 1 out of 5. The 4th piece. Haruto asks, can you tell me where you got this from? Masato cuts him off immediately. Stop with the small talk and just do it. He creates a red barrier as a warning. Once the combination is done, get inside my barrier immediately. Haruto sighs in annoyance. Don't worry, I got it. He starts the combination process. He thinks to himself, whatever happens, I still have the King Giant Spider Silk and Shadow Shift. And I haven't even taken them out of my private inventory yet. Suddenly, the key starts reacting. Haruto is caught off guard and panics. A blinding golden light erupts from the combination point, followed by a massive explosion. The stone floor collapses into a huge crater, and the shockwave shatters Masato's barrier. Even the people outside can feel the vault door rattling from the blast. Hunter Nanas's face turns serious. Something's gone wrong. Inside the vault, there's nothing but rubble and thick smoke. Masato looks around frantically. Cough, Hunter Sano, are you there? A voice suddenly comes from behind him. Holy crap, I really thought I was a goner that time. Masato spins around, his face darkening as he sees Haruto completely unharmed thanks to his ability. Haruto is pale as a ghost, staring down at his control panel. I can't believe it. The fragments pulled themselves out of the inventory and combined on their own. If it wasn't for Shadow Shift, I'd be dead for sure. That firepower was insane. I've got to be way more careful when I combine the 4th piece. Masato is both shocked and furious, his teeth grinding together. What the hell is this? This guy, he just used a high-level stealth skill, Shadow Shift. Who the hell is he, really? He barks out, hey, you! Haruto jumps, startled by the sudden shout. Whoa, Guildmaster Shirasaki, don't scare me like that. Why are you yelling at me? Just because you can talk loud doesn't mean, Before he can even react, a hand grabs his throat. Ugh! Masato pins Haruto against the wall, choking him. When he finally lets go, Haruto wheezes. Cough. What was that for? Masato draws his weapon for an interrogation. You can't use dark skills without black mana, but you clearly just used Shadow Shift, didn't you? Explain yourself, right now. Haruto clutches his throat, struggling after the sudden assault. Damn it. How the hell am I supposed to explain this? A system notification pops up. Control+N, using Shadow Shift. Haruto lies on the ground, a look of pure terror on his face. He really is a top-tier hunter. I can't escape him. A purple aura coils around his body like chains, leaving him unable to resist. He can only scramble for an explanation. I didn't use any mana. But guild leader Masato doesn't listen to Haruto's plea, brushing it off completely. He doesn't believe a word Haruto says, responding with a cold, "Oh?" His eyes blaze with fury as he launches a relentless assault. He pins the guy to the ground, his face twisted in rage as he flexes his overwhelming power. You can use Shadow Step but claim you can't use mana? Who do you think you're kidding? Ignoring the explanation, he immediately unleashes his Dark Lightning skill. A massive red explosion erupts instantly. Powerful bolts of energy arc outward, obliterating everything in sight. The ground beneath them shatters into a million pieces. Haruto can only curl up, helpless against such raw power. He takes the full force of the Dark Lightning and is sent flying back. His body is visibly failing. He collapses, gasping for air and coughing violently. The guild leader slowly approaches, his voice dripping with mockery. He looks down at him with pure disgust. What's the matter? Is the Great Tiger finally out of tricks? He coldly explains, Dark Lightning is the only skill that can counter Shadow Step. That's why I've mastered it. Haruto glares back, frustrated. Hearing the explanation, something finally clicks in his mind. So that's how Kurosaki escaped the golem on the snowy mountain? Red sparks begin to dance around Masato again. Enveloped in a barrier, he points his wand directly at Haruto and begins his interrogation. I've been suspicious of you from the moment you showed up. What were you doing during the hunt for Keisha? Who the hell are you really? Before Haruto can even get a word in, the questions keep coming. What happened between you and Kurosaki on that mountain? This was all a setup between you two, wasn't it? Listening to these wild accusations, Haruto is speechless. Does this guy seriously think he's working with Kurosaki? He struggles to drag himself to his feet, looking at the man with a mix of regret and anxiety. Coming in here with just the two of them was a huge mistake. I have to find a way to stop the guild leader. Haruto thinks back to all the unfair crap he's had to deal with. He grits his teeth in rage and starts lashing out. Just thinking about it makes me want to lose my mind. I haven't even been able to show what I'm really capable of. System notifications flood his vision. Skill control. Giant spider silk activated. Masses of spider silk shoot toward his opponent. He glares at Masato with burning resentment, screaming out his frustration. Are you trying to kill me or just make my life a living hell? It's not like I'm your family's sworn enemy. Caught off guard, Masato finds himself surrounded by silk. He's stunned, unable to react to the sudden counterattack. In the blink of an eye, thick layers of silk wrap tightly around him, forming a massive sphere. After unleashing his move, Haruto stands there, nervously scanning his surroundings. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? Did I miss something? Cracks begin to appear on the silk sphere. It won't hold him for long. Then, a massive explosion rings out. The surrounding ground is blown to bits. The sheer power is terrifying. Haruto seemed to expect this. He immediately braces himself to avoid the flying debris. A red light flashes, and he can only grit his teeth in desperation. He watches the scene unfold with frustration. A barrage of red lightning strikes, and he tries to hold them back with thick layers of silk. Guild leader Masato has officially snapped. With fire in his eyes and red lightning surging around him, he makes it clear these cheap tricks won't stop him. Even though Haruto managed to block the attack, he's still taken some serious damage. His arms are covered in deep gashes, and blood is pouring out. The man stares at him with eyes full of pure hatred and resentment. He wants to end him right here. If you're keeping your mouth shut, it must be because of Starfield, right? The misunderstanding has reached a breaking point. It looks like a fight to the death is unavoidable. Then you're a dead man. Hearing that death threat, Haruto is genuinely terrified. This guy is seeing red. I'm actually gonna die. He starts assessing the situation and realizes the one critical thing he overlooked. I got too used to talking and working with him. I forgot that his absolute certainty means this upcoming fight is going to be a nightmare. Guild leader Masato is a hunter over level 500. He's already prepping his next move. A sphere of red lightning gathers at the tip of his wand. Energy beams blast out, decimating everything in their path. He's like a wild beast now, staring down his prey while the situation hangs by a thread. Haruto can only defend himself as he faces the cold, hard truth. He hasn't even reached level 300 yet, but he refuses to give up in this messed up situation, clinging to a single spark of hope to fix this disaster. There's only one choice left, a simple one in this extreme crisis. It's time to go big or go home. He quickly opens his inventory. The system searches for something while he prays for a miracle. Please let me survive this. I'm out of time. An elegant jade green bottle suddenly appears in his hand. A super high-grade pill that heals 95% of all injuries. Cannot be used in combination with other items and has no effect on targets who have already lost their lives. Seeing the info panel for the item he's been looking for, he's as happy as if he'd just hit the jackpot. This is it. Masato doesn't hesitate to unleash his secret technique, the Black Thunder Spear. A barrage of red energy rays is fired at the speed of light, surging toward his opponent. Haruto is completely surrounded by 4 energy orbs, with no way to escape their grasp. He takes the full force of the attack, unable to do anything but scream in pure agony. At this very moment, his only hope lies in that one item, praying it will be the thing that saves his miserable life. Activate, you damn skill. A red warning notification flashes, reporting the user's critical condition. Control 5. User HP has dropped below 25%. More notifications continue to pop up. Activating the second hidden skill of the high-grade longsword, Asian Berserk. The final notification appears, confirming that his desperate choice was the right one. Control 5. Equipping the high-grade longsword Asian to utilize the skill. A black sword slowly begins to manifest. A flash of light erupts, shattering the guild leader's technique. Haruto draws his blade and takes a stance, ready to strike back. Power begins to surge into the longsword. Without a moment's hesitation, he locks onto his target and delivers a decisive swing. A massive wave of energy is unleashed, blowing everything away. The very ground splits in two under the weight of his attack. Masato is still desperately trying to resist by conjuring a barrier to protect himself. Cracks begin to spiderweb across his barrier. It clearly won't hold much longer. He stares at the sheer power of Haruto's blade, in utter shock. Damn it, is this really Haruto's attack? He actually managed to shatter the guild leader's barrier. Faced with such an overwhelming turn of events, the guild leader can only stand there helplessly as he takes the full brunt of the blow. There's nothing left he can do to avoid it. A massive explosion rings out, vaporizing everything in the vicinity. Masato takes Haruto's ultimate move head-on and is sent flying, gravely wounded. His memories begin to rush back to him. He remembers the happy times he spent with his younger brother. A scene unfolds of the 2 Shirosaki brothers clinking glasses, talking about their future and their big plans. Hey, big brother, I want the guild name to represent our hope of becoming the strongest one day. Let's call it the Future Guild. The Shirosaki brothers are laughing and drinking together as Masato replies with excitement. I love it. Let's make our guild #1 in the entire world. Masato's memories flood back memories of his younger brother. My brother, Shirosaki Suta. To make their dream come true, Suta made a promise to his older brother. But first, brother, I'm going to help you become the top hunter in the world. Hearing his brother say that, Masato laughs with pure joy. The strongest in the world, huh? I like the sound of that. Masato's stream of consciousness continues to reveal the brothers' past. 10 years ago, the 2 of us hunted down magical beasts together, standing side by side no matter how grueling the challenge or who our opponents were. Whether we faced a demon or hell itself, we Shirosaki brothers fought through every hardship together. We weren't afraid of anything. The scene shifts to a massive spatial gate opening up. Professional demon hunters are gathered all around it. It looks like they're about to start a mission, and both Shirosaki brothers are among the crowd. Suda walks up to Masato, looking a bit uneasy. Brother, do you have a bad feeling about this? That unidentified hunter over there has been watching us. As he speaks, his eyes are fixed on a hunter whose entire face is wrapped in bandages. Masato brushes off his brother's concerns, thinking he's just worrying over nothing. He pats him on the shoulder and says, Suda, this dungeon hasn't been claimed by the Mouse Guild or any major powers yet. It's a hidden dungeon. It's famous and totally up for grabs. He continues, trying to fire up his brother's spirit. This is the key. This is how our future guild breaks into the top 10 guilds in the country. Masato confidently turns away with a triumphant grin, failing to notice the dread on Suda's face. Why are you scared now? Your return skill can literally pull us out of the depths of hell. He dismisses his brother's anxiety as unnecessary and pays it no mind. Don't worry, I've got your back. Despite his brother's encouragement, Suda still feels a sense of impending doom as he glares at the bandaged hunter. A short while later, the professional hunters head into the dungeon. They find the skeleton of a colossal beast. It seems to be a monster the hunters had already conquered, but strangely, countless professional hunters have been slaughtered without mercy. A voice screams out in a desperate confrontation. Hey, you bastard! The one murdering the hunters is the bandaged man, and he's radiating a deadly red aura. The voice shouts again. Have you gone insane? The man slowly approaches the Shirosaki brothers with a twisted, evil smirk on his face, and the owner of that voice is none other than Masato. What the hell do you think you're doing? He's cradling his brother Suda tightly. Suda has been attacked by the bandaged man and is barely clinging to life as the killer looks on. He chuckles wickedly, his voice cold and heartless. This is the addiction to dark mana. The more they absorb, the more their consciousness is consumed by shadows. A lethal black aura pours from his hand, and his words feel like a death sentence being handed down to Suda. Soon, they will transform into low-level beasts, monsters that aren't even worthy of being called demons. Suda's face is now covered in bulging black veins. His eyes are vacant, and he gasps for every breath. Seeing his younger brother on the brink of death, Masato ignores his own wounds. He's trembling with rage and fear as he threatens the man. Give me the antidote. My brother is dying. Facing Masato's fury, the man just replies coldly, You two were the most active during the Venom Bone slaughter, weren't you? You deserve a special reward. He points a cold finger at the two brothers. Shadow shift art. Masato's eyes widen in shock. He's speechless. He never expected the man to be after his secret technique. The man lays out his terms. Give it to me, and I'll tell you how to save your brother. Otherwise, leave your lives here. Masato watches helplessly as his brother wastes away. He's completely paralyzed by the choice. His eyes are filled with nothing but regret and pure despair. The bandaged man continues. Besides, without dark mana, that skill is just garbage to you anyway. He holds a black book, and an eerie dark mist continuously swirls around him. Masato makes his choice, completely unaware that he's walking straight into a trap. He speaks quickly. Fine, I'll give you the skill. Now give me the damn antidote. Hearing this, the man keeps his word and reveals the cure. Lily from the British Association. Her family's heirloom sword. Brilliant. The man speaks calmly and slowly. That is the only way to purge the toxic mana. Hearing the requirement, Masato can't believe his ears. He realized he's been played. He shouts in a fit of rage. Hey, aren't you going to give me the medicine? You bastard. Facing his outburst, the man simply replies, There is no cure for dark mana addiction. He continues to explain. Furthermore, this is a mobile dungeon. Once the cleansing mission is complete, it will move to another location, and this entire space will collapse. Black smoke begins to rise around his feet as the man prepares to escape. Even if there was an antidote, it would be meaningless if you can't survive this collapse. Masato knows he's been tricked, but all he can do is scream at the man. You planned to kill us from the very start. The man just flashes a cruel smile before slowly fading away. The existence of dark mana and shadow skills. It's not time for the world to know about them yet. The space begins to crumble. Massive boulders crash down, sending tremors through the ground. Masato desperately tries to encourage his brother. Suda, hang in there. Can you use your return skill? But unlike his brother's panic, Suda is eerily calm. He just holds up a triangular badge glowing with a golden light. I found this earlier. At the boss monster's lair, Suda speaks slowly. I'm not sure what it is, but it's definitely not a normal item. Tears stream down Masato's face as he urges his brother. Is now the time to talk about that? He keeps pushing Suda. Quick, use your skill, now. Suda just replies softly, perhaps knowing his time is up. Your promise. Suda's face grows pale. The black veins spread further across his skin as tears fall. I won't be able to keep my promise. Before Masato can react, Suda activates the return skill, targeting Shirosaki Masato. Masato screams out in agony, Wait, Suda, why? At this moment, he's drowning in regret, sobbing uncontrollably as he watches his brother die while he remains utterly powerless. Suda's final words to his older brother are, Brother, I'm sorry. Masato hugs his brother tight. but a magic circle has already formed beneath his feet. His cries are haunting. It's a level of pain that no one else could possibly understand. The agony of losing your own flesh and blood. He screams his brother's name one last time. Suda! Suddenly, a magic circle appears in a quiet room. Masato has been saved from that collapsing dimension. He's haunted by his decisions, knowing they indirectly led to Suda's death. He sobs violently, clutching the triangular badge in his hand as bursts of red lightning crackle around him. Masato lets out a roar of pure pain and fury. Back in the present, Masato is slumped on the ground, his face etched with sadness and old wounds. For the next 10 years, I searched every single dungeon, but despite all those years of effort, he realized it was all in vain. He could never find that specific dungeon again. He staggers to his feet and slowly walks toward Haruto, still holding on to a tiny sliver of hope. I suspect my brother is still alive. Haruto finally understands the guildmaster's circumstances and feels a deep sympathy for his pain. So that's why he wanted to find him, even if it was just a trace. The guildmaster's obsession was completely misunderstood by the world. No wonder they called him a dungeon maniac. Haruto sits down and pulls out a healing item, gasping for air as he drinks it. Thinking back to the battle just now, he still can't help but shiver. The price for provoking Guildmaster Shirosaki is truly terrifying. He thinks to himself how lucky he is to have survived this ordeal. It's all thanks to the sword's Venom Berserker skill. I just reached level 600 in a flash, but my body can't keep up with the strain. The guild leader continues to explain his real motives. That is why this time, I conducted research on dark mana and that dark skill called retribution or whatever. He says this while hovering right in front of the injured Haruto. Shadow Step is a rare technique, Masato adds, and dark skills were supposed to be banned, so now only that pathetic crippled bastard can use them. Hearing this, Haruto just helplessly scratches his head. So, you are asking how Kurosaki and I are able to use that skill? Fine, I will tell you. Haruto already anticipated this, but he still wants to play it sneaky regarding his skills. I will reveal some of it, but not everything. Masato just coldly replies, no need. This leaves Haruto completely stunned, having no clue what the hell is going on. The guild leader starts questioning him about his sword. That skill you just used, it belongs to the Karasun Great Dragon Sword, doesn't it? He asks while sighing in frustration, not even daring to look Haruto in the eye. How the hell did you manage to swipe that thing too? Where did you even learn these petty thieving tricks? Haruto's face goes completely blank, with 1,000 questions popping up in his head. The guild leader continues to ramble on. Just like the Great Dragon Sword, you probably stole that Shadow Step technique as well. I apologize for accusing you of working with Kurosaki, but he didn't forget to deliver one last jab that makes Haruto boil with rage for being mocked. Turns out you are just a common skill thief. Haruto, feeling called out, speaks up to challenge the guild leader. If you are going to apologize, then do it properly and stop calling me a thief or a robber. The guild leader still won't let him off the hook. Haruto decides to press him further. You secretly took that item during the Kula capture mission earlier, didn't you? Being repeatedly called a thief makes him lose his cool. Ha, you are the thief here. After a bit of bickering, the tension between the two starts to cool down. The guild leader then says, let me tell you two things. Once the spatial key is complete, I will join you. This catches Haruto a bit off guard. Chapter 28. The area around them is now a pile of rubble after their intense clash. Mo walks over, looking at Haruto with a mix of curiosity and shock. What happened? Why do you look so beat up? Haruto just avoids eye contact, not daring to look directly at him, muttering that it was nothing. I just ran into a bit of trouble while merging those spatial fragments. Nanaze suddenly appears and speaks to everyone urgently. While you two were in there, I got word that the third blighted tree has appeared. This news shocks everyone. Masato can't believe his ears and speaks up to confirm. Are you serious? Hearing this, the hatred in his blood boils over, and he grinds his teeth, asking urgently, where is that piece of trash hiding now? Ares then steps up to provide more information to the other members. Based on the location of this third blighted tree, we can predict Kurosaki's next move. The guild leader is startled and can't wait any longer, asking desperately, where is it? Just tell me. She calmly explains to everyone that they need to gather the hunters in the Ginza area first. Looking at the scale and the position of the barrier being created, her confirmation marks the beginning of a difficult path for the group. The subspace they are planning to open in Ginza is massive. Nanaze scowls upon hearing that. Her face clearly shows the immense level of stress she is under. Worried about the situation, she continues, If that is the case, the number of monsters coming through the spatial rift will be astronomical. Listening to their conversation, Haruto looks visibly tense, feeling he is concerned about his current strength and anxious about the upcoming battle. A flood of thoughts rushes through his mind. A monster outbreak? If that happens, no matter how strong the hunters are, it will take a lot of time to stabilize the situation. It is going to be a real pain if those monsters start swarming. I won't be able to handle them with just giant spider silk. Masato remains very calm, showing his leadership skills. He quickly lays out a plan for the whole team. The hunters from the Future Guild will head to Ginza, while I will go after Kurosaki. So we just need to catch him before the fourth tree appears, right? Hearing the guild leader's plan, Nanase quickly processes the information. Then I will head back to the association to call on all the guilds. Having said that, she turns to look at Mo and Haruto. Do you two plan on coordinating with the association's guilds? Haruto flat out refuses without a second thought. No need. I will prepare the things I need on my own. She hears his answer and asks curiously, what exactly are you going to prepare? He simply explains calmly. Ares said the subspace is huge. So, this is going to be a battle of scale. Seeing his determined look, Nanase agrees. I get it. Masato turns to leave, awkwardly trying to encourage Haruto. It seems he is still a bit embarrassed about the earlier misunderstanding. Good luck. I am looking forward to seeing what you can do. Haruto doesn't hesitate and immediately turns to Mo for help. This time, I need your assistance. Mo is a bit surprised to hear his junior's request. He sighs and gives a smug grin. Finally recognize my worth, have you? Seeing his senior's triumphant face, Haruto just gives him a judging look and says something that completely kills the mood for him. What are you even saying? I'm just letting you tag along as a bag boy, so quit making that ridiculous face. Mao is absolutely stunned hearing this. He's feeling a bit annoyed. Wait, a bag boy? Scene change at the Starfield headquarters in Europe. 6 people are standing in a circle. They seem to be meeting to discuss their next move. Mel speaks up with a smug smile. We just received a request for backup from Japan. It's obvious they had no choice but to come to us for help. With a sharp gaze and a confident smirk, she says, the time is finally ripe. Mikhail just keeps his head down, feeling a bit skeptical about the intel Miso shared. Is that really true? I heard the barrier isn't even finished yet. He seems pretty worried about their future plans. Will the subdimension actually open up successfully? Miso reassures him with absolute confidence. Of course. Right now, it's guaranteed that the subdimension will open on a massive scale. She adds, it's crawling with goblins and orcs. Hearing this, Golden Mask starts to doubt how much of a threat they actually are. Goblins and orcs? Are you seriously underestimating Japanese hunters that much? He continues. Chairman Takechi and the association's hunter, Nanas. Those two alone are enough to handle the whole country. His words catch Miso's attention. Blue Mask then chimes in. If they've already asked us for help, then no matter how chaotic the situation is, they've probably already sorted things out quickly. It wasn't just those two. Green Mask is also worried about this. Besides, Lord Michael might not be too pleased about this, right? Hearing the concerns from the 3 of them, Miso finally speaks up. She firmly shuts down their worries. Don't sweat it. I can handle our European branch manager. While speaking, she opens a portal to the realm where the monsters lurk. That's why I was so focused on setting up those corrupted trees. Countless monsters inside the portal are itching to break out and wreak havoc on the human world. Miso flashes a smug, triumphant grin. She spreads her arms as if celebrating her upcoming success, forcing the subdimensional gate to widen. Seeing the horde of monsters, White Mask feels a bit more relieved. Is it just monsters in that space? He asks, staring at the beastly mob. If that's the case, even with US reinforcements, they won't be able to keep things under control. Miso lets out a wicked laugh. With a cold gaze, she says, if that dimension opens in Tokyo, she reaches her hand into the sinister rift. It'll be a blow that they won't recover from easily. Seeing Miso's plan and the portal full of beasts, Mikhail steals his resolve. Miso, for your homeland and Jiras. He's dead serious. Their plan absolutely has to work this time. We must succeed. She just gives a bright, confident smile, smugly reassuring Mikhail. Oh, please don't worry. Stepping halfway through the portal, she says, this isn't the first time I've opened a subdimension in Tokyo. Scene shift to the White House. Jono Romeo, the President of the United States, sits in deep thought and asks his official with concern. Logan, is it true that corrupted trees from another dimension have appeared in Japan? Hearing the question, CIA Director Logan Bowman confirms it. That's right. They first appeared in the United Kingdom 15 years ago. They come from a dimension fueled by dark spirit energy. Hearing Logan's confirmation, the president asks nervously, "So, are we in danger too?" Logan quickly clears things up. "The portal hasn't opened yet, so there's no direct threat, but we have received one. Official request for aid from the Japanese Hunter Association." Jano just waves his hand, wanting to wait and see how things play out. He wants to see how other countries and the International Hunter Association react. Logan adds more info about Michael Starfield. He's the commander for the Japanese Hunter Association. I heard they're already on their way to the scene. The secretary, listening in, is a bit puzzled. For a world-famous hunter like him, why would he need to handle this personally? For now, all they can do is wait and watch. Logan isn't sure either. Our intel is coming up blank. They don't have the full picture yet. Suddenly, the secretary's phone rings, and she looks shocked after answering it. "Wait, what?" She quickly reports to Jano with a serious expression. "Mr. President, the Hunter Association chairman is calling via video." He's also caught off guard, confused by the sudden turn of events. "The chairman? Hurry, turn on the TV and connect the call." Simon Jeffrey, the chairman of the U.S. Hunter Association, looks absolutely terrified as he calls the president for help. "We're in big trouble," the president says sternly. "If you're talking about the incident in Japan, I'm already aware. We only plan to send equipment and tools." But Simon cuts him off, hesitating as he reports. "Well, the situation seems to have spiraled out of control." He continues briefing the president. "The Ouroboros Guild's aircraft is reported to be on its way to Japan. Things are getting serious fast." Logan is stunned. "What? Wait, Turner isn't going there personally, is he?" Simon can only look flustered. To Logan's question, he replies, "No, this is totally unexpected. He's genuinely panicked right now because of Turner. He's mobilizing the entire guild right now." Logan is feeling the pressure as these complications make the situation even more chaotic. His power is absolutely terrifying compared to our own military. Sending a hunter like him overseas is no different from dropping a nuclear weapon on foreign soil. Things are spiraling out of control. He couldn't shake the overwhelming sense of dread and anxiety gnawing at his heart. On top of that, Japan is a peace-loving nation. If this gets out, it's going to be a massive political nightmare. Thinking about this, he immediately turned to Simon and asked, "What is the Hunter Association's stance on this?" Simon's face was a mask of pure helplessness. "There is not much we can do, sir. Stopping him is practically impossible." Listening to the high-ranking officials go back and forth, the president could only let out a heavy sigh. This isn't just about appearances anymore, and his face showed just how grave the situation had become. "This isn't just Japan's problem, is it?" He immediately issued a direct order. "Help me handpick our most elite hunters. Send them to Japan right away, but keep it completely off the grid." The scene shifts to a city where a massive cherry blossom tree is radiating a mysterious purple glow. Lucas stood there, quietly observing his surroundings. He gripped the sword in his hand, staring at it as he drifted deep into his own thoughts. Just like Kurosaki said, "I'm just like him, trapped in the prison of my own mind." He began to blame himself, realizing he had always used the excuse of protecting his family and his father, but everything that happened was his own fault. Lucas's past finally begins to surface. "It all started the day I received the Control+F curse from some higher power. Receiving that Control+F curse subjected him to absolute physical and mental torture. He could do nothing but scream in pure desperation. The side effects of Control+F tormented him relentlessly. All kinds of information from the media, human hatred, and their darkest desires flooded into my head like a tidal wave. Day after day, I had to listen to and witness the raw emotions and thoughts of countless different people. It forced him to clutch his head and sob in agony. But it didn't stop there. Lucas could feel things that were even more horrific. I could even sense the consciousness and the dying moments of monsters. Going through that hell made him slowly lose his will to live. He jumped from a great height. After a week of living in a daze, unable to do anything but wallow in a pit of negative thoughts, he decided to do something reckless. In the end, I tried to end my own life just to make the curse stop. Lucas lay there on the freezing cold ground. Jumping from that height had left him with severe, life-threatening injuries. But in that moment, he finally found his light. Ironically, that was the exact moment I found the will to keep existing. His eyes flickered with a spark of hope, the light of his inner resolve. He accidentally stumbled upon a power of his own. The family's ancestral treasure was on display in the hall, a longsword emitting a shimmering blue light. The aura radiating from the blade was so captivating that no one could tear their eyes away. That was the Angelos rapier, the holy sword. As he gripped the hilt, he felt a sudden, overwhelming sense of relief. That was when he realized that as long as he held the sword, the Control+F curse would be pushed back. He held the sword tight, and its aura made him feel at peace for the first time. Now, I can finally keep the power of the curse under control. He felt an immense sense of gratitude and cherished the sword above all else. And from that moment on, I was saved from that living hell. Since that day, I have never let the holy sword leave my side. But things weren't going to be that easy. Eventually, a gate to another dimension ripped open in England. I heard that Hunter Nishihara wanted to borrow the sword. Lucas had witnessed his parents' bitter arguments over this very issue. He felt a deep sense of disappointment and loneliness. His father didn't choose to stand by his side. After a long period of battling the monsters, England began to lose ground. The once bustling cities were turned into desolate ruins. As expected, England suffered a catastrophic loss. Because of this failure, the Cooper family lost both their status and their power. Lucas knew he couldn't let things stay this way. After that, in order to truly master the Control+F curse, I tested countless different methods. When he came into contact with a deadly black aura, he was stunned to discover that he could control it by absorbing mana. The process was far from easy, and even the slightest lapse in focus would cause me to lose control instantly. That's why I always need the holy sword by my side. Lucas looked back on those unstable, dangerous times. During the process of absorbing mana, I met Michael and Missile. The help those two provided always came with a steep price. Thanks to them, my family regained its power, but the cost was far too high. He began forcing Lucas to commit unspeakable, inhumane acts. Once Michael found out about the Control+F ability, he forced me to track someone down. So many lives were snuffed out on this path. Lucas could only follow orders out of pure terror. Every time I found a target, I would kill them and absorb their power using control. He helplessly obeyed Michael's every word, whether it was right or wrong. Doing it for my family and my father is the excuse I've always used until now. Living through those dark times, his eyes were filled with nothing but fear, hopelessness, and total despair. I only listened to Michael because I was terrified of being wiped out. Thinking back on those memories, he frankly admitted to himself that he was a coward. Tightening his grip on his sword, he began to speculate about the owner of Control+C. I think that person is Sano Haruto. Based on his deductions, he knew he had to stop what was coming. If that power fell into Michael's hands, it would be the end. Knowing exactly what was about to go down, he wanted to see it with his own two eyes. Lucas began to brandish the sword. He was terrified, but he knew he had to push through. The moment he snatched the holy sword from the vault, a surge of blue energy blasted into his mind. He had triggered the Control+F skill. Agony was written all over his face as Lucas desperately tried to endure this absolute torture. He let out a blood-curdling scream. His consciousness plummeted into a deep abyss of infinite data, surrounded by flashes of blue lightning. As he stared at the data flooding his vision, sparks of energy flickered in his eyes. Lucas began to grasp the enlightenment within the information before him. Slowly, he regained his composure and began to observe the flow. Walking through the massive data abyss, the commands for Control+C and Control+F appeared right in front of him. Seeing this, he simply muttered calmly, "I found it. Control+C. High above, a plane takes off." That intimidating man is Gunnar Miller, a shaman-class hunter and a United States citizen. He is the #1 ranked hunter in the world, with a level that is officially unmeasurable. Richard, sitting beside him while sharpening his knife, asks, "Boss, if you wanted to go to Japan, why didn't we take a detour? Was it really necessary to mobilize the private jet?" Miller gave him a cold stare and said, "Richard, have you already forgotten our guild's motto?" Shaken by the look, he stuttered, "How could I ever forget, sir? Danger strikes the moment we let our guard down." "I get what you mean. I'll be more careful from now on." Hearing that, Miller said nothing. He just stared out the window, his mind wandering back to the events of the past. Miller recalled the great disaster from 15 years ago. It was a brutal, hopeless battle where a brave young girl stood before a monster, facing it all alone. Back then, I was just an A-rank hunter, and I almost lost my life. Hunter Nishihara was my savior. She sliced that monster's leg off in a heartbeat. He remembered that shortly after, he received a skill from a transcendent being. Instantly, I became the strongest hunter in the world. Miller tightly gripped the glowing object in his hand, a triangular fragment that looked incredibly precious. He thought to himself, Hunter Nishihara gave me this right before the disaster ended. And now, for the first time in 15 years, this space fragment is resonating. A question kept gnawing at his soul. What on earth is actually happening in Japan right now? As Miller sat on the plane, still clutching the gifted space fragment, he felt certain that this was exactly what Hunter Nishihara feared would happen. Meanwhile, in the bustling city of Ginza, Tokyo, filled with towering skyscrapers, a voice suddenly rang out. That subspace they mentioned is about to open. This is definitely the spot, right? Nanos replied cautiously, yes, the density of pollution is at its peak here. He asked further, what's the word from the other guilds? She looked toward Shota, who was currently immersed in mana, and replied, Guild leader Shota of the Great Power Guild is currently neutralizing the pollution caused by the corrupted tree at the Central Hunter Hospital. He's standing atop his own magic circle, working tirelessly at the World Tree. Nanas thought of the chaotic scene and continued her report. The guild members are dealing with the corrupted tree in the northern district while looking for a countermeasure. Suddenly, a man appeared sitting right in the middle of the highway. That was guild leader Takichi of the Midas Guild. He had deployed his members to support every sector, his expression grim and resolute, as he waited for whatever was coming. He's waiting alone at Chidori in Ginza, ready to handle anything that crawls out of that subspace. Hearing this, Toku seemed a bit relieved. Well, if Takeichi is there, we don't have to worry. What about the other guilds? She replied, they are busy protecting and guiding the civilians who haven't evacuated yet. Seeing the people hauling their belongings, he remarked, come to think of it, I don't see Hunter Sano around. Nanas replied, Hunter Sano is currently away on a different mission. Toku looked intrigued and asked, why is he on a different mission? She answered, I'm curious about that too. Hunter Sano always manages to surprise us, just like a master magician. Suddenly, a young man carrying boxes overheard them and thought, Hunter Sano? He froze in his tracks. Wait a second, do they mean Senior Sano? This was Ikanaga, an old acquaintance of Sano. Seeing him slack off, a bald senior barked at him. Hey Ikanaga, what do you think you're doing? Get a move on. Ikanaga replied, oh, sorry. But his mind was far from his work as he worried about his senior. There's no way. Are they really talking about Sano? I haven't seen him since that day. It's been way too long. Elsewhere, at the Ginza shopping mall, Satoru was struggling with a mountain of backpacks, huffing, Senior Haruto, I can't go another step. Even the robot underneath him beeped for help. Goro turned to Sano and groaned, I'm at my limit too, kid. The system screen popped up. Control 5. User does not have enough mana to unlock the long dragon sword. Seeing this, Sano cursed under his breath. Damn it, it's still not enough, not even close. Satoru walked over with a worried look. Each item bag can hold one thing, and we have 13 bags here, which means 1,300 items. How is that still not enough? Sano replied, well, long story short, it just isn't. Goro turned and asked, is this really going to be enough to stop that thing? He replied, maybe. It's not perfect yet, but there's a decent chance of success. But deep down, Sano thought, I still need more. I'm definitely going to copy and paste that space, no matter what it takes. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoes nearby, as if someone is already waiting there. A man with golden hair holding a sword stands before them, causing the three of them and the robot to freeze in their tracks. Seeing this, Gray turns to Lucas and asks, how the hell do you know about this place? Lucas doesn't feel like explaining himself. He simply says, shut up, I need to have a word with Sano. Sensing the heavy tension in the air, Gray tells Lucas that if he wants to talk, he should put that holy sword down first. Sano watches the situation unfold, and a smirk plays on his lips. He thinks to himself, wait a second, according to the stories about President Kinesaki, dark mana can be purified by a holy sword. His eyes fill with greed as he stares intensely at that blade. This could be the perfect chance for him to copy and paste it. He calls out to Gray, hey Gray, hold on a second. Gray turns around and asks, huh? Sano drops all his gear on the ground and lunges behind Lucas in the blink of an eye. He smirks, thinking about how much his copy and paste skill level has improved. This time, he's going to catch him completely off guard. Lucas senses the move, turns back, and yells, don't you dare move. You, the owner of Control C, I know every single one of your skills. Caught red-handed, Sano is stunned. Wait, how on earth does he know about my Control C skill? Maybe he should play dumb? Right now, the best move is to act like he has no idea what's going on. He says, what are you talking about? But his acting is terrible. Lucas leaps up, gripping the holy sword tightly. He charges forward, shouting, "Sano, stop acting like a clueless idiot. My family and I have risked everything for this." Just as Lucas's holy sword is about to strike him, Sano unleashes his dark mana to block the attack. Seeing this, Lucas pulls back his sword and says, "So you can use dark mana too?" He isn't finished yet. His holy sword begins to glow brilliantly. He warns Sano to remember exactly who he's using those powers against. He slams the holy sword into the ground, releasing a terrifying surge of energy. The light from the sword is as legendary as its name suggests. The light is so blinding that Sano has to squint. He finds himself unable to move and wonders, what the hell is this? It feels just like President Kinosaki's mysterious thunder move from before. He can't even activate his shadow shift. Standing to the side, Satoru asks curiously, why isn't Senior Haruto using shadow shift? Gray explains that the holy light of the sword purges all impurities within a 10-meter radius. Since shadow shift is a dark skill, it's completely neutralized. Lucas, now holding the advantage, says, you can't use your skills. That means every skill you've copied so far is a dark attribute, isn't it? Sano just laughs and replies, well, from now on, I'll just make sure to copy skills that are compatible. But inside, he's cursing. Damn it, because of the holy power of that sword, I can't use shadow shift. He won't even get a chance to touch the sword at this rate. He starts debating whether he should pull out the dragon sword or copy and paste himself like he did last time. Should he just take the risk and stab the guy? Lucas scowls and asks, do you have any idea how much trouble that Control-C skill has caused me? How do I even begin to control someone who uses Control-C? Sano replies, I see. So you know where I got this curse from, don't you? It sounds like you're another Control-C user who wants to kill me and steal my skill. Is that why you teamed up with Kurosaki to create this mess? This sets Lucas off. He snaps, shut your mouth. Don't you dare group me in with that piece of trash. Infuriated by the comparison, Lucas drives his holy sword into Sano, delivering what looks like a fatal blow. Blood splatters onto his face, but Lucas looks confused by Sano's reaction. Even with a blade through him, Sano has a wide grin on his face. He thinks, perfect. The system window pops up. Control-C, the holy sword Angelos rapier has been merged with the user. The system continues. Control-C can now copy and absorb the holy sword Angelos rapier. However, the system also gives a warning. The Control-C skill, Shadow Shift, cannot be used while copying and absorbing the holy sword Angelos rapier. As blood drips down to his feet, Sano nonchalantly grunts. Wait, why is a red potion appearing so quickly? He downs it in one gulp. He realized that because of the holy sword, he couldn't use dark skills. He thought he'd be fine since he wasn't actively using dark mana, but he can't afford to give up his shadow shift for a holy sword. Meanwhile, Lucas is full of questions. Did this guy really let himself get stabbed just to copy the holy sword? It's just as he thought. He couldn't copy it with Control-C, even by getting stabbed. Not backing down, Lucas asks one last time, I'm asking you for the final time. What do you plan to do with that Control-C skill? Sano answers coldly, isn't it obvious? I'm going to become the strongest hunter. A hunter who stands even above the Almighty. Lucas steps toward him and scoffs. Heh, is that all? Sano leaps back and retorts, exactly. And I have to do it before I even officially become a hunter. Because of this curse, my time is constantly being drained. Lucas is confused and asks, your time? Sano is surprised he doesn't know. Wait, didn't you hear the voice when the curse was cast? There are only 5 years left before the disaster hits. Lucas is clearly out of the loop. He asks, what disaster are you talking about? Lucas tries to piece everything together. He's being hit with too much information at once and didn't have time to notice that. This hourglass, does this represent the time we have left? Is it counting down to the next great disaster? Sano asked. What are you trying to do? The system suddenly flashed a notification. The copying window has expired. Please get close to the target one more time. He felt incredibly annoyed seeing that. Damn it, I even let myself get stabbed just to copy it. Let's try one more time. At that exact moment, the sky suddenly turned a deep, ominous purple. Thunder roared and lightning crashed through the sky. Sato cried out in panic, it is starting. Even the system seemed to freak out, flashing a bright red alert. A rift to another dimension, the dark spirit realm, has opened in Tokyo. The system continued its report. Once the subdimension opens, a contaminated zone will form within that space. All hunters' health and mana will be reduced by 30%. There are also several restrictions on skills that require mana. Shinagawa Ward, moments before the subdimension fully manifested. Despite the warning, the atmosphere had already changed and monsters were appearing. They smashed through skyscrapers, causing massive destruction. The system blared a red alert. The corrupted tree-dimensional barrier is complete. Another dimension, the Dark Spirit Realm, has fully opened in Tokyo. Now that it is open, the contamination will drain 30% of every hunter, health, and mana. It also seals all skills that require mana. It turns out the culprit was standing right here. Takumi, he said. If this dimension fully expands, Tokyo will become a literal living hell. The goblin mission is done. Should I go report back now? Suddenly, a powerful voice boomed. I won't let that happen. A surge of energy like barbed wire lashed out toward him. It was Shirosaki, accompanied by Hill. He declared, because you are going to die right here. Takumi smirked back. Shirosaki, you really went through a lot of trouble to chase me here, he said with a grin, but you are too late. The corrupted tree barrier is finished. Tokyo is doomed. A protective shield flared up around Shirosaki and Hill. He replied, so what? My only target is you. Shirosaki said, it seems your dark mana has no effect on me. Seeing this, the villain pulled a sword from a black hole and scoffed. You think you are the only exception? Takumi's eyes shifted. Darkness consumed his pupils and even the whites of his eyes. Let me show you the true face of real dark mana. Meanwhile, a massive crowd of hunters had gathered nearby. Everyone was bewildered. What? I have never seen such a powerful suppression field before, a man in a hat replied. With every mana skill disabled, they are basically forcing us to fight barehanded. A bald man with glasses joined the conversation. You are right. I cannot activate a single one of my mana skills. A young woman tried to use her power and gasped. No way. Even my healing spells won't work. Her teammate added that even potions would be useless now. Our strength and mana are just leaking away. One hit could be fatal in this state. The situation looked grim. Nana stood in the corner and spoke up. Chairman Toku replied, this is completely unexpected. We have to deal with monsters that are bigger than the entire city. A massive tornado appeared, sweeping through every alleyway and tearing everything apart. Suddenly, a dimensional rift tore open. People shouted in shock. Look over there. A foot stepped out from the portal. Both Nanas and the chairman were stunned. The figure was glowing brilliantly, as if every star in the universe had gathered into a single light. Behind that person, everyone wondered what it was. It was Miso, a goblin. People looked up and muttered, only one goblin came out of that chaotic rift? No, wait. Look down there, at Gu feet. A swarm of monsters and massive golem kings suddenly surged forward. The hunters panicked. Are you kidding me? Damn it, there are way too many of them. Seeing this, the goblin seemed amused. It has been a while, hasn't it? These 15 years must have been pretty boring. So today, let's go wild. The massive golem kings charged forward. They appeared in Gu direction too, but he remained completely calm. It was the arrogance of the truly powerful. A steady smile played on his lips as he spoke. So, you are the one who suppressed our powers and tried to overwhelm us with numbers? You are really looking down on us. Gu activated his stone armor gear. Red-eyed monsters lunged at him, letting out horrifying screeches. Scree, but with just one punch per monster, they were easily sent flying. Gu then motioned for them to bring it on. He said, too bad for you, my stone armor skill doesn't need mana to activate. The golems appeared, looking ferocious as they roared. Roar. Seeing that, he started to get annoyed. Taking you guys out one by one is such a pain. Just come at me all at once. They swarmed him in a frenzy. Gu figure vanished in the chaos, and all that could be seen were monsters with snapped necks and crushed heads. Other hunters joined the fray. One female hunter exclaimed, that is our guild leader Takuchi for you. Another man jumped in to help. We will handle the smaller monsters left over. Nearby, the man with glasses lunged forward and stabbed the tiny goblin holding a staff. It shrieked in pain. He muttered, damn it, fighting even a goblin feels gross now that my skills are locked. The long-haired hunter warned everyone to be careful, as these creatures were. Releasing toxic energy, keep a close eye on that stamina bar. One wrong move and it's game over for good. While flirting with that elf, Nanis couldn't just stand by. She charges in, and where she goes, silence follows, because everything in her path is being wiped out. Suddenly, a voice shouts, Rose, making Nana spin around to look. Even the chairman was no exception. A massive, bloated golem barrels toward them, but Tokudo stays perfectly calm. Right then, his system pings, activating the Great Shield of Immortality. The chairman casually raises his shield to block the hit. It looks like he's barely even trying. Out of nowhere, something starts glowing. Tokudo grabs it and slices the golem clean in half with a few sharp swings. Turns out, he didn't need a sharp blade. His massive shield was enough to finish the job on its own. And he wasn't done. 3 more golems lined up, and he chopped them into pieces just as easily. This is the true power of the chairman. Nana's watches from the side, realizing that massive shield doubles as a sword. He's tearing through the battlefield without even using a single skill. She figures the big guys can be left to the chairman and President Takeuchi. She turns away, looking at the other hunters. But for them, the fight is a nightmare. Their combat power has plummeted because of the H-Mana's influence. Nana's calculates the losses. No matter how many monsters they kill, more just keep coming. It's a never-ending swarm. If this keeps up, even reinforcements won't save them. Suddenly, a giant hawk dives straight for her head. Startled, Nanis looks up, just as it slams into the spot she was standing. She manages to leap back just in time. The thing is massive and looks incredibly arrogant. She stares it down. A hawk? Is this a boss monster already? A system window pops up. Level 150 Hawk, a boss-type monster. Unlike the usual mobs, a single hawk shouldn't be too much trouble, or so you'd think. Nanas draws her sword to strike, but the monster's fiery breath is what she really needs to watch out for. The hawk opens its beak, unleashing a torrent of flames that incinerates everything in sight. That's exactly why she's hesitating to charge in. It won't stop until its target is nothing but ash. But a fight is a fight, and Nana steps up, determined to do her job. With recovery skills locked, if that thing targets any of the hunters, they're dead in one hit. She has to stop it before it unleashes that fire breath again. The hawk's flames burn even hotter now, making the earth shake as thunder rumbles in the distance. Sano's face pales as he watches the chaos unfold. Satoru and Mo exchange worried glances, reminding each other, it's starting. Lucas just stays silent. Meanwhile, in another dimension, the black spirit space has opened up right in the middle of Tokyo. Once it's open, the pollution in the area drops every hunter's HP and MP by 30%, while also blocking any skills that require mana. Mo looks at the suppression field and muses. Well, this isn't exactly impossible to handle. Satoru stands there dazed. Wait, a suppression field? He grumbles. This isn't even a real dungeon. Makaru mumbles to himself while Mo focuses. These fields usually only happen in a boss monster's territory, but even then, it's incredibly rare. Feeling like something's off, Mo wonders. But why specifically target mana skills? That's just dirty. Where did that guy Kurosaki even get such a twisted idea? Grabbing his bag in a hurry, Sano warns, I don't have time to mess around with you, Lucas. Lucas isn't backing down. Hey, I'm still. Before Lucas can finish, a pair of massive wings shadows the sky. A swarm of monstrous dragons is spiraling out of control above them. One of them spots its prey and dives. The impact is so powerful, the ground shatters and shakes violently. They were inches away from being shredded by its claws. Satoru runs for his life, screaming, Whoa! Is that a wyvern now? Mo takes the lead, explaining, It's going to be a total nightmare once they start spreading out. Mo reminds Satoru, Seriously, we don't have time to waste resources anymore. Over here, Sano growls at Lucas while running. Do you even get it? We'll talk about the rest later. Lucas stays grim, running without saying a word. Sano is fuming, finally snapping at Lucas. Hey, at least say something. But Lucas keeps his mouth shut, refusing to respond. His mind is racing. Right now, he doesn't even have time to copy and paste the Holy Sword. He hasn't used his Control-C skill yet. He wonders if he should tell Michan about Hunter Sano. He still can't decide what to do. Lucas gives Sano a conflicted look, while Sano keeps grumbling, It's your fault we've wasted all this time. The swarm of dragon monsters is growing, right on their heels as they struggle to escape. Lucas finally speaks up. I don't know what you've been preparing, but what if you just use it right now? Hearing the suggestion, Sano replies, I want to. Trust me, but... He hesitates for a second before continuing. There's a specific process to this. Deep down, Sano thinks back to his plan. He originally wanted to level up using monsters from easier zones first. The scene shifts to Nana standing before a raging wall of fire, not showing a hint of hesitation. Nana charges in, cursing her own speed. It's using its fire breath already, but I can handle this much. Even though the situation is getting dangerous, Nana stays tough and confident. She tells herself she'll just tank a bit of damage with her hellfire. She's got this. But suddenly, a blinding flash erupts, and the heat spikes so fast it catches her off guard. The griffin unleashes its fire breath, a massive wave of flames looking to incinerate everything. Nana's instincts kick in, and she pivots to dodge the blast. Things are looking bad. For a second, she thinks she won't make it out of this alive. Suddenly, a massive figure holding a shield stands in the path of the flames to protect Nana. Once things settle down, Nana recognizes that silhouette. She gasps in shock. Chairman Tomiwa. He doesn't waste any time and barks out an order. Hunter Nana, take its head off. Stop that fire breath now. Nana snaps to attention. On it. She lunges forward, but the griffin stands its ground, its eyes glowing red with a look of pure defiance. It lets out another blast of fire, right at Nana. The flames are getting bigger and hotter by the second. The griffin is putting everything it has into this fight. But Nana doesn't flinch. She charges straight into the heat without a hint of fear. She digs her foot in and leaps into the air, spear in hand. She locks her eyes onto the griffin, aiming for the kill. Nana swings her spear, but the griffin narrowly dodges. She watches its blood spray and grits her teeth in frustration. She missed its head. She quickly tries to shift her strike to another part of its body, but before she can recover, a massive pair of sharp claws comes tearing toward her. Nana throws up her spear to block, fighting just to stay alive. The griffin's strength is overwhelming. Nana lets out a strained groan, pouring every ounce of energy into holding it back. Seeing its prey cornered, the griffin gets ready to roast Nana alive. It thinks it has the win, but its sharp eyes catch something unusual. It suddenly lets go of Nana and flies up to dodge a magic attack. Nana looks over and sees the chairman's shield. The chairman lands in a defensive stance and asks, "Are you okay?" Nana replies, "Thank you, Chairman Tomiwa." The chairman looks a bit guilty. "I tried to help, but it looks like I just made things worse, didn't I?" The two of them stand their ground. The griffin is hovering high in the air now. The chairman explains, "It's on high alert. I don't think it's coming back down to the ground. If I throw my Jigen shield and miss, we're in trouble." Above them, the griffin continues to spit fire aggressively. The chairman adds, "Since it's staying in the air, it'll probably just stick to using its fire breath." He orders, "Hunter Nana, get behind me." But Nana isn't the type to just sit there and wait for someone else to protect her. She steps forward and says firmly, "No need for that. Just throw your Jigen shield." The chairman smiles, clearly liking her spirit. "I hear you." With that, he hurls the Jigen shield with all his might. Nana charges in right behind it. She uses the shield as a decoy to distract the griffin, giving her the opening she needs. She seizes the moment, lunging from behind and targeting the beast's weak spot. Her face is the picture of pure determination. With a clean whistle of the spear, she delivers a perfect strike that sends the griffin's head rolling. Nana lands on one knee, finishing the job quickly and cleanly. Looking down at the defeated monster, the chairman can't help but praise her. "Nice work. That was perfect." But Nana doesn't celebrate. She notices something's wrong. A massive amount of toxic air is leaking out of the griffin's carcass. The chairman isn't surprised. Well, it is a boss monster. Nana scowls. The higher the rank, the more toxins they release. In other words, the more of these things we kill, the more danger the hunters are in. Meanwhile, a giant stone monster appears and slams its fist down. Aoi and the rest of the team scramble back, as debris flies everywhere. One of the team members shouts while blocking, "Is this why you're picking fights with the weaklings? Because you can't use your skills? Quit being stingy with the items already." Another member with glasses steps up, holding a scroll and shouting, "We aren't holding back. This is my very last magic scroll." Everyone ducks as the magic blasts the stone monster to pieces, ending the fight instantly. The scroll in the guy's hand crumbles into dust. Aoi laughs. "See? Use an item and it's a one-shot kill." The guy with glasses snaps back. "What are you talking about? We're completely out of items now." Suddenly, another hunter starts coughing violently, clutching his throat as he spits up blood. Aoi looks over, worried. "Hey, you okay?" But then it hits him too. Aoi starts hacking up blood as well. All three of them collapse to the ground, barely able to hold themselves up as they keep vomiting blood. The guy with glasses realizes what's happening and panics. "What? No way. Is this the pollution?" While they're struggling, Lee drops down from the sky, mocking them. Realizing it now? Too late for that. His eyes are full of malice and smug satisfaction. Every monster in this dark space is brimming with dark aura. Once they die, they release all that toxic gas. You thought you were safe just because you killed them? You didn't realize that their deaths would be what kills you. Giving up now is way too late. Thunderous footsteps echoed one after another as they approached, and the voice on the other side continued to taunt. There are still countless monsters in this dark space. You're going to keep struggling until you slowly die. Aoi! His mouth was covered in blood, and his body shook with helplessness. If this kept up, Tokyo, no, the entire country was finished. But then, from behind Aoi, a powerful voice rang out, "It's not over yet." Confused, Aoi looked back and saw Sano Haruto standing there, radiating authority. Sano spoke up. "This is only the beginning." The little golem raised its hand like a battle cry, cheering Kusu as it prepared to keep fighting. Sano suddenly appeared and calmly said, "This is just the beginning." The tiny golem raised its arm, signaling it was time to keep fighting. Cheering for Kusu, Aoi stood there frozen, his face a mask of disbelief. He stared intensely at the man in front of him, needing to be sure. He called out, "Senior Sano, what are you doing here?" Sano smiled and teased him, "Long time no see, Aoi." Then, Sano held out a potion bottle. He offered it to Aoi, saying, "Here, drink this." Still not processing what was happening, Aoi reached out and took the bottle. Aoi asked, puzzled, "Why so suddenly?" Then, remembering the dire situation they were in, he panicked. "But more importantly, Senior, we have to get out of here right now." In contrast to Aoi's anxiety, Sano remained calm and said, "Don't worry about that." Still completely baffled, Aoi muttered to himself, "Is this really the Senior Sano I know?" He looked down at the potion and thought, "Are you really telling me to chug a high-grade potion this expensive?" Sano slammed his backpack onto the ground with a heavy thud. He decisively announced, "Let's take care of this pathetic suppression first." It was as if nothing could stand in his way. The moment he touched it, the suppression released a massive wave of energy, surrounding everyone there. This left everyone curious, staring blankly at the infinite source of energy. A girl with short hair touched the energy and shouted excitedly, "Huh? Is this mana?" Another person replied, "That's right, we can use our skills now, and even set up protective barriers." A bald guy chimed in, "It's a bit weak, but it'll do." Standing nearby, a long-haired man couldn't stop staring at Sano. As if realizing something, he spoke up to make sure he wasn't seeing things. "Hey, who exactly is that guy?" Everyone wanted to confirm if the person in front of them was really Haruto Sano. Some began to say nasty things. "That useless errand boy?" They continued their sarcastic remarks. "Exactly. I thought he got kicked out of the Great Guild. What could an errand boy possibly accomplish?" Nanas and the chairman didn't care, and didn't join in on the useless gossip. They were purely focused on the mana's power. The hunters testing out the mana were amazed by its capabilities. Even though the suppression hadn't been lifted, this constant supply of mana, is it helping us use our skills? Not to mention, it's a wide-range mana supply skill? This is unbelievable. Feeling pumped, people exclaimed, "All right. I've got enough mana to finally do something." Everyone got ready for the final showdown. They charged forward, surrounding the monsters and slashing at them repeatedly. Standing in the middle of the mana's glow, Mel couldn't believe what she was seeing. Half doubting, she wondered, providing enough mana to overcome the suppression of a subspace. Is that even possible? Mel couldn't accept it. She pushed the thought aside and immediately snapped, "That's not right." Mel's face showed a hint of anxiety as she looked in one direction. Her gaze was fixed on Sano, her mind filled with questions. Does that guy have level 5 control? Mel seemed to recognize the technique Sano was using. Just then, a monster let out a ferocious roar. A powerful fist swung high and slammed into the ground, causing it to crack as dust filled the air. The hunters urged each other on, "We can use mana now." But where did all these monsters come from? The hunters surrounded the beasts from all sides, attacking with everything they had. The monsters seemed to go into a frenzy. They were becoming more and more aggressive. One of the hunters was wounded by a monster. Clutching his injured arm, he assessed the situation. At this rate, we're going to lose. In the heat of the moment, something caught his eye. He turned around and saw Sano. Sano and his hunter friends were charging straight toward the group of monsters. Unable to grasp what was happening, he wondered, what the hell are they thinking, charging straight into the pack? In a situation like this, no one would consider that a smart move. Nevertheless, Sano and his teammates had already reached the front of the monster pack. The creatures were ferocious and toweringly massive. Seeing how powerful their opponents were, Satoru felt a bit intimidated and whispered, "Senior Haruto, they look even bigger the closer we get. Is this really going to be okay?" Seeing Satoru lose heart, Sano reassured him, "Don't worry. Get all the items out of your bag." He shouted, "Dump them all out, now." Following Sano's command, Satoru immediately flipped his bag over, letting all the balls fall out. The little golem helped out by pouring another bag, cheering Kusu. The other hunters stood there watching this setup, still completely lost. Was Sano really just pulling a stunt by throwing balls in a situation like this? What on earth was he thinking? Feeling no need to explain, Sano grabbed a bag and dumped all the balls out, commanding, "Go for it. Upgrade yourselves as much as you want. Let's go, my little minions. Control +5, use the golem transformation glitch." This was the very move Sano would use to crush the monsters. Witnessing this scene, Nanas couldn't help but wonder, what are those balls? Chairman Tomiwa, standing nearby, he continued to watch in silence. Lucas, just like the others, was dying to know what Sano was up to. Everyone felt like what Sano was doing was a total waste of time. They mocked those spheres, the very things he had risked his life to bring back. What on earth is he doing? Right then, a swarm of tiny golems appeared and charged forward. Looking closer, those golems were actually manifesting from Sano's red spheres. They were the mutated golem cores from the snowy mountains. Since the golem cores were buried deep underground, they weren't easy to destroy. Nana was completely stunned. She wondered, but how could there be so many? The monsters still didn't back down, even against Sano's army of mini golems. They kept pushing forward. A monster swung its fist down, crushing a mini golem. The hunters watching could only curse. "Damn it! I thought we were the ones who had them outnumbered." Another replied, "That destructive power is insane, but I don't think the core is safe." Even though the golems were small, they refused to be defeated. They aggressively crawled all over the monsters, leaving them completely confused. The mini golems extended their arms like razor-sharp drills, stabbing directly into the monsters. They targeted the heads and the eyes. Then they dug into the flesh. The mini golems attacked every single nook and cranny of the monsters' bodies. They just kept stabbing and stabbing, getting faster and faster. More and more of them joined in. One monster after another fell under their relentless assault. They kept at it, draining the monster's strength. The beastly horde started to spiral into pure chaos. The long-haired hunter saw the tide turning and cheered. "Looks like thanks to these little guys, we actually have a shot. Victory is ours." He swung his sword at a monster and shouted enthusiastically, "Nice. Let me back up our little golem buddies." To fuel that fighting spirit, Satarumi. A flash of blue light surged through the mini golems, and they suddenly leveled up. Level up, level up. A much more powerful golem army appeared, unlocking a new skill. Mutated golem level 3. Level 3. Skill 1. Golems can now be created based on your imagination. Previous golems can also be reconstructed. Level 3. Skill 2. Can create golem armor that covers the entire body. Level 3. Skill 3. Telepathic synchronization. Visual and auditory range with the created golems has increased to 10 kilometers. Level 3. Skill 4. Can issue direct commands. He gave specific orders to the new golems. Seeing everything going according to plan, Sano was thrilled. "Awesome. My connection with the golems has improved big time. I can even give them complex instructions now," Sano exclaimed. "Hell yeah. This is some next-level stuff." Unable to wait any longer, Sano immediately activated the level 3 mutated golem skill. He could now reshape the golems however he wanted. Those tiny golems from before slowly began to transform. Cracks started spreading across their hard stone bodies. A brand new mutated golem was being born. With a massive, heroic physique, his willpower surged. Sano was pumped. "It's time. Let's take down those flying dragons." The pack of blue dragons aggressively flapped their wings and charged. On Sano's command, the golems transformed, stretching their massive frames. A golem in the shape of a dragon soared into the sky to intercept the enemy flyers. The golem's power was immense. Its seemingly infinite strength shook the very earth and sky as it let out a majestic roar and took flight. The hunters were left in awe. The golem turned into a flying dragon. And it's actually flying pretty well too. The long-haired hunter asked hopefully, "Can you do something like that?" The flying dragon monster, its eyes glowing red, spat fire as it lunged toward the transformed golem. It was a spectacle like never before as the battle began. The dragon-shaped golem stood its ground, ready to face the flames. Fire erupted from the blue dragon's mouth, striking the stone dragon. The flames quickly engulfed it. Seeing this, the blue dragon immediately lunged at the stone dragon. It delivered a powerful kick, sending the stone dragon crashing toward the ground. The stone dragon shattered into pieces. The shockwave from the impact forced everyone nearby to quickly raise their shields for protection. The guy in sunglasses gritted his teeth. "Now I feel like I'm hoping for the impossible." The guy in armor replied, "Can it even withstand that fiery breath?" Seeing this, Sano quickly opened the system. As expected, it's a wyvern. Taking it head-on is impossible. He moved his fingers quickly across the control panel. In that case, time for a new plan. He chose to trigger the elite spirit resurrection. The shattered fragments of the stone dragon immediately turned into tiny stone dragons. The guy in armor looked on, feeling a bit disappointed. They're smaller than before. Now it feels even more hopeless. The guy in sunglasses watched the swarm of stone dragons fly past and hesitated. But they can't go toe-to-toe with a wyvern. However, his jaw dropped as he saw the tiny stone dragons zooming past with their razor-sharp beaks. The guy in sunglasses couldn't help but exclaim, "They look just like bullets." The blue dragon saw the swarm approaching. It began breathing fire again, trying to incinerate the whole group in one go. Nana watched, stunned. Even if you change their size and the shape of their beaks, the result won't be any different. The flames engulfed them, but they suddenly spun 180 degrees as fast as. Flapping their wings, the other stone dragons used the same move, creating mini-fire vortexes. Finally, countless tiny sparks burst from the center of those vortexes. Seeing this, the green dragon let out a roar, but those beams of light pierced right into its body, making it howl in agony. One by one, the other green dragons were hit by the same attack and came crashing down, screaming in pain. The stone dragons spun their bodies, turning into stone drills that shot forward at the speed of light. Emerging from the falling corpses of the green dragons, the stone dragons appeared with sharp eyes, looking like true apex predators on the hunt. Right then, the system immediately sent an alert to Haruto. "You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up." Haruto smirked with pure delight. "If I take down this whole mob, I wonder how many more levels I will gain. This is freaking awesome." Everyone looked up at the sky, completely stunned by the scene. He wiped out all the wyverns? Unbelievable. Even though she had seen it with her own eyes, Nana did not hesitate. She quickly rushed forward and shouted to everyone, "Let us finish off the rest of these monsters." Everyone shouted back in unison, "Got it!" Haruto stood there with his arms crossed, commanding the stone goblins below. "The sky around here is clear now. Time to deal with the small fry on the ground." Hearing his command, the stone goblins charged forward. He gave a smug grin. From this moment on, let the automated hunt begin. Over on the other side, guild leader Takechi was fighting fiercely, slaughtering the monsters. He landed on the ground with a badass pose. The stone monsters Haruto was controlling also came running past. The guild leader noticed them and thought to himself, "So those are the golems summoned by Hunter Haruto. They are small, but they sure get the job done." Suddenly, one of the stone golems leaped up. It latched onto the guild leader's shoulder, catching him off guard. Then, one after another, the other golems followed suit, clinging all over him and leaving him completely frozen in shock. "What the?" Satu ran over, looking amused. "These little golems are wearing stone armor just like yours, guild leader Takechi, so they must think you are one of them." The guild leader looked at Satu and noticed the shield he was holding. "Is your shield a golem too?" Satu stopped to show it off. "Yes, this is the first golem Senior Haruto gave me. If I level up more, it will turn into a full set of body armor." The guild leader did not say anything, but internally, he was fuming. How does that golem armor look anything like my stone gear?" Annoyed, he struck the monster in front of him. "Do not lump me in with those things." He hit them so hard that one monster's tongue lolled out while the other was smashed to pieces. The other monsters suffered the same fate, getting absolutely wrecked until their corpses littered the ground. Seeing the guild leader so pissed off, Satu immediately got cold feet. "I did not mean it like that. I was just in a rush to catch up with the golems and spoke without thinking." The scene shifts over to Lucas. He was surrounded by the corpses of the green dragons. He looked at their bodies and thought, he can just copy and paste to evolve his golems? He even took out all those wyverns. So this is the true power of Control C. He is on a whole different level than us. He stood there, lost in thought. The evolution of a curse. If Michael had this power. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. Lucas! He turned around to see Haruto. Haruto asked him point blank, who opened this subspace? Hearing Haruto's suspicious question, Lucas's face darkened. He spat back through gritted teeth, I am risking everything. My family's life is on the line. Do you really think I would betray them? Haruto replied calmly. Yeah, I do. You have not wanted any part of this since the moment you faced off against me. He looked straight at Lucas and said firmly, You look like something is eating away at you. Thinking about that made Lucas go silent. Haruto continued, Opening this subspace only benefits the bad guys, right? It is fine. You guys probably did not even know. It was like Haruto had read his mind. Lucas looked down with a smirk. The real chaos has not even started yet. Huh? What is this? Right then, the ground beneath Haruto suddenly split open. Foul, corrupt branches surged up like a tidal wave, blowing Lucas far away. But Haruto was dragged inside by those very branches. Seeing this, Lucas quickly used a skill. Missed skill. Wait, are those branches from the corrupt tree? If those things catch you, the poison mana will spread twice as fast. If I use this skill now, I won as make it in time. As he was thinking, a corrupt branch lunged at him, but he managed to dodge it. This is bad. This thing might just toss me out of the subspace entirely. His power is different from my holy sword. He gripped his sword. I will use the light to purify this place. Hunter Haruto. Whoa, whoa, what is happening? Two branches shot out from a distance, wrapping around the hand Lucas used to hold his sword, making his face turn grim. Other branches wrapped around his legs, leaving him confused and terrified. The corrupt branches began to coil around his entire body. He could barely even raise his sword. Moments later, the corrupt tree had completely swallowed both of them, towering high and releasing a deadly purple aura. Everyone was horrified by the sight. Did not we take care of everything? This is more than just a barrier. Nana was also stunned. It is not staying in one spot, it is constantly shifting. The person controlling this thing must be close by. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she spotted something. Something. A dark shadow appeared, hovering over the tainted branches. The silhouette slowly came into focus, revealing Takumi with a cold, grim expression on his face. She wondered, an elf? So her hunch was right, but what in the world was he doing in this dimension? The surrounding space grew even darker. Bolts of dark lightning seemed ready to tear the sky apart, intertwining with a thick, endless shroud of dark energy radiating from Takumi's body. He let out a wicked smirk, his eyes void black with no trace of white left in them. Masato swallowed hard, watching him with intense caution. His dark lightning? Takumi's twisted smile widened even further. There is only one way to harness dark mana. A person has to overcome the dark mana addiction and reach the absolute abyss. Only after that can you truly control the dark mana. Masato was stunned, unable to believe his ears, and had to ask again, overcome the addiction? What the hell are you talking about? Takumi lunged toward him, answering the question with a surge of speed. Exactly, just like I did. Masato's reflexes kicked in instantly, and he threw up a protective shield in front of him, but the shield couldn't withstand the overwhelming force and was punctured immediately. Masato was momentarily shaken by this terrifying display of power. He managed to dodge just in time, but a thin red line was cut across his face. If he hadn't moved at that exact second, it would have been game over. The truth Takumi had just revealed left him reeling. Is there really a way to survive the poison of dark mana? Then Suda. Is it possible he's also? The image of the boy agonizingly struggling with his addiction flashed through his mind. Masato dodged one strike, then another, and another. The attacks came in a relentless wave, clearly intended to crush him. Takumi's eyes shifted to a deep violet, with his pupils glowing brightly from within his sockets. Cracks began to spiderweb across his face. It was as if he could read Masato's thoughts. I don't know what you're thinking, but that's not a feat just anyone can pull off. The violet haze of dark energy grew even thicker around him. Takumi swung his sword toward the sky and began to approach slowly. When you possess dark skills, you can absorb dark mana. Ares ran up from behind, flanking Masato. Both of them threw up a layer of protective shielding. Ares couldn't believe her eyes. This massive amount of dark mana. It shouldn't be possible, Masato told her. It looks like my dark lightning is being absorbed. Takumi's strikes were powerful and relentless, smashing the very ground to pieces. Masato shouted a warning. Get back! They both leaped in opposite directions. The attack slammed down exactly where they had been standing a split second ago. It dragged shattered earth and stone in its wake, completely leveling a massive skyscraper nearby. Masato watched in horror at the sheer scale of the destruction. Takumi's pupils and hair shifted to an emerald green as he spat out a mocking sneer. Now that annoying little skill of yours is completely useless. He moved to continue his assault on Masato, but suddenly, half of his body was pinned down by massive shards of ice. This was Ares' skill. She had summoned a magical binding circle to trap Takumi. Masato was genuinely surprised by her technique. Did you improve the effects of your suppression? Ares replied. No, I think it was Hunter Sano's doing. Since she can provide an infinite pool of mana, this kind of power is possible. Layer upon layer of rock-solid ice began to form. Ares continued. That hit was only at about 50% of my power. It should hold him for a little while. Takumi hissed through gritted teeth. Infinite mana? That bastard. The layers of ice began to crack and splinter as the surge of dark mana quickly helped Takumi break free. Ares added another layer to the magic circle. Just as I thought. This much mana isn't enough. Another wave of ice surged toward Takumi. He let out a cold, disdainful snort. This half-baked ice trap is all you've got? No matter how many times you try, the result will be the same. He dashed right through the ice blocks. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Ares. Who do you think I am? I'm the leader of the Iron Tower Guild. Ares bit her lower lip hard. A massive magic circle manifested right in front of her. He smirked with pure contempt. It seems you need a lesson. Let me educate you. Dark mana can be absorbed normally to strengthen oneself. With a single swing of his sword, the magic circle in front of Ares vanished into thin air. Ares reacted instantly, pulling a scroll from her robe. She ripped the scroll open. From the parchment, glowing blue runes flew into the air, radiating an ethereal light. The runes formed a solid wall of symbols between her and Takumi. Takumi's eyes flashed with a violet light as he gave a faint, mocking smile. My, another barrier? Is this really your only fighting style? How pathetic. But it doesn't stand a chance against dark mana. The dark energy slammed into the runic wall, and the barrier shattered instantly under the horrific pressure. Ares was so stunned, she couldn't even react. Just as the dark mana was about to strike her, a massive figure stepped in front to block it. It was Masato, now completely enveloped in dark lightning. The black bolts of electricity surged toward Takumi in a counterattack. Rocks and debris exploded. Takumi raised his sword to block, but the black lightning pushed him back. The ground beneath his feet was completely pulverized. Another magic circle was activated, glowing with an eerie blue light. Countless layers of freezing ice sprouted around Ares. The ice surged forward to attack Takumi. He let out a pained grunt as the frost began to engulf his entire body. Masato nonchalantly stuck his hands in his pockets, looking down at him. For the leader of an assassin syndicate, you sure like to talk big. Isn't it a bit early to be acting like the guild leader? With a serious look on his face, he demanded, Shadow Shift, where did you get that skill from? How did you get it? If you want a quick death, start talking. Takumi gave a sarcastic smirk. Did you really chase me all this way just to ask that? Standing among the shards of ice, he muttered, I guess I'm the only one who noticed. Masato's patience was wearing thin, and he barked out in fury. I told you to talk. Where did you get that skill from? Who taught you? Answer me right now. A barrage of questions hit him all at once. Unlike the explosive Masato, Takumi stayed perfectly calm. You know, I heard some pretty interesting things from Lucas. Masato was caught off guard. Why the sudden mention of him? His eyes flared with light as mana began to seep through the ice blocks. Suddenly, Masato realized his body was being enveloped by this power. The mana felt like it was about to swallow him whole, and as it faded, he was shocked to see that the person standing before him was Sura. He clutched his stomach, struggling to breathe as he let out ragged gasps. The sound of footsteps drew closer as Mel approached with a cold, distant expression. Before him stood Lucas, tied up and locked in a combat stance. Lucas, I didn't realize you'd already gone and formed a little gang with that Control C guy. Lucas broke into a cold sweat. Did he already know about Control C's existence? The sword was snatched right out of his hand. Mel gave a smug smile. And here I thought it would take me forever to finally get my hands on this blade. Lucas glared at him. Was that your plan from the start? Getting close to me just to steal the sword? He replied, the power of Control F is more than enough to track down Control C. The sword began to pulse with a brilliant emerald light. If the Holy Sword and Control C are united, we can finally save our home planet. Mel's ego grew at the thought. Now that the blade is mine, let me share some good news with you. Back in the elf dimension, some people were struck by a curse. And I happen to be one of them. Lucas listened cautiously to every word. Mel, you're suffering from the curse too?